All right, good evening. Today is Tuesday, July 7th. The time is 7 o'clock. I'd like to welcome everybody to this regular council meeting. Can I have a roll call, please?
Flores Kale,
Here.
Tobias,
I'm present.
Goza,
Here.
Medina,
Here.
Zapata,
Here.
Harris,
Here.
McKinney.
Here.
All right, we have all 7 present. We have a quorum. If I could please have you stand for the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, up next we have approval of minutes.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve the minutes for the special meeting from June the 13th, June the 16th, and also the regular minutes for that same meeting for the 16th as well.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Okay, up next, we have citizens' comments. The city council welcomes comments from citizens early in the agenda of city council meetings. Those wishing to speak are encouraged to sign in before the meeting begins. Speakers will be provided with an opportunity to speak during this time period on any agenda item or any other matter concerning city business, and we ask that you observe the 3-minute time limit. All right, up first, I have Robert Hunter. And if I'm correct, Robert, Russell's going to give you his time? All right, so he's going to wait. He has 6 minutes. All right, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Robert Hunter, and I am here tonight in strong support of agenda item number 18 and the reaffirmation that Kyle Vista Park shall remain dedicated exclusively to park and recreational purposes. I am also submitting into the record an online petition materials including 114 signatures supporting the relocation of both the Hays County Eastside Campus and the Animal Control Facility to a more appropriate setting for those types of facilities. I want to begin by making something absolutely clear. I support an animal care facility. Our city needs one, our animals deserve one. The dedicated people who care for abandoned and neglected animals deserve modern facilities and resources necessary to do their work. But supporting an animal shelter does not mean supporting an animal shelter at any location. Those are not the same thing. I respectfully disagree with any suggestion that preserving Kyle Vista Park means abandoning animal welfare. Kyle deserves both an outstanding animal facility and protected public parks. We should not ask one public good to consume another. Animal care facilities belong in locations intended for institutional, governmental, commercial, or similar uses with appropriate traffic access, utilities, room for expansion, and adequate buffers for surrounding neighborhoods. They should not be placed in the middle of established residential communities adjacent to homes, schools, and land that residents were promised would remain recreational open space. Protecting Kyle Vista Park is not anti-animal. It is pro-planning, it is pro-neighborhood, and it is pro-public trust. The historical record matters, and so does the legal status of this land. The plats, development documents, agreements dating back to 2006 consistently identified this land as parkland. Families purchased homes and made life decisions based on those representations. The expectation was simple and clear. This land would serve the people of Kyle as a park. The city's own past actions reinforced that. In 2015, even utility lines running through Kyle Vista Park were treated as non-park use, requiring Chapter 26 review. If utility lines require that level of parkland protection, then surely an animal control facility, county facility, or any non-park use deserves even greater scrutiny. Texas law treats public parkland differently from ordinary city-owned property. Chapter 26 exists because public parkland is unique. Before public parkland is used or taken for another purpose, the government must address whether there is a feasible and prudent alternative and whether all reasonable planning has been done to minimize harm to the park. That is not a technicality, that is a safeguard. The city should not treat Kyle Vista Park as flexible surplus land. It has been acquired, held, claimed, planned, and presented as parkland for years. And if anyone believes this land can legally or morally be converted to a non-park use, then the burden shall be on them to prove that authority, not on residents to keep proving that a park is a park. The petition comments show that residents still understand this land that way. They raise concerns about children walking to school, traffic near Science Hall Elementary and Chappa Middle School, noise, property values, neighborhood character, and the loss of promised parkland. Those concerns are real. They come from the people who live with the impact. The burden should never be on residents to prove why a park should remain a park. The burden should be on the government to explain why it should cease to be one. Tonight, you have an opportunity to reaffirm a promise that was made years ago. You can tell current residents and future generations that when government designates land as parkland, that commitment means something. You can support animal welfare while also preserving public green space. These goals are not in conflict. They are entirely compatible. I respectfully ask this council to support agenda item number 18, repeal resolution 1909, and permanently dedicate Kyle Vista Park exclusively to park and recreational purposes. Please do not stop at a statement of intent. Make this a protection, legal, clear, enforceable, recorded, and lasting. Direct staff and the city attorney to identify every deed, plat, dedication document, title record, legal description, restriction, and prior parkland action tied to Kyle Vista Park, and then use every available legal tool to protect it. Kyle Vista Park should not be held in limbo for the next future project, the next future council, or the next convenient idea. Kyle Vista Park is not surplus land. Kyle Vista Park is not a placeholder. Kyle Vista Park is a public parkland. Please protect it accordingly. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration.
Thank you. Up next, I have Michael Wash.
For the record, my name is Michael Walsh, and I am a resident of Kyle, Texas. Mayor and members of the City Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. Regarding item 19 on the agenda, I want to clearly state my support for the use of modern roundabouts. As a practical, proven, and responsible investment in public safety, this is not simply a matter of traffic design. It's a matter of reducing the likelihood of serious injuries at intersections where drivers, pedestrians, and bicyclists all share space. As my neighbor and Austin fireman and EMT, from his experience with dealing with accidents, roundabouts naturally slow vehicles before they enter the intersection, require drivers to yield, and significantly reduce the number of conflict points compared with traditional four-way intersections. That difference matters. In a conventional intersection, a mistake can result in a high-speed angle or T-bone collision with severe consequences. In a roundabout, crashes that do occur are more likely to be low speed, glancing impacts, which greatly reduces the risk of serious injury. For that reason, I believe modern roundabouts are a sensible step toward calmer traffic, safer crossings, and a roadway system that better protects the people who use it every day. I respectfully urge the council to support this safety-focused improvement for our community. That was my statement. I'm going to make an aside here. I would really like the rules of council to include a 3-minute limit, period. I don't think that passing off to somebody else to get extra time is a good use of time. This was a waste of time on that comment, in my opinion. He could have made those points in a much shorter time.
Thank you. As a reminder, all your comments should be made to the council and not directed to the audience, and so I apologize for that. All right, up next, we have Mary Neal.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Mary Neal. I'm a citizen of Kyle as well as a small business owner. Last week, I found out that many special events were cut or gutted during a special meeting that I was unable to attend. I know that we're working to fix the budget, but I feel the decisions made were done hastily. I spoke to the Parks Board last week after the special meeting only to find out that they were unaware of these changes, which leads me to being here tonight. I'm not sure the purpose of the board if they do not have input on these things, as they have insight beyond the numbers. As a vendor of many of these events, I was blown away. Events with minor attendance, less than 100, were kept, and ones with longevity and much bigger attendance, which I also dispute those numbers that were given, were slashed. The one that I found the most shocking was Santa's Arrival. This is an almost 30-year event. Sorry, my screen there we go. It's an almost 30-year event that draws much bigger numbers than the listed numbers from last week and is something everyone looks forward to. Santa's rides are great, but are no substitute for a place people can gather to see and get photos with Santa as they watch the lights be turned on. The Grinch is great, but it's only been around for a couple of years since it started. Why can't we combine the two and put them here where we do Santa's Arrival? Keep it on the first or the first Wednesday of December, which is the way it used to be, and that would keep it from competing with the big events happening in Buda that take many of the vendors and spectators to Buda. I beg you to reconsider this one, this Hallmark-esque event for this year that keeps Kyle still encompassing the charming feeling that we once had. Other events you really needed to speak to the vendors before making some of the decisions, and we have years, I have 20 years experience here and at many other events around other surrounding areas. And we tried to give feedback on ways to make it better and cheaper. No one listened. Listen to us, we can help. There's no reason some of these events need to cost what they do based on what I see in other places, Market Days being one of them. The fact that it is no longer being held during this coming Founders Day parade is insane, as it's been well attended by those attending and after the parade. Again, I ask you to reconsider and talk to those that actually go to these events for more details from our side. Please keep Santa's Arrival. Combine it with Grinch on the Green. It is much bigger than you think. There is a lot of people who are shocked that this 30-year event is going away. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Brandon Hill.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. My name is Brandon Hill, the EMS Chief for ESD9 EMS. Thank you for the opportunity to address you and the citizens tonight. I just wanted to give you an update for the ESD9 EMS services. We have fully transitioned to the City of Kyle as of July 1st. So we now have an ambulance in all 4 of the Kyle fire stations to include Mountain City. This service is going to continue and expand appropriately based on that call volume and the need of the city. We look forward to that continuing relationship with all the city staff and especially the Kyle Police Department. We've worked well with them so far. And I encourage any resident or any of you, if there's any issues, concerns, and especially compliments regarding our staff or our service, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Up next, I have Walt Smith. Say that again? Did you not want to speak?
Absolutely, on 2 individual agenda items.
Yes, you can speak about them now.
We don't separate them. We don't separate them like y'all do.
That's fine, I'm happy to. The first item I signed up to speak on is item, I believe it is 9, and that is the HaysCAD proposal for new facilities. For those of you who don't understand or understand the workings of the HaysCAD, they operate specifically not off of our individual taxpayer dollars, but allocations from each of us. We received notification, all the cities and taxing entities in the county earlier this month, that they plan an expansion of at minimum, or pardon me, at maximum $15 million for a new facility, increased staffing costs, and other ancillary costs with absolutely no explanation to us, much like we operate under a 30-day shot clock. Unfortunately, when they sent us that notification, they did not notify any of the taxing entities directly that if you chose not to take action, there was an automatic approval of that. We considered this in Hays County Commissioner Court today and voted down their resolution 5-0 in anticipation, asking that, number one, they come back and discuss this in a very different way. Give us the numbers, tell us where the facility is, tell us the specifics, give us those staffing numbers, give us what those increases were. I was absolutely floored and shocked to learn that one of those increases was possibly a single $80,000 pay increase for one employee. When we're looking at staffing cuts and staffing salary readjustments, I think it's absolutely an abomination that they come and ask their taxing entities for that. And I would encourage y'all to take that into consideration during your comments today. Yes, and I also signed up on the other item, and I believe that's 18. Is that correct?
Take a look.
Is the Kyle Vista Park item. I just want to say, number one, thank you for your commitment to the animals of Hays County and to all of those individuals and volunteers who are out there working on a daily basis. Hays County has stepped up with y'all and made a true commitment. It's a commitment that isn't locked to a piece of property. It's a commitment to our citizens. It's a commitment to our taxpayers, and it's a commitment to address the problems that we've seen not only now, but we've seen over a decade with these issues. I would encourage you to continue to move forward. I know that we as a court have said we will continue to move forward and look forward to working with Kyle. That doesn't mean a specific property. It means a specific plan and a specific plan of action to address the concerns of all of our citizens. I just thank you for that commitment and reiterate that as a court, I feel very confident in speaking on behalf of our court that they want to honor that commitment and continue to move forward. For those in the general public who have a question, we do have an ILA that isn't necessarily specific to an individual piece of property. It's an ILA and a commitment to move forward with the facility. And I hope that we can continue to do that.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Next, I have Tracy Shield. Thank you, ma'am.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, my name is Tracy Shield, and I come to you as a resident of the city of Kyle. First comment I would like to make is I would like to thank the Parks Department. They worked hard and diligent with what they had and put on a rather decent fireworks show. However, on my way home from said show, because I watched it at the Shell station with the employees there, I got a better show from the Polo Club. You know, my entire ride home, I watched their finale. It was amazing. 5-minute finale. And matter of fact, they kind of took out some of the power. But it just kind of showed the difference. I know we are on a budget shortfall. I know that. And I know there has to be cuts. But we actually have to look at those cuts in a way that not just says, okay, we have all these CIPs, we need to do the CIPs, and that's it. Quality of life is important for our residents here in Kyle. Our community is important for our residents of Kyle. For some of the events that were taken away, especially Santa's arrival. That is a tradition for you guys to, as an entity. I know not everybody was for it, but as an entity, you guys took away. The market days, yeah, those needed to be toned down monetarily, but they still could have been done. This market days brings in people everywhere, and vendors and just people coming in, walking around and seeing Kyle. When you take away feeling of Kyle and the community of Kyle, all you get is a city. And when people go on Facebook and ask other people, hey, what do you think of Kyle? And they all say, well, we live here, but we go elsewhere to have fun and to enjoy. You know, that not only is a way of cutting off your nose to spite your face, because yes, you help the budget, but you also decrease value. Okay, well, he got to speak for 5.5 minutes, so I'm going to take just a few more. When you take away the people's right to, have fun and such, well, I guess it's really not a right, but anyway, property values, when they try to sell, go down. And guess what? That then affects our budget because it affects our tax and our property tax collection. So, good luck, guys. Thank you.
Thank you. Amy, may I make a statement of fact by saying that the Santa's Arrival wasn't going away, but it's combined? I just want to address those two concerns because I think there's some misinformation, and I just want to say, would I be accurate to say that Santa's Arrival has been combined with another project?
We are permitted to make a statement of fact, yes, Mayor.
Okay. Who could confirm that my statement of fact is a fact? I don't want to give any misinformation, but I believe Santa's Arrival did not go away, that instead it was just combined with another event.
We combined Santa's Arrival with the Santa rides. So we will do the lighting, and then Santa will go off and ride on his route, is my understanding.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
I can't personally, attest to what was included in the budget cut part of that. So that would require, probably Mr. Elizondo, who's out on vacation right now. So I'm not sure how to give you exact numbers.
We will address that at the next meeting. I appreciate it. I just wanted to make a correct statement. All right, up next I have Cami Sanford.
Hello, I'm Cami Sanford, and I live in Plum Creek. I'm urging you to preserve the planned roundabouts that are on Kohler's Crossing. My children will learn how to drive on that road. When 1626 was first extended to I-35 and the intersection in Kohler's Crossing was first created, there was a recent Hayes High School graduate that was killed there. I didn't know the boy, but several of my friends did, and it was an absolute tragedy. Councilmember Tobias may remember the exact time it happened. It was about 15 years ago. Since then, Kohler's has remained dangerous. It's a long, straight road that goes to the highway. People like to drive fast on it. The planned roundabouts would break up that long stretch of road, and as our city engineer has even said, it would be the safest option. So please research the history of accidents along Kohler's Crossing before considering any change to the roundabouts that are currently planned there. The Insurance Institute for Highway Safety and the Federal Highway Administration both found that the converting traditional intersections to roundabouts reduces injury crashes by 75%, and it reduces fatalities by up to 90%. So I think a lot of people, they dislike roundabouts because they think they're new or different, or they think they're unnecessary, but the evidence is clear that they are safer. These roads were built with roundabouts in mind, and it's against public interest to make a change now. I walk my kids to school every morning, and I greatly prefer when my family is crossing near a roundabout versus a four-way stop. Roundabout traffic is predictable. We just go when there's no cars there. But at stops, people skip their turns, they wave me or other cars through out of order, and sometimes they even drive straight through without even looking. You can't do any of that at a roundabout. There's a reason that the research on roundabouts is remarkably consistent. Please vote for safety. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Pamela Stoboot. Pamela Stoboot. I'm sorry if I said your name wrong. Maybe it's Stobort.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm here to express my approval for the road bond. program, the item 19. Basically, I'm a member of Plum Creek, and as a member, I've experienced a lot of traffic on Sanders early in the morning. We have quite a bit of backup that goes along with that four-way stop. I don't consider that the traffic signal to be a good solution for that area, mainly because it causes more idling and more exhaust fumes for the neighbors in that area. Many of them are already impacted by this, and they can't enjoy their home. So we need to take that into consideration. Along with the traffic on Sanders, it's backed up on Kohler's crossing almost to 2770. So having a traffic signal could impact that and make it worse. I encourage you to do the study and to take that into consideration, that once the traffic gets backed up, the other streets coming out of Plum Creek can't get out on Kohler's Crossing. So, let's see. Another item is that the traffic light on 2770 and Kohler's Crossing causes a lot of people to try to get around that traffic light. During school time, there's a lot of people that cut through Plum Creek and just to get around that signal. What is going to prevent them from doing the same thing to ours if we have a signal there? So I encourage you to support a roundabout. One thing I wanted to point out is I hope that you won't delay a project or I forgot what I wanted to say. Delay a project based upon budget, because it becomes more expensive down the road, much more.
Well, thank you. Up next, I have Jeff Rothman.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I appreciate your having me here tonight. I'm Jeff Kaufman, and although I'm not a resident of Kyle, I live in Buda, I feel like I'm a stakeholder because we do share the same water, we share the same air, we share the same stores where I shop and the same roads and congestion. And I give a lot of taxes to your stores here while I'm here. So I do want to say that we do coexist and we live all side by side. And as a result, I do want to comment on some of the items before you tonight. My in-laws live in Plum Creek, and I visit frequently. They live right at Sanders Street on Kohler's Crossing, so I do know that quite well. The traffic always gets backed up there anytime there's a lot of traffic. I'm concerned that the City of Kyle is backtracking on a couple of important items they previously agreed to, which would benefit the entire community, including not just Kyle, but our shared region. The first is the Kyle Animal Shelter that I think you've talked about, some folks have talked about already tonight. I'm glad to hear that there appears to be a commitment to the shelter. And the second is the road bonds projects and the street improvements. I'm concerned that the City Council is about to supersede requests for staff information that they themselves made regarding both the Kyle Vista property, where an animal shelter has been considered for development, and also a staff presentation regarding traffic safety. In my experience, there are many places where traffic circles are way better for traffic safety and flow than traffic lights at intersections, where accidents can happen at high speeds. In traffic circles, people are forced to go a lot slower and traffic flows evenly without having to stop. I think your staff support, and I think even a few weeks ago, your staff engineer suggested that to be the case. So by jumping the gun and sealing off the Kyle Vista property also for future use of anything other than parks is a hastily premature consideration, since staff are going to also bring you some options, I believe, with that. In addition, there was previously an agreement between Kyle, the City of Buda, and Hays County to share in the development and maintenance of an animal shelter. And it's my understanding that the City of Kyle has pulled out of that potential agreement. I'm glad to hear Commissioner Smith earlier talk about potential for continued working together. This could be a detriment otherwise to all three entities who could share in the cost and the services, Kyle, Buda, and Hays County. I respectfully request that you reconsider and get back into negotiations with Buda and the county for a shared use animal shelter, and also that you consider awaiting your staff report and following recommendations to develop traffic easement, including roundabouts, at these critical intersections. Thank you for your time.
All right, up next, I have Lauren Foy.
Good evening. I'm Lauren Foy. I'm the Executive Director of Prevent a Litter of Central Texas. I know some of you would like to can the Eastside Parkland location for an animal shelter. I have a few thoughts about this decision, and I was just curious of why, after an extensive and expensive feasibility study, are you guys just finding out that this is not a location that can be used or wanted for a shelter? Is there a perceived problem that there is too much smell, too much noise? Because I can assure you we can debunk it and mediate that situation with proper design. Second, wasn't the shelter supposed to be more than just housing animals and part of the community? The animal community shelter is supposed to be inviting, accessible, especially for this particular part of Kyle to access resources. It's over 100 yards from the neighborhood, and it doesn't take up the majority of the parkland. Can you wait for the 21st to see the design presentation and then decide you don't want it there? But don't make the Kyle shelter the status quo. You have already spent over $1 million on design and feasibility studies. You've had town halls, public comments, and much more. Please don't forget that Kyle had a plan that was good for the citizens and animals, with a community vet clinic incorporated into the design and resources. If it's because of money, Kyle isn't supposed to have to pay the lion's share. We can have the ability to partner with other municipalities and community like Buda and San Marcos and help with the resources that if it's financial. Sorry, I kind of got away with myself. Kyle isn't to pay the lion's share. You're running out of time to decide where and what you want to do with your animals. And this matters because your choices right now will be for decades. So do it correctly now and not just put a shelter in a warehouse district to warehouse animals. They deserve better, and we all do. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Up next, I have Betty Conley, and Ruth Green will be yielding her 3 minutes as well. Thank you.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. On yielding the minutes, we have some seniors that have disability, post-traumatic stress. I can name a few that are afraid to stand up here and talk. So they're yielding 3 minutes to me to talk for them, and I think they're allowed to have a voice, period. Okay, it is important to remember, Ms. Zapata, that you don't stand alone. There's all kinds of people being judged, not accepted. We have the mental health, we have the disabled, we have pride. I can name a bunch of them. In fact, we have 116. 116. Who gets the first choice to have their own market day? And if we did market day at the cost that you say on your TikTok at $6,100, which is not really the cost because you have to count the employees, all the work that is done, all the cleaning up, setting up, stage, music, vendors, whatever, just your $6,100 will cost the city $707,000 or more. I don't think that it should lay on the taxpayers to have to do themed market days when they can be done, if you want it and have the heart, like we have done. CAS has taken over Juneteenth. We've done it 2 years without coming to City Council, except for their help in advertising and maybe as speakers. We have 75 to 100 people that attend that event. It's a very successful event, and it continues on. If you want a themed Pride Day or whatever day you want, do it, create it, have it come from your heart. Don't just give it to people that might not even care to do the work. You do it and show them, this is me. This comes from my heart, and I'm fighting for these people. There are people out there, businesses, there are vendors, there are all kinds of people who will jump on the wagon if you just give them a call. Because that's what we do. We get Philomena, we get AMVETS, we get all kinds of people to help bring the cake, do the food, whatever, and it is a successful event. Therefore, I feel that we do not need to theme market days. Like I said, there's 116 of these. Who has the right to say, I'm having the market day, but the city can't pay for the rest? We have autistic people that aren't accepted and made fun of in school and bullied. We have disabled people not accepted, they're made fun of and bullied. We have mental health not accepted, made fun and made and bullied. Be the strength for them. Show them you really care and do it for them. That's all I have to say about market days. As far as Vista Park, I'd like you to move that agenda item up, agenda item 18. Obviously, there's a lot of people here that are really concerned about that, where it's going to go, and would like to listen to it. And again, I don't think it needs to be excessive. You don't need to have 30 people yield their minutes. There could be maybe, if you say one other person, but don't cut the voice of the people that are disabled that can't come up here and talk. I fight for the disabled and I fight for the seniors. And I've been doing it for 46 years. So we all need to stand up, and if there's something we want to speak for, we'll help you. When we had Market Day in June for Pride Day, now my daughter always themes CAS. When there's something going on Market Day, she does a little museum inside of CAS. You've all been there. You've seen the poster boards and the stuff. She had one for Pride Day for 1969, how it all started, and you never even walked in to see it. Pride Day was so important to you, and you never came in. That's sad. And to make the city and taxpayers pay the money for your want when you can do it just like we do it and everybody else does it, I think that we need to just stay with family days. The market day definition in the definition book, dictionary says, it's a day of a week when there's a regular event where people meet in order to buy and sell things, especially outdoors and in a special building, and usually on a Saturday. And that's what it should remain, a family day. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
We're allowed to make a statement of fact, correct?
Yeah, as long as it's a statement of fact.
Okay, statement of fact. We had a council meeting that Saturday, so that is the reason why I wasn't able to attend. Statement of fact, Jesse Elizondo also clarified that with direct staff costs, indirect staff costs, whether a market day is themed or not themed, it is $6,140.50 to put on.
Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, we're gonna stop. Thank you. Yes, we're good. All right, up next I have Matthew Marshall.
Good evening, thank you. In regards to agenda number 18, back in 2021, I live in Sunset Hills area, and back in 2020, we were told it was going to be a park. I would like to see a vote yes on it. I understand the need for an animal care facility. Last dog was literally out roaming in our neighborhood. She's ours now. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I have Stephanie McDonald.
And Cynthia Bolding has yielded her 3 minutes to me.
All right, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Flores Kale and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you tonight. I'd ask for you to move item 18 to the top of the discussion. I'd like to read a portion of something that was sent to me pertaining to our current budget shortfall. The issue is not that the City of Kyle is going broke. The issue is a general fund which pays for core city services experienced a significant revenue shortfall while expenditures continued without timely corrective action in FY25. It's misleading to minimize the general fund deficit by comparing it to the entire $604 million all funds budget. Many of that includes capital projects, bond-funded projects, utility funds, restricted or assigned dollars that cannot simply be used to cover general fund operations. Not all money shown in city financials is liquid, flexible, or available to solve an operating deficit. There was weak forecasting in a couple of departments, which was a major reason revenues fell short. That forecasting did not originate with the finance department. Without the unbudgeted revenue we received, we would have been over $7 million short last fiscal year, primarily due to those inflated revenue projections. Meanwhile, the finance director was publishing reports weekly and meeting monthly with the city manager regarding the city's financial condition. The responsibility to relay that financial condition to council rested with the city manager, who is now the former city manager. Council cannot make timely budget corrections if information is not clearly and directly brought forward. By the time council was expressly notified in April, the problem had already been compounded, of course, across multiple fiscal years. Kyle drew down funds in FY24. Kyle drew down funds again in FY25. We ended FY25 below the reserve threshold, carried a deficit into FY26, and without corrective action, we're projected to use millions more from reserves. That is not normal budget management. The charter also is important. Kyle's city charter states the reserve fund may be expended only for an emergency, and if used, must be restored as soon as possible. A revenue forecast that proves overly optimistic is not an emergency that justifies using reserves while continuing normal spending without bringing corrective options to council. Once projections showed revenues were going to come in short for the year, the former city manager should have brought spending reductions, budget amendments, or a corrective plan to council. Continuing to spend at the same level while relying on reserves was not responsible financial management, which, by the way, there were 2 meetings planned for before he left, which he canceled conveniently. This matters for bond ratings. It just matters structural balances, reserves, liquidity, debt burden, financial controls, and management practices. A city using reserves to cover recurring operating costs while also planning additional borrowing can absolutely create rating pressure. So no, this is not about panic. It's about accountability, transparency, making sure Kyle restores its reserves, corrects the structural imbalance, and gives council residents the full financial picture going forward. The full correction is the $14.2 million. That's the total amount take to put the city back where the adopted budget expected us to be. So if you're traveling to a destination 4 miles away, but instead you go 10 miles past, the way to get back to where you were is to drive 14 miles back to the starting point. The balance we maintain above reserve levels is invested. So we lost considerable revenue on those investments between last year and this year because of the drawdown. Our interim city manager explained that defeasance of debt or early pay down does not necessarily provide a tangible or immediate benefit to taxpayers. Unless the debt is paid off, we still have the regularly scheduled debt payment, which makes up the interest and sinking portion of the tax rate. That's not saying that paying down debt is always bad, but it can be. Defeasing debt last year required us to raise our tax rate for residents 27% to the max approved under the 2022 road bond. So we jacked up property taxes, lost revenue from investment income, and still have to cut city services because of those financial policies which were recommended by Brian Langley and approved by the council. Another issue is that the reserves usually would be earning interest. So by dipping into the reserves due to poor planning, we lost the interest income. Councilmember Laura Lee Harris continues to leave this out when she claims that she and the rest of the former council saved the taxpayers money by paying down debt early. It is irresponsible to pay down debt early if by doing so you don't have the money to pay other obligations. Paying down our debt early affected our tax rate. Our interim city manager is trying to budget the balance, which involves eliminating redundant positions, cutting other items so the budget shortfall is corrected as soon as possible. So all of this that's going on, cutting events, eliminating positions, we overspent. We went into reserves. We are in trouble. Now, there's going to be some pain involved in correcting that. Also, amending rules of council, I see that the mayor has authority over the council. So when you create these rules of council, please don't diminish the mayor's role through the rules of council. That was item number 16. Item number 18, the Kyle Vista property. Thanks for looking into the deed history of this property. I ask that you vote to utilize this property as parkland as intended. Also, please don't allow the animal shelter on this particular property, as the deed expressly prohibits animals from this property, and allow the county to handle the dog shelter. We are already paying for it through our county taxes. And I think that's it. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Your time.
All right, thank you. I have no more forms. Would anybody like to come up and speak? Ms. Cynthia Bentley?
Good evening, Mayor and our council. My name is Cynthia Bentley. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the nonprofit Unforgettable Families and Friends. We have been a nonprofit serving our citizens here in Kyle for the past 10 years. We have various opportunities to help our citizens, such as school supplies, tennis shoes, Christmas toys, tennis shoes, coats, you name it. If we get a phone call and someone say, I don't have any food, we go into action and make sure they get food or anything else that we need. But right now, we are in our school supplies mood. Yesterday, we started putting out our boxes to collect school supplies. We put out 12 boxes in Kyle, and we have about 3 boxes in Buda. The school supplies that we collect service our children in Hayes County and our little surrounding areas, because sometimes we do get requests from outside of our area. And on August the 1st, we're going to have Stuff the Bus. Our partner in that is the Philomena, New Sigma sorority, Kyle Area Senior Zone. We will be at Walmart on August the 1st from 9 a.m. until about 1 collecting school supplies. We're going to stuff that Philomena bus with school supplies just as we did last year. The last Saturday in July, we will be partnered with Hayes Care Shoes of Hope. We have about 800 children on our list to receive brand new tennis shoes to go back to school. On August the 2nd, we will be at Wallace Middle School giving out school supplies, tennis shoes, and also t-shirts, haircuts. We have about 80 barbers that's giving up their time. August the 2nd is a Sunday because that's convenient for our barbers. We are going to have haircuts, manicures, and we're going to even curl the little girls' hairs. And so it's going to be really, really great. In order for us to do this, we have to have funding. Hump Day Happy Hour with Allison and Hayes. Oh, I don't have my glasses on. I guess we don't. With Hayes Home Team, it's a realtor here in Kyle. They are sponsoring the Hump Day at Willie's with Capelli's Barber and Salon. Everything that you order on that particular day, a portion will go to Unforgettable Families and Friends for school supplies. And from 5 until about 7, you come, we have a nice gathering of businesses. So if you have a business and you want to network, that's a very good network opportunity. So I'm asking anybody who knows of a business that would like to have a school supply box, because last year we gave out 600 children school supplies, and this year we can see that we will have more. So my name is Cynthia Bentley, president of Unforgettable Families and Friends, a 501c3 nonprofit servicing our families in Hayes County.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right, I have no more forms. Come on up. If you could do me a favor and state your name, please.
Good evening. My name is Eddie Clark, and I live at Sunset Hills. So good evening, Mayor and council members. I want to first off by saying I appreciate Robert Hunter for standing up for the neighbors of Sunset Hills and his family yielding their personal minutes for him to continue to echo the sentiments and voice of members of Sunset Hills. And with that also being said, if there's any time where the minutes that have been yielded to him become of an issue, he can have mine. And if that's not good enough, then I'll read what he wants me to echo because he does it very well, if anyone has an issue with that. So I also, by saying this, I want to start off by saying yes to item number 18, the Park and Recreational Services. As I understood when I also purchased the property and built it from the ground up, as others have, that's what was told to us, that's what was understood. So I have some concerns, because I think about a month ago we had this same meeting, and there was a probation center, and we kind of went through that whole process and got back on track. And it seems like there's a consistency of being on track and getting off track, which I don't quite understand, especially for some of those who don't live in Kyle. I don't understand that. But anyway, I'm here tonight to ask to your support this agenda item and take the necessary steps to permanently reaffirm Kyle Vista Park as land dedicated exclusively to park and recreational purposes. When families choose to live in this neighborhood, they do so with the understanding that this park exists to provide open green space, recreation, and safe place for children, families, and neighbors to gather. It is part of what makes sense for the community special. As our city continues to grow, parks become even more valuable, not less. Once parkland is developed for other purposes, it is extremely difficult, if not impossible, to replace. Future generations deserve the same opportunity to enjoy the space that residents have today. This isn't about preventing progress. It's about honoring the original purpose of this land and respecting the expectations of the residents who invested in this community. I respectfully ask the council to repeal resolution number 1909, reaffirm the Parks Chapter 26 designation, and ensure that Kyle Vista Park remains dedicated exclusively for park and recreational use. Please protect the park and our children. We have a middle school there and an elementary school there, and I know these kids will enjoy this opportunity. Thank you for your consideration.
All right, thank you very much. I have Mike McDonald. I can see him.
I wasn't going to speak today, but I wrote some things down when I got here. Regarding the roundabouts and the traffic signal intersections, I have over 24 years experience designing traffic signal intersections, both for the city of Austin and for TxDOT. I have personally designed over 200 signalized intersections, with 4 of those in Kyle. Traffic signalized intersections cost between $300,000 and $600,000 depending on its size and where its location. Traffic signals can be enhanced using overlaps, radar, cameras, changing the timing, diamond intersections and divergent diamonds as well to allow for greater traffic flow. There are traffic signals on frontage roads, U.S. highways, state highways, county roads, urban streets, and rural roads designed to handle different amounts of traffic per day. Traffic signals work everywhere. The city of Kyle maintains approximately 20 signalized intersections with no fatalities in the past few years. I'm not trying to make any making light of any fatalities that have happened in the past, but for having over 20 signalized intersections and having very few fatalities, I think that's that's worth the traffic signal intersection. Everybody uses traffic signal intersections. They've been around for over 80 years. Like I said, I just wrote a bunch of stuff down. So roundabouts are an alternative way to move traffic. each one costing between $2 and $7 million each. You could build between 3 and 12 signalized intersections for the price of one roundabout. Roundabouts are designed for low and intermediate amounts of traffic flow. Signalized intersections can handle low to high traffic flow. There is a point where roundabouts are no longer productive. They have a saturation point. Upstream and downstream traffic affects the efficiency of a roundabouts. If you have a signalized intersections on one end and it starts backing up, it's going to back into the roundabout and it won't work as it's supposed to be. When the roundabouts reaches a saturation point, it's no longer feasible, and it will have to be removed, and a traffic signal will have to be installed. How much will it cost to remove a roundabout? Why have it installed when it will have to be removed years later? Also, bring Agenda 19 forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I don't have any more forms. Is there anybody else that would like to come up and speak before we close citizens' comments? All right, seeing none, we are going to close citizens' comments, and we're going to go to the agenda order. I know we're going to have to pull agenda item 9 to have a discussion, and that's going to go under consider and possible action. And then I heard agenda items 18 and 19 to be pulled up. Is there any other ones that people would like to pull up? All right, 18 and 19 will go right after consent. All right, so next we have consent agenda. Is there anything that anybody would like to pull from the consent?
If not, I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion to approve consent agenda items number 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And we're going to hold on 9.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by Councilmember McKinney to approve agenda items 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, up next, we have, we're going to pull up agenda items 18 and 19. So 18 is discussion and possible action directing the interim city manager and the city attorney to bring back a resolution to repeal resolution number 1909 adopted on September 16th, 2025 regarding the Chapter 26 determination for Kyle Vista property, as well as an ordinance and all other documents and actions necessary to reaffirm and rededicate all city-owned tracts comprising Kyle Vista Park as official parkland dedicated exclusively for park and recreational purposes. This is co-sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem, myself, and Councilmember Goza. Since this is in Mayor Pro Tem's district, I am going to let him lead the conversation.
Okay, thank you very much. This has been a long conversation going on for several years now. And I'd like to also thank all the residents from Sunset Hills for responding to a lot of the emails of the project that was going around in that area, including what Hays County was looking at doing as well. But to start off, again, this is a discussion and action to bring a resolution to the of 1909. I wanted to give a history, if I could get our storyteller, somebody who's been here for many years, to give us a rundown of Kyle Vista and its beginnings. If you don't mind, if I could send that to our interim city manager, Pervez Mohit.
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for that additional new title. So I'm going to take you back to 2010, the year 2010. I joined the city in October of 2010. Then during the month of November, I made it a point to meet with every single department head that we had in the city. I was new to the city organization. I wanted to get to know them and also learn about their department operations. One of the department heads that I met in November for the very first time was our Parks and Recreation Director, Carrie Urbanowicz. A gentle soul, was dedicated to the community of Kyle, a longtime resident of Kyle. So as I look back, I remember meeting him for the first time in the Falcone room right behind us. I asked him about his department, about himself, about his department's mission. So after all that discussion, I asked him very specifically, as the city's new finance director, how can I help you further your department's mission? And I was expecting something like, I need more space, I need leased vehicles, I need crews, I need lawnmowers, stuff like that. So the very first thing he asked me, and you could tell his eyes lit up, his body language changed, and you could tell he was relaxed at that point, and he asked me, as the city's finance director, if you can do one thing for the Parks and Recreation Department, my department employees, the people my department serves, and my children will be forever grateful. And I was thinking to myself, how many kids does this man have? Because he talks about his children. So I asked him to explain what exactly he meant by that. He goes, Professor, let me tell you something that I've been trying to do something here in Kyle for the longest time. And he joined the city at that time. I believe he joined the city in 2004. And we were talking in 2010. He goes, there's one thing you can do for me and for my children and for my department, which is find the money that I can build a recreation center on Kyle Vista Park land that I've been hanging on for the longest time. And as most of you may know, Carrie passed away earlier this year. His dream never came through, but he was super protective of that property. He made it very clear to all of us, and including me that day, that that property was a dedicated parkland. And a few years later, just to kind of give you another example how much he was protective of that property, our public works director needed to run I think it was a water line or a wastewater line, through the edge of that property. Harper Wilder was our public works director at the time. And both of those men got along just fine. But when it came to Kyle Vista Park, nobody was going to touch his property and run a line. He made the public works director go jump through hoops to get through the Chapter 26 process. And it wasn't even the middle of the property. It was a sliver, a corner of the edge of that property. He protected that property that much. I wish in those days we had the money to help pay for that recreation center. He had a plan, a concept plan. He even said at one point he had design, 60% design or 40% design. Not too many of those old-timers are left here in this organization, just a handful of us, including the city engineer. So I don't know to what extent Leon remembers those discussions. But he had a plan, and he wanted his children. He finally explained to me when he saw that funny look on my face when I was trying to figure out how many kids he had. By children, he meant the children of Kyle. It didn't matter east, west, north, south. He wanted a place for those kids to come play basketball, He wanted them to come play whatever game they wanted to, off the streets, take them off the streets, keep them busy during summer, during off school, during holidays. And if I had a magic wand, I would have given him the money he wanted, and I would have named that facility after him. But he was super protective. I'm sure he's watching from above and listening to this conversation today. But it left absolutely no question in my mind that that property was not dedicated parkland, whether it was recorded or not. But everybody in the city government knew that property, staff-wise, that property was dedicated for public park. So that's what I recall, Mayor Pro Tem. I don't know if I answered your question.
You did, and I can add to it. When my family moved back to Kyle, because we lived here for many years, and I moved away, went to school, started a family, we moved back to Kyle in 2004. We moved, we looked at Plum Creek, said no. My wife's like, I cannot have those houses right next to each other. I'm sorry, those fences are way too close. So we looked on the other side, east side. She actually joined the Parks Board back in 2005. So she very faintly remembers a lot of those conversations when they had that field on top of the hill that would someday overlook this small little town. Because back then we were like 30,000, maybe 25,000 people back then. Now we're at 66. That was where they were going to put the actual rec center. They wanted to put something there with the east side swimming pool because they were having talks of having one down at Greg Clark Park. And there's Mario over there shaking his head. Remember that? There was going to be a pool over there, a trail system. And at the same time, that was going to be a new location, or the location was dedicated for a new middle school called Armando Chapa Middle School. And for his vision, it was like it fits perfect right in that area. You're going to have this up-and-coming neighborhood called Sunset Hills that was just barely breaking ground. You had Kensington Trails, which is one of the older established neighborhoods. And so it was there, and I was trying to, again, remember some of the conversations that we had about the parks when my wife Teresa was on it, and that location was there. So what people need to understand, I know we are growing as a city, and I know we are looking at, there's going to be other facilities that we're going to need to purchase and so forth, but this to us, for a lot of us here in our city, and I think when we talk about preserving history, like Dr. Harris does so well, it's preserving our parklands. And this is why when we were, when the county did come to us about this, I was in a way understanding what their mission was about bringing an East Side campus. And of course, we were on the clock about an animal shelter. But at the same time, when I started hearing more from the residents and started digging deeper and deeper, I started saying, we need to really look at this again. And I think what really solidified it is when I was going through some issues, medical issues, and I'll address that soon. And Mayor Flores Kale was kind enough to drop me off some food or some sweets or something like that. And I said, you got 10 minutes? I said, yeah. He goes, let's go to the park over there and just go look. And there we went, and we saw the residents that were there. And we happened to visit with them just to let them know, hey, this is something that's being proposed by the county. This is proposed by us. And they were saying, we're confused about this because this was originally dedicated parkland for us. We've given some of our easements rights away and so forth. And to make a longer story shorter, we met with the residents there, and they were telling us about the vision of a park in the area, and we were still trying to gather the information. And what was something like out of a script in the movie, you couldn't have written a better script. And Yvonne remembers this. When we were talking with this older lady, she was speaking Spanish to me and tell me that there was a gentleman here that promised us or said this was going to be a park for los niños and los niñas. It's a park, and we're trying to figure out who she was referring to. And she had a small little purse. She opened it up, and she pulled out a card, a very old card, and it had Carrie's name on it. She said, "Ese señor, this man right here, I have been waiting for him to come and build us a playground for our kids. Now our kids are grown and we have grandkids and we are still waiting. But we know one day, as the older I get, it's going to happen, Mr. Señor Travies. It's going to happen one day." And that right there was, this is why we've got to continue to preserve our green space in our park. And listening to our residents enforce, saying this is what we were promised, we have to really honor that. And that's why Mayor Flores Kale and Courtney Goza are helping with this. And so I'll then turn it over to them.
All right, thank you. So Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, Councilmember Goza, and I brought this item forward because circumstances have changed. The recent notice from Hays County terminating the memorandum of understanding regarding the proposed East Side campus at Kyle Vista Park presents an opportunity for the city to revisit actions taken in support of that project. The county has formally discontinued its pursuit of the Kyle Vista location for the administrative campus, with the MOU scheduled to terminate effective September 23rd, 2026. And for that reason, we believe it is appropriate to begin the process of rescinding the Chapter 26 resolution, which was adopted on September 2025, and restoring the full dedication of Kyle Vista Park as official parkland. Our intent is not to bypass discussion, but to ensure that the council is positioned to consider the necessary ordinance at the next regular meeting, when staff is already scheduled to provide a comprehensive presentation on the history of Kyle Vista Park, including its acquisition, prior council actions, and legal history. So the reason why we put it on this agenda is so we can, for any time that we need to approve an ordinance, it has to be placed on the next agenda. So we're just timing it with the presentation. There's also been some misinformation suggesting this item is an effort to prevent the construction of an animal shelter. That is simply not the case. All three of us that sponsored this item support the development of a modern animal shelter for our community. Our concern has never been whether Kyle should build an animal shelter. It absolutely should. Our concern is whether Kyle Vista Park is the appropriate location. Among the issues that deserve careful consideration are the existing deed restrictions affecting portions of the property, including restrictions related to certain classes of animals, as well as a long-term preservation of dedicated parkland. The purpose of bringing this item forward now is to acknowledge the changed circumstances resulting from the county's withdrawal, preserve the council's ability to act, and to ensure that any future discussion regarding Kyle Vista Park occurs after council and the public have received a complete historical and legal presentation from staff. We believe residents deserve a thoughtful, transparent process based on facts before permanent decisions are made about one of Kyle's most significant public parks. And with that, I'll turn it over to Councilmember Goza.
Thank you, Mayor. My comments on this are relatively short. I want to go more into some information about the restrictions that are on there. There is a commercial restriction. There is also a restriction against animals kept in such numbers that they may be shown to be a nuisance. It is a huge concern that if we proceeded to build on this, saying, oh, well, it's a municipal building, oh, you know, we don't need to worry about those deed restrictions, that the citizens, the residents who are out there could definitely sue to enforce those deed restrictions. And then if we've already built out there, we have wasted tons of money. So that is part of what this concern is, in addition to the will of the residents that are out there who deeded us some portions of land in order to compile that entire park space, in addition to the promises made by the city. So it's my concern that the city adhere to its promises to its citizens and look for a different location for this item.
And if I just might add, if you don't mind. I know I was going to bring this up in August because I believe we're going to be having the animal shelter conversation then. But I'd like to read to you guys an email that I wrote, actually it's the day after your election. Sunday, December 15th at 1:47 p.m. Because I think we just barely got notice that the animal shelter is basically saying we can't take anybody anymore, including Buda. Sunday, December 15, 2024. This is almost 2.5 years ago. This went to Brian Langley, and I CC Travis Mitchell, Jeff Barnett, because he's with Code Enforcement and also with the Animal Division, Jesse. And I said, possible location for an animal shelter was the subject. Good afternoon, Brian and Jesse. I'm trying to get ahead of the game as we are on the clock. As we begin discussion of possibilities of land sites for the animal shelter, here's an area that I've been on the radar for several years as a mixed use. It's in District 6 off Beebe Road, but it's not the Vista Park, by the way. It's on the other side. Brainstorming. I drove out to this location just like I drove out to look for the seniors building. I drove out to this location, my thinking this site could be a potential 2 entrance with 2 exit points, and I believe it's 10 acres, L-shaped off 2 major roads, north and south of Daisy and east of Beebe. And I think, well, I can remember when we were talking about some apartments that may be going there. Remember that? Okay, that location, not Vista Park. The yellow is the land boundaries, and red could be the entrance and exits. I believe this land development has been in standstill for some time now. Follow up with Will and Victoria. Something to consider as we look around for sites, accessibility, and infrastructure. I would like to bring this as a possible discussion for an agenda item if this area is available. I CC Travis and the chief as well for any feedback. Thanks, Michael. So I don't want anybody out there to say Michael Tobias has been against an animal shelter this whole time. For 2.5 years, I've been discussing this. And when we finally had that discussion, it was during the workshop. But right after that, before we even went past further, I believe we started talking about a tree and so forth and other things. And it kind of got sidetracked. So this goes back 2.5 years ago about me, myself, taking the responsibility, finding solutions as a council member about an animal shelter because I see the need for it. So I don't want anybody to ever criticize me or condone me that I haven't done my part. Because I started 2.5 years ago. And I know I say it sounds a little cynical saying, again, there was another email that I sent out not too long ago as well. And it happened to be very updated. Actually, just this past week. It's been over 6 months now since the council agreed to partner with the MOU with the city of Buda and Hays County on a future animal shelter. I'm asking straight up, where's the city's current position, including any accurate funding on this agreement? Because it's going to cost us money. It's going to cost us money, no matter what it is, whether we partner with whoever. I specifically asked, last conversations were held between Buda and the Commissioner's Court. Have you talked to Buda yet? Okay. Who are the names and the times and locations when the conversations were held? Any new alternative or second possible locations considered? And number 4, the timeline, if any, on moving forward from a city standpoint. And I put in there, overall, where are we in real time with this project? I can bring as an agenda item for discussion again, referencing this project for the next meeting if needed. But I think we got direction just this week that these items are going to be brought forth, I believe, in August. Correct, sir?
It'll be July 30th.
July 30th. So we're going to finally have discussions on that. So I need people to understand that Courtney Goza, myself, Medina, and Yvonne, and everybody here needs to understand, we understand there is a crisis at that San Marcos Animal Shelter. We understand there is a need for an animal shelter. How we team up with the county or Buda, have we had those conversations yet at all? And if we didn't, we didn't. And if they say we're no longer dealing with you guys anymore, then so be it. Then we need to take the torch and carry it from there. But I need for people to understand when it comes to this specific project, we are not slowing down. But what we're doing now is, again, going back to the original conversation of getting a resolution adopted for this Kyle Vista property.
All right, discussion? Councilmember McKinney?
Are we off script now?
Yep.
All right. I'm not fundamentally opposed to dedicating it strictly for park use, but with a presentation coming at the end of this month, I'm not comfortable making a decision on anything before a presentation's been made.
Yeah, so the ordinance is going to come back. We're not approving this right now, so it's going to come back to us, and then we're going to vote for it. This is for staff to bring it back.
So what are we doing today?
Today, we're just asking the interim city manager and the attorney to bring back a resolution that repeals the previous resolution, but technically, a Chapter 26 should be an ordinance, so they're going to also bring back the ordinance to say this is dedicated parkland.
Yeah, without that presentation on the 30th, I don't know that that is the absolute best process or not. I mean, but I feel like we're putting the cart before the horse.
Well, we're not voting to do it. We're voting to have them bring it back, so then we can make a vote.
Okay, I just don't know why we're not having them bring it back after we hear the presentation.
Because then we'd have to wait till the next meeting to bring that ordinance back. So if we could we would have the presentation before this, and if we looked at the
I guess I'm
presentation.
not understanding the need for the rush. I mean, we're not planning on anything in particular right now on that space.
Except for the animal shelter, which I think everybody knows there's kind of a rush on that.
Well, that's kind of been put on pause because of the MOU.
No, I don't think the animal shelter was put on pause, only the county campus. So we have an ILA we don't have an MOU, we have an ILA. So we're saying, yes, we are in agreement, we're going to do that. That's not being discussed. We're not saying no animal shelter. What we're saying, I think people are convoluting the two issues. So the dedicated parkland is one, and then another, as Commissioner Walt Smith said, we have an ILA, it doesn't say where it has to be.
I think before we hamstring future councils, we should have a conversation about where that will be.
Okay, any other discussion? Councilmember Zapata?
I agree with the sentiments of Councilmember McKinney in that we have this that we're discussing right now, and there seems to be a lot of confusion as to the size of the tracks because Kyle Vista Park is comprised of 3 different tracks. And if you are looking at the maps for the proposed location of the current animal shelter, it sits on the smallest piece of tract within those 3 tracts of land. So you have 2 tracts that compose the remaining 85% of that land that are completely open. It has always been of my belief, why couldn't we build an animal shelter and a recreational center on that same piece of land so that we can also integrate services between those two and have a sort of rehabilitation for young kids being able to partner with the animal shelter and whatnot, and have it be a more well-balanced, community-focused area. So there seems to be a lot of confusion as to the size of this and the location of this, because in addition to that, I went out there, and from the closest property, the closest back of someone's yard, it is 0.6 miles away from where the animal shelter is proposed. And it's across a piece of land on another side of a street. And I've looked up and done my research as to whether or not, like, what would constitute a nuisance, because I do take this seriously, whether that be smell, sight, sound. I was considering all of that. And there has been thorough evidence put out consistently nationally and used across the state, as well as there have been other facilities built in neighborhoods, actually quite literally, Bernie, Texas is an example. And there are ways in which you design these facilities so that way they're insular, and so you can't really hear or smell or see a lot of the issues that would therefore consider it a nuisance. So for example, we just had a train pass outside during the middle of public comment. It did not blare a horn. That train actually puts off more sound than an animal shelter does, and we could hear everything happening clearly in here and barely heard the train passing outside. So there are ways for us to be able to approach the building of this animal center in a way that satisfies the needs of residents. And like I said, I think that it is also within our ability, because the East Campus is no longer going there, and that was going on the largest tract of land, we can make a recreational center there. And I would like to have integrative services so that way kids have the ability to rehabilitate with animals and go out and walk them together. I can see that being a beautiful partnership. You bring Hasty ISD in, that would be something great for us to have. However, pushing this item so that way it is occurring that we receive a report which was brought forth, which will consider the entire history of the property, all of the deed restrictions, being placed on certain tracts, because it is also my understanding that the deed restrictions don't apply maybe perhaps to the piece of tract that the city actually bought. But we don't know any of that until we actually receive this presentation on, I guess, July 30th now. So we're going to receive that presentation. Council will receive all of the facts as clear as day. Residents will receive all the facts clear as day. And then that exact same day, before we're allowed to actually further dive deeper and request follow-up information, we're going to be asked to make a decision on an ordinance that exact same day, not allowing anyone to properly vet and understand the different options that exist, the different restrictions that exist, what legally do we have to abide by and what we don't. So it is something that I want to make sure that we are responding and listening. And I do hear residents. I am listening. Trust me. I'm trying to figure out how we best balance this and how we answer the issues that are being brought forward. However, pushing and forcing the hands of council by bringing this agenda item up to make a decision the exact same time that we are barely, every single one of us, learning all the exact same foundational facts is a hasty decision. And I want to make sure that whatever it is that we do, because staff has already prepared this presentation, I want to make sure that whatever it is that we do, we allow not only council but residents enough time to be able to see the different options that we have put forth before us.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Councilmember Harris?
I agree that this particular action should be delayed. I would really like to see the deeds on the property. If they are differently deeded, I think we need to know that. I would hesitate to delay the animal shelter at any point. There was an effort to delay it even before the mayor was on the council, and we chose not to delay it. I'm glad that we have continued with the effort to assure the animal shelter. I'm not opposed if we find that the Vista property is not the best resource. We had a study done professionally that looked at several different properties, 5, and then narrowed it to 3, and this was deemed to be the best option for this particular for the property and for the animal shelter. So, you know, that was work that was studied. The traffic was studied. Where it was studied. I don't know if the deeds were studied because I had never heard this brought up before. And I would really like to study those deeds as well. So I would like to have this delayed, not vote on it this evening.
Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember Medina?
So could I get clarification on what exclusively for park and recreational purposes would be? Is that recreational outdoor, strictly recreational, or is that going to consist of something looking like an indoor recreational activity center, community type center for indoor recreation, or just no indoor buildings whatsoever?
You want to know what it's going to look like?
Yeah,
do you
like
mean?
when you're saying it's official parkland dedicated exclusively for park and recreational purposes, does that mean no buildings, period, just outdoor
Yeah, actually,
recreation?
there's, for those of us who have done the research, there are commercial limitations on it, so you cannot put a commercial building on there. But I don't know how that falls as far as recreational. Like, for some reason, if there's like a YMCA, I don't know how that would fall, because it would be technically Parks and Rec. But the commercial building for like the county campus, that was actually went against the deeds. And to address, no, you go ahead. I just want to make sure I answered your question.
Yeah, I just want to know, if we voted on this resolution in the future, that we're not having just a gigantic park and not the ability to build a recreation center indoors for our kids to come in and play, should we end up moving forward and not have animal services there.
We can let Amy answer
So
that.
if and when this council decides to approve an ordinance, the ordinance can include the potential uses. A recreation center is typically considered a Parks and Rec use. Under Chapter 26, it's considered a Parks and Rec use. It's a recreational use for the community, so it's typically considered a park use. But if council wants it to be outdoors, council needs to include that. If they want the rec center specifically allowed, they're welcome to include that as well.
Okay. And as a reminder, our cities did spend $1 million in like 2016 to develop a sportsplex plan in that area. And I've since asked where that sportsplex plan is, and nobody knows where it's at. So
Yeah,
it goes to show that there has been a long-term plan in this area to put a sports, or to put some kind of recreational over there. So Councilmember Harris.
Just one clarification. Governmental use and commercial use are not the same thing.
Well, there's no such thing as governmental zoning.
No, but governmental use and commercial use are not the same thing.
Yeah, but under zoning, you would have to zone it as commercial. There is no governmental, me and Councilmember Goza had this conversation, and there is no per se governmental zoning. So I don't know how they would go around it with commercial or not commercial.
So this is all included in our presentation that we're bringing forward. The deed restriction is a use restriction, not a zoning restriction. So it may be handled differently. We'll address that.
Right. And also, it's not just the deeds. There was a development agreement that specifically stated that some of that land was to be used. It was donated. I think all of it was donated. So I think Councilmember Zapata said something about the city purchased it. I think all of it was donated in one way or another.
No, that's actually not correct. There was at least one parcel that was purchased with city funds.
And do you know which one that one was?
It will be in the presentation. I can't remember which one it was. It was not the county building. The county building was the one that was donated under the DA, where the county building was going to go. The other two were acquired a different way, and one of them was purchased, and I can't remember which one's which.
Okay, I know one was given to us in lieu of park fees, and that's technically not in a deed. That's in a development agreement.
That's the county property. So there was a deed, there was a development agreement, the one that the county was going to use and is now not going to use. The other two were acquired differently, and as I said, there are council minutes and a council resolution to purchase one of them. That will be in the presentation that we're bringing
Okay, would I be correct in saying the area, the plot of land that's being used for the animal shelter is the plot of land that has the animal nuisance restriction on it?
They all have the same deed restrictions. Again, that will be in the presentation.
Okay. So anyways, again, for those of us who've done this extensive amount of research, resident Robert Hunter has done an excessive amount of research. If anybody has read his information that he provided to us, to me, it's very clear where we stand. I don't need a presentation, although I will appreciate it. I will ask, what if we decided, if we pass this today, we do not have to stick the ordinance on the next agenda, but we can put it on the one after that. And so that'll give us time to.
I would recommend doing that because the presentation is on 7:30 and not
Yep.
on 7:21. So we're going to at least want to have it at a council meeting after that presentation.
Okay, so we can do it in August.
So we have the next meeting in August on August 1st. So if this goes through, we have a presentation on Thursday, July 30th, and on Saturday, August 1st, or we have the special meeting August 4th, 6 p.m. Would the rest of council be comfortable with that?
So
It doesn't give a whole lot of time for discussion.
No, it gives more time. I mean, the plan was to put it on the next one, and you said you needed more, which is fine, but.
Which is the 30th
I'm just,
is
yeah,
when it's
you tell
coming.
us a date.
Well, we're going to get a presentation on the 30th, and you want to vote on the 4th. That is less than a week before.
How much
for-
time do
for
you
us
need?
to have conversations with the community.
Then you give us a date.
Well, I think the
I'm
issue is
sorry,
that.
he has the floor.
The 18th.
The 18th? I'm okay with that, August 18th?
We have a meeting that day, because I see August 13th.
I'd like to do it at a regular meeting.
Agreed, yeah.
August
Yeah, I was looking
18th
at
is the regular meeting, and then
regular
August
scheduled
4th and
meetings.
August 18th in August.
Okay.
So 18th? Okay, Councilmember Zapata?
I think the issue is that we may receive the presentation on July 30th, be presented with an option or information, because although you say it's clear as day, you were corrected here by our attorney, quite literally in real time in front of residents. So it's not as clear as day as you would like to think that it is. And I think that we owe it to ourselves to be able to listen to that presentation, not completely bind ourselves to an option that's being presented right now, because what if that presentation has different options that we all see, new information that maybe has not been put out there yet, and clarification that would then change whether or not we want to do this ordinance in particular. So you will be pigeonholing and making the decision already, regardless of what that presentation has. Because it would be competing items on the agenda. For example, if this were to get put on the August 4th or the next agenda that we have coming up for it, whatever it was that was decided, and we have that presentation on July 30th, and we determine, actually, we like one of the options that staff has brought forward. We find it workable. We find that residents deem it workable. We find that we can find a good compromise. It will be placed on the same agenda as this ordinance. So we will have two competing agenda items. It doesn't make sense to try and rush this to have this particular ordinance solidified until we hear and listen to that presentation that will be given, so that way we can then decide together what we want to do with the land moving forward.
Yeah, that's why we just talked about having it on August 18th.
That's
So-
why we're, yeah.
So,
you know,
yeah, so the meeting's July 30th. Councilmember McKinney just said he would be
But that
comfortable
doesn't
with
solve the
August
actual-
18th. Please, I have the floor. So that gives us 2 weeks, and we don't have to, if on July 30th, we decide we're going to do something different, we can bring it back and just deny it, or we can not even put it on the agenda. There's a variety of things we can do. If this is approved today, this doesn't mean we're going to have to do it. It just means they're going to bring it back at some point.
So in other words, Mayor, if I could just intervene, and then that way I'll be just done. So to make to compromise, as councils do, you have to be able to compromise on things. Councilmember McKinney, are you saying that we table this item, this complete item, until August the 18th?
I don't see why that would hurt anything.
How does the rest of the council feel on that? Because I'm willing to compromise here. I'm not willing to push this.
Well, if we
you-
wait until the 18th, then we have to wait till the next agenda to
Okay.
put it on there.
Okay.
So we're now looking at, is that September?
No, we're actually
August
looking at
18th
them
would
to
be the
bring that-
second one.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody bust out your calculators. You're
Because we
okay.
don't pass our budget till the end of September.
So right now it's August 18th. We will not have another meeting until September 1st.
Okay.
So if we table this until the 18th, with the same agenda item's going to be on the 18th, and then we won't be able to bring an ordinance until September 1st. And that is after July 30th, which is when they're going to do their presentation. So I think we vote today, one way or another. I don't care how it goes.
Okay.
And then when our motion, if we wanted to approve it, we could say to bring it back on August 18th, which is almost 20 days after August, or July 30th.
We could do that. We could do that to ask them to bring back the ordinance, and we have our discussion on the 30th. Gives everybody 2 to 3 weeks to dissect what we've discussed about on the animal shelter and who's the players, the funding, everything else that's going to come along with it. site locations, if there's to be any different site locations. And then on the 18th, by that time, we would have a decision, because you will also have another special council meeting to where you can discuss other items. And then on the 18th, we bring back the actual ordinance to decide if we're going to go with this, yes or no.
I think a month of discussion about a very permanent decision about public land is not unreasonable. I think that we're rushing things. I'm not entirely sure why. There is a whole lot of untangling that this is going to require, and I think everything needs to be considered before we make that decision. So I would like to see this come back on the 18th, and then we can make that permanent decision beginning of September. There's nothing that's going to happen between now and then, aside from we get more time to discuss with our residents and get more feedback.
Okay, didn't we just talk about this being like a 2-year project? And we just now have residents that are finding out about it? That to me is bothersome. I know we feel like we're being rushed. I feel like all this should have been said last year in September. Unfortunately, there was not people on here to question the validity of the Chapter 26, or to question the deeds, or to question the development agreements. We are not me and Councilmember Goza don't want to do this. This is not fun. We don't get any enjoyment out of saying, hey, we think this should be regular parkland, because it should have, in my opinion, it should have always been parkland. And yes, I did make a mistake. I did get one wrong, but guess that's okay. That's human, and we don't have to demoralize people when we make mistakes. With that said, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 18 and have staff bring back on August 18th the resolution to repeal Resolution 1909, adopted on September 16th, 2025, regarding the Chapter 26 determination for Kyle Vista property, as well as an ordinance and all other documents and actions necessary to reaffirm and rededicate all city-owned tracts comprising Kyle Vista Park as an official parkland dedicated exclusively for park and recreational purposes.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Tobias. Can I get a roll call vote, please?
Medina,
Yes.
McKinney,
No, I think we need more time to talk with our residents. No.
Zapata,
No.
Flores Kale,
Yes.
Goza,
Yes.
Tobias,
Yes, ma'am.
All right,
Harris.
motion passes
Harris.
sorry.
Harris.
Go ahead.
Harris.
No.
All right, motion passes 4-3. All right, up next, we have, and I apologize for that. Agenda item 19, direct staff to bring back an updated engineering analysis, traffic studies, and evaluation methodologies for proposed Kohler's Crossing roundabouts within TERS 2, as well as the 12 proposed intersections improvement projects funded through the 2022 Road Bond Program, to include but is not limited to updated intersection alternative analysis utilizing current traffic data, projected growth, and objective engineering criteria prior to final design approval, bid letting, or construction authorization. Such analysis should include enhanced signalized traffic intersections with modern phasing, overlapping phasing where warranted, optimized signal timing, radar detection, and camera-based detection. This is Council Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and my item. If I may, I'm just going to start real quick. So the purpose of this agenda item is simple. Before the city spends millions of taxpayer dollars, we should make sure we're making decisions based on today's condition, not assumptions that are now several years old. So in 2023, the city completed an engineering study that looked at improvements for the intersections at Sanders, Benner, and Cromwell Drive. At the time, engineers studied two options: installing traffic signals or building roundabouts. They recommended roundabouts, but also concluded that traffic signals would safely handle future traffic if the roundabouts were too expensive. I do want to note that I did read the The study, and I've sent it to several residents. I encourage anybody that's on council to go back and read that study that is actually from 2022. Since that study was completed, one important piece has changed. The city paused Cromwell after coordination with TxDOT because planned FM 1626 improvements could significantly impact the design and the effectiveness of a roundabout at Cromwell. Rather than spend money on a project that may need to be modified later, staff recommended waiting until TxDOT's corridor plans are clearer. That changes the original plan. The study evaluated all three intersections together as part of one corridor. If one of those intersections is no longer moving forward as a roundabout, it makes sense to take another look at the remaining intersections before construction begins. The Sanders and Benner intersections are also located between two existing traffic signals, Jack C. Hayes Trail to the west and F to M 1626 to the east. Because vehicles move through all of these intersections together, it's important to evaluate how they function as one corridor instead of looking at each intersection by itself. The truth is, as traffic reaches a certain number, roundabouts will do more harm than good. The original study also deserves another look because it relied on traffic counts collected in 2022. Kyle has continued to grow since then. New homes, new businesses, and continued development have likely changed traffic patterns. Before moving forward with a project that will shape this corridor for decades, the city should collect updated traffic counts and verify that the original assumptions are still accurate. Cost is another reason to update this analysis. The 2023 study estimated that a traffic signal at Sanders would cost about $567,000, while a roundabout would cost $3.66 million. A traffic signal at Brenner would cost about $617,000, while a roundabout would cost $3.57 million. This is in the traffic report. Those estimates do not include all right-of-way costs and were prepared more than 3 years ago. Since then, construction costs, material prices, and utility costs have all increased. Before committing to a project that could cost $7 million, the city should have updated estimates that reflect today's market. The engineering report also found something many people do not realize. The proposed traffic signals were designed with room for future growth. Engineers tested what would happen if traffic increased beyond their projections and found that the signalized intersections still had additional capacity before reaching unacceptable levels of congestion. That tells us the signal option deserves another look using current traffic data. This agenda item is not intended to promote one type of intersection over another. Instead, it asks the city to answer an important question. If we were making this decision today, with today's traffic, today's cost, today's development, and TxDOT's decision on Cromwell, would we make the same recommendation? That is a fair question, and one that deserves an updated engineering analysis before final design and construction move forward. For these reasons, we are asking that staff update the engineering analysis for Sanders and Brenner intersections using current traffic counts, updated development information, current construction and right-of-way costs, and revised corridor conditions. The updated studies should objectively compare roundabouts and traffic signals so the City Council and the public can decide based on the best information available today. I will turn it over to Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
Thank you. That's pretty much, in a nutshell, what we're doing, is we're trying to basically get more updated information, especially in these areas. I hear both sides. The need for the roundabouts for the area, but I also see the issue whenever you have these roundabouts, how traffic can get backed up. Because I'm looking at this from 5 to 10 years from now. But then again, the road bond was passed, what, almost 4 or 5 years ago? We've been talking about this since 2001, about 6 years ago. So I'm pretty sure, you know already the population has grown, especially in that area. That's really what we're trying to look at, ladies and gentlemen, is to get a more updated engineering analysis, especially in these high traffic areas. Just when I went by Marketplace, and I know that there is the idea of a roundabout going right there, and I seen all those big trucks from Amazon just flying down there, okay? I'm thinking, okay, is that really gonna slow down these guys to 20 miles an hour to go around those big old those trucks riding those cars? Mm-hmm. Maybe it will. Maybe it will. But, you know, if somebody is not used to that area, what could it lead to? So that's all we're trying to do. I get it. Everybody is wanting these roundabouts. It's going to help with the traffic flow on that end. It's just basically directing staff just to take a look at it one more time. And when we get these things going, we are comfortable if we're going to go with the roundabouts or if there is something totally different on that end. That's how I'm looking at it.
Discussion? Councilmember Zapata?
All of the issues that were just brought up, we discussed at our June 13th council meeting in which we discussed these very two roundabouts. Mike Trimble, our Director of Transportation, clarified that TxDOT does not get involved on the roundabouts that are at Sanders and Benner because then they will inherit liability and whatnot. And yes, they moved forward and staff found the recommendation to not move forward with the Cromwell roundabout. So that was already something that we had taken into consideration. So there are reasons why TxDOT does not get involved any further than that alongside where they actually have plans drawn up at or areas in which they have current jurisdiction over. In addition to that, our own in-house engineer, Rivali, came up here and answered every single question and stated that based on the report and her knowledge and expertise, that she recommended these roundabouts as being the safest, best improvements, and for projected growth, not just current growth. I just find it so confusing as to why we're debating this now when, 2 hours ago in our TERS 2 meetings, this entire board voted unanimously, all of us sitting up here voted unanimously to continue actually funding the construction of these two roundabouts. And then in the consent agenda that was actually today, there was an agenda item on there also to continue funding and supporting the construction of these roundabouts. So it's just a little confusing as to how you could go from approving funds to continue building these roundabouts while simultaneously now bringing up an agenda item and saying that you don't want to do them when there has been nothing but report after report, study after study, showing that these roundabouts at these two intersections are the best options for us. And when it comes to the amount and costs, we're actually coming in under. The total projected project budget for all of the improvements within the TERS 2 area was originally $25 million. We're coming in at around $17 million or so because as staff explained in the TERS 2 meeting that happened right before this, as they continue to develop along these plans, they are actually able to adjust numbers and actually save us money on the construction of these roundabouts. And that brings me to the cost of a life. There is a movie that was put out in 2020 about the September 11th Victim Compensation Fund called Worth, starring Michael Keaton, Stanley Tucci. It's a beautiful film, but it has to do with the idea of what is the cost of a human life. That is the issue that we are discussing right now. If roundabouts are the safest nationally and are consistently recommended as being the things that will save lives because people run red lights, they run yellow lights, they run stop signs all the time, they forget that they're there. If this can save one life, we're coming in under budget and our staff is always finding ways to save us money, I think this is going to be the best option for us and for our residents and for our kids. For those that are concerned about the pedestrian crossings, at the June 13th meeting, it was also made clear to us from our own in-house engineer that the pedestrian crossings were going to have the beacons, the push buttons, lighting in order to make it safer. There was going to be larger medians in between, which are called refuge islands, I believe, in order to help make sure that students that use that area a lot can do so safely. As for the concerns with the larger 18-wheelers, once again, in the TERS 2 board meeting that happened just about 3 hours ago now, Mayor Pro Tem Tobias had the exact same question about whether or not 18-wheelers slowed down, and our staff experts said that yes, that the studies also included whether or not 18-wheelers and larger vehicles and fire trucks and whatnot would be able to move through the roundabout safely. So all of the issues that have been brought up tonight are the exact issues that were discussed on June 13th when all of us unanimously said, okay, sounds good, sounds like we got everything that we needed to hear. And so I am so confused as to why now we are all of a sudden refuting that when we just had this discussion on June 13th and those issues were solved and answered for, not only through the reports that were brought to us, but through our own in-house experts.
Okay, Ms. Medina, Councilmember Medina.
So I won't speak for the mayor, I won't speak for Mayor Pro Tem. Yes, we did vote to approve additional funding, but yes, considering reports were done 2-3 years ago, presentation was provided to us based on reports done 2 or 3 years ago by saying we would like to have updated engineering analysis, traffic studies, and so on. Doesn't say we don't want to move forward with the roundabouts. That just says we would like updated information considering population, traffic. Everything has changed in those 2 to 3 years that we want to know this is still the right process to follow. As mentioned before, there's been more than one roundabout that has been deemed right when it was brought up and then changed later that it was no longer the best and safe, most viable option for that area. So again, not speaking for them, but for myself, I would be in favor for having these analyses brought back to us so that we know this is still the right move to go forward with, the right options for our city, and the safest, because we do want safe. We do have schools in that area. We have kids that are piling into that PAC center for activities and for concerts, and we want to make sure all of our kids are safe coming out of these areas. So that's just my 2 cents.
Okay. Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, since we've already passed this a number of times, I don't really understand why it is being brought back as this item. The roundabouts have been widely studied. When they were engineered originally, they had a wide latitude of the amount of traffic that they would handle. And we had estimated what the traffic flow would be, how much vehicles would be there. Right now, the four-way stop is extremely dangerous. We do know that people run lights as well. They run with that four-way all the time. And this just delays what we already have in process. We have already bought the easements. The utilities are already being undergrounded. There is no reason to stop these roundabouts at this point. Our community needs them. They make a great deal of sense. They will save lives. They will save accident costs, because it's very rare to have an accident in a roundabout, and if it is, it's a very minor one. It will handle the traffic. We already know that. And it will be a safe crossing for the kids, which right now don't have a safe crossing, and I don't believe that the light will help that much. But I do think the roundabouts will. And all of our roundabouts have been designed with pedestrians in mind as well. So I'm not in favor of this. I think it is unnecessary, and we're duplicating efforts.
All right. Councilmember McKinney?
I think there are a handful of things that I can point out. One, that a 2 or 3 year old study is not exactly old as far as traffic studies go. If we're going to pause transportation infrastructure every 2 years for an updated study, you're going to end up with dirt roads, and that's all you're going to have. You'll never be able to finish a construction project. I think it's also important to point out why the Kohlers and Cromwell roundabout was removed. And it was because basically TxDOT does not know yet what it's going to do at the Kohlers and 1626 intersection. Although I can tell you from my time on the Campo board that there have been discussions of them putting a roundabout there. They haven't gotten far enough yet because they have not passed funding for a final design study. We missed that on this year's approval list by literally one item. Austin almost messed up and had one of theirs removed, and it was going to get bumped in, and I got real excited for about 5 minutes, and then they backed up. But there is a possibility that they put a roundabout there, and then it does become appropriate again at that time. If they put a lighted intersection there, or adjust the lighted intersection there, it still might be appropriate at that time. We just don't know yet. So there's a lot of information that's kind of been omitted in this discussion. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why people can have fact-based information consistently given to them and still refuse to accept those results. Every study about roundabouts says they are significantly safer, that they have significantly faster traffic mitigation, that they're more fuel efficient whenever you're driving. I can tell you, I cannot leave my house without hitting a roundabout. I live in Plum Creek. I can hit 4 of them with a rock, literally from my front yard. And I will tell you, when I have to come to a stop sign, it irritates me now. Once you get used to roundabouts, that fear goes away, and you understand how they operate, and you are excited to come to them. I promise you. Just, open up your hearts and minds a little bit sometimes. Whenever storms hit, roundabouts still work when the power goes out. Lighted intersections do not. And when it comes right down to it, would you be able to live with yourself if you put a lighted intersection at those intersections, somebody ran a red light, got T-boned, and killed because you didn't want to spend the money to put a safer option there? I would also like to point out that this is not paid for by general fund dollars. It's paid for by TERS 2, which is literally the people who live in that area who have been clamoring here all night about how great these things are and how much they want them. They're the ones paying for it. It's not the whole rest of the city.
All right, well, TERS 2 is a 50%, so it's not 100%. But, and
You're
with
right,
that.
the county's
I'm-
participating too. I forgot
yes,
to mention that.
I'm-
Thank you.
Did you get a chance to read the report? The 2023 report for 2022?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so can you tell me what it said regarding the difference in the safety between the lights and the roundabouts?
I mean, I didn't read it today.
Okay, so what I'm going to say is, what it says, it's the same, is the safety with the lights and the safety with the roundabout. It does say it, and if you'd like a copy, I will gladly give it to anybody who asks. It is the same. The roundabouts are now, in general, when people talk about roundabouts in general, that's one thing. I am the one who made the motion to approve the roundabout ordinance back in 2021, 2022. I'm not opposed to roundabouts. That's not my concern. My concern is putting a $3 million roundabout in an area that can't sustain that traffic long-term, and then we have to tear it out and put a stoplight in. Because long-term, a roundabout is not meant for high traffic. And so why would we spend $3.5 million? And again, I think the other one was like $3.2 million. Why are we willing to spend almost $8 million if in the long term we have to put a light? I think it would be safer to put a light, or to at least at minimum do the traffic survey, a report, something updated to figure out, does that sustain? And if I told everybody here the safety was exactly the same, would you still vote for a roundabout over a light? Is the question. And if you say yes,
I would
then
refute the statement, and then I would still say yes.
Okay, then for me, I look at the totality of it. Roundabouts are, if a
I'm sorry.
roundabout
If you're
is
in
going
favor of
into.
higher traffic fatalities,
I'm not done
spending
talking.
more time
I didn't
in
interrupt you.
traffic, and
Point of order, I'm talking.
You can't call a point
Okay,
of order.
you're right, out of order. You're talking. Thank you, I appreciate that constant reminder.
And spending more money on gas.
Out of order, please. All I'm saying is, safety seems to be the issue here. And if I'm telling you the safety is the same, I'm confused as to why we would spend more money. I drive this area 5 days a week, so I do understand the safety issue, 100%. And nobody's saying do nothing. That doesn't make any sense to me. What I'm saying is, I think we need good information. And the reason why this got brought back is because Rivali met with a resident, and they met, I don't know if Mike Trimble was there or not, but there was a meeting that was held between staff and the engineer of this city, or the guy that developed this area with TxDOT, and a discussion was had and new ideas were shared. And this isn't just because we're bored and we wanted to bring it back. There was a meeting between staff and residents. And it wasn't just any resident, it was the resident that developed the area and the stoplight and the intersections. So I don't understand the harm in just going back and saying, what does this look like? What do the new numbers look like? Is this going to sustain? I don't want to spend even TERS money. And I do need to address why I approved the TERS, because one, there was money that we already owed, and I felt like we had to pay that since the company's already invoiced us for it. And two, the other one was for water lines. I yield the floor.
So I guess to clarify.
You can raise your hand.
It was.
Councilmember Zapata.
Okay, since everyone else had to raise their hand too, love being picked on by the mayor, it's great. The thing that I would like to point out is, one, the TERS, yes, we did owe payment, but there was also an extra $200 and something thousand for future work as well. So it's not that we just owed money, it's that there was also the vote to continue paying them to continue doing other extra work. That was done, and all of us voted to do that. The other issue is that I would like you to actually name the part in the study then. Can you read me the study word for word exactly so we can all hear it?
What I can
where
do
it states
is,
this.
If you give me some time, I can definitely do that.
Because
you
our
could have
own
also read it.
experts, our own experts and engineers who have gone to school for this, who literally, this is all they do. This is their life, 24/7 with the city of Kyle, because we are always working on roads here, despite the lack of improvements, have consistently refuted that this is the best option long-term, consistently. So we are going against what experts are stating, and it does not make sense to me why we would do so. It's not my wheelhouse, so I listen to the people whose wheelhouse it is.
Go ahead, Councilmember, or Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
Okay, I'm going to redirect this and get us back on track.
Thank you.
This vote is here saying we are saying no to roundabouts. That's not what this vote's about. I need people to pay attention. This is not what this vote is about, saying no to roundabouts. Let's pay attention. It is to direct staff to bring back an updated engineering analysis, traffic studies, elevation to the proposed Kohler's Crossing roundabouts within TERS 2, as well as 12 proposed intersection improvement projects funded from the 2022 bond program, to include, not limited, updated into the intersection alternate analysis utilizing current traffic data, their projected growth, and objective engineering criteria to final design approval, bid letting and construction authorization, such as these analysis should be enhanced, signalized traffic intersections, modern phasing, overlaps, warranted or signal or radar detection, camera-based detection. That is what this agenda item's about. It's not saying we're shooting down roundabouts because we don't like them and they're not going to work. This vote is to direct staff, and all we need is a majority vote, yes or no.
Yeah, Councilmember Harris.
I contend that this vote is unnecessary. The 2 years traffic study done 2 years ago is still relatively accurate. The roundabouts are designed for enhanced traffic flow as the city grows. We would not design a roundabout that was not available for more traffic than what it is currently handling. This will delay the construction that we badly need and is already pending, or is already being done. It's on Culver's Crossing. As a matter of fact, in all of these, I believe, at least most of them, they've already purchased the land necessary for it. This is just a delaying tactic. I don't understand why we'd want to do that. We need to keep moving with these projects as they are. They've been well studied. We have engineers who have studied them. We have consultants who have studied them. And I just do not understand why we even have this on the agenda.
I'd like to call a point of order. Councilmember Goza hasn't had a chance to speak, and everyone else has spoken more than once, more than twice.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Goza?
I had a couple of observations, and these were some of the things that concerned me and why I was happy to see this item come back. One of them is on page 18 of the study. It cites that conversion of stop-controlled intersections to multi-line roundabouts only yield a 5% crash reduction factor. So there are numerous studies that show that multi-lane roundabouts do not produce the same safety effects as a single-lane roundabout, particularly on busy roads. So that is also, that's out there for that consideration because it is a lot of money. But another thing is that pedestrian safety was not observed during the original study. The original study was done in July when there was no pedestrian traffic from either of the schools. And so I think it's really hard to judge what might be needed there. And I know we've talked about there being islands there, but clearly some other people think that there could be just an equally safe with the intersections. And especially then if we don't know what TxDOT is going to be doing with the 1626 corridor, I think it's premature to build roundabouts that might have traffic backups if we wind up keeping those lights there at Cromwell and 1626. Thank you.
Thank you. And just to clarify what Councilmember Goza is saying is this study for the roundabout was not done during school time. There's no school traffic involved in this study. That is a big concern. And that should be a concern, especially for those kids who are driving in that area. I'm looking. I wish I would have printed this out and highlighted it. This report is quite interesting, It doesn't leave one way or another. It doesn't say do a roundabout. In fact, it says if the roundabout is not feasible, that the safety light is equally well. So with that said, I'm going to make a motion to approve agenda item 19.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Goza. Roll call vote, please.
Flores-Kill?
Yes.
Goza?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
Harris?
No.
Tobias?
Yes.
McKinney?
No.
Zapata?
I'm sorry, residents. We tried really hard to get y'all some roads. No.
The roads are still there. Motion passes 4-3. Please don't talk bad about the residents. That is rude. I did not. All right, up next, we're going to go back to agenda item 9. Consider approval of a resolution authorizing Hayes Central Appraisal District to purchase land and construct improvements to establish and operate the Appraisal District Office with a total cost to exceed $15 million with an estimated fiscal year 2026-2027 cost share of $47,735. Item presenter, Amy Alcorn-Reed.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. This item was on the consent agenda. However, as we were getting closer to today, there have been some developments, and so we as staff recommended pulling this off the consent agenda and having a conversation. So for background, on June 18th, we received a notice from Laura Raven, the chief appraiser at Hayes CAD, of the desire to purchase property for purposes of constructing a new facility. The CAD intends to purchase this property somewhere between 2 and 5 acres and construct a 26,000 square foot facility that can house up to 80 employees. The estimated cost is $15 million. It does say not to exceed $15 million. And it will be debt financed, and each taxing entity will be required to pay its allocated share of financing costs to support the new facility. There was reasoning given in their letter, and the letter is attached to this item, that essentially since 2019, the number of protests has increased from 22,000 to 55,000, and Hayes CAD believes that they need larger facilities in order to handle these protests in time to meet statutory requirements so that each taxing entity can adapt their tax rate. So the state law provides that in order to acquire or convey property, an appraisal district must obtain approval from the governing bodies of at least 3/4 of the taxing units entitled to vote on the appointment of board members. However, as was pointed out by one of the residents who spoke, failure to approve the property purchase in a timely manner or failure to either approve or deny constitutes approval. So if we choose not to approve this resolution and not to formally deny the property purchase, that counts toward that 3/4 vote. And if they receive the support of 3/4 of the taxing units, then all taxing units are required to pay their proportional share. Our proportional share for 26-27 is estimated at $47,000. So City Council has 3 options here. City Council can approve the resolution, which would count toward the 3/4 requirement needed. City Council could approve an amended resolution to deny the proposed property purchase, in which case we would not be counted toward the 3/4 approval. Or City Council can deny the resolution altogether. However, that would constitute approval because we would not either deny the purchase or approve the purchase.
Okay, so what has the city received as far as details?
The letter that's attached to the agenda item. And then I reached out to Lauren Raven and got the city's proportionate share, which is that $47,000 that was listed in the agenda item.
And that would come out of the general fund?
Yeah, I believe so, Professor.
That's correct. It'll be from general fund.
And the things that have occurred since we got this letter, I know Dripping Springs has come out and made some comments about whether or not they want to approve this item. I know Hayes County had a pretty interesting conversation about it today. So we wanted to allow council time to fully consider this as opposed to just putting on consent.
Yeah, my concern would be paying something that we have no idea what we're paying for. I don't think in any normal world, I wouldn't pick out my checkbook and just give money and then not understand what it is we're doing. And I have had cities reach out to me, hey, what are you guys going to do? They're concerned as well. So can we deny it and then request it? Like, hey, if you want something like this passed or approved, to request that they resubmit?
I think we could put that in a denial resolution if we wanted to say that the city doesn't have enough information, is requesting more information and cannot approve, and therefore must deny until such information is provided.
Okay. How does council feel about this?
I'm glad we pulled it, because if we didn't, I would have. There's a whole lot of question marks and 0 answers. I want to see a whole lot more information before I say, yeah, we'll participate in you having an extra $15 million for a facility. And I don't doubt that they need it. Like I've been there. I protest every single year, and I walk in with a stack of evidence. I mean, I spend hours preparing. So, and it is incredibly crowded, and like I've actually had some of my meetings where we've had to do it like in the lobby because there's no rooms available. So I do not doubt that they need it. We've had a tremendous amount of growth. They've had a tremendous amount of need as well. But you don't just get to ask, like you said, for a $15 million blank check without saying what you're going to use it on. Like, yeah, I need a lot more information before I give a thumbs up on that.
And my fear would be, sorry, go ahead, Councilmember Harris.
I agree. There's no budget There's no building plan, there's no site selection. You know, it's just write us a check and we'll decide all that later.
Yeah,
And I'm very uncomfortable with that.
Councilmember Goza?
How is the $47,735 calculated?
That was not explained to me. So what was explained to me was that the total was 1.1 million and Kyle's share was that amount.
Commissioner
that's the email I had.
Smith, I think, is there any way that he can,
Just by way of background, we had the same conversation in Commissioner's Court today. If they take the overall value, so I don't think residents necessarily understand that their tax dollars are not directly apportioned to the Hays CAD. Those individual funds are divvied out amongst all the individual taxing entities in the county. Within the county, there's 123, 120, 32, some over 120 taxing entities. And it's based off the percentage of the overall taxable value that's collected by the CAD. Today, the numbers that we receive for Hays County, our base ad valorem tax rate is roughly just over 19% of that 100% of taxable value. If you add in the Hays County Road and Bridge Fund, that's another over 2%. So Hays County itself is over 21% of that taxable value overall. That being the case, I've spoken to other municipalities. They have the exact same concerns you have. The concerns that I had that were brought forth in court today, and by the way, we passed a denial resolution on a 5-0 vote. You just got through talking about transportation projects. I know that y'all have multiple vertical construction projects. We know that those projects, you don't just have a check and then go out and say, we'll figure out the place, we'll figure out the room, we'll figure out what the needs assessment is. None of those things have been done. What we chose to do was a resolution of denial with direction to our staff stating if they would like to do this in the FY28 budget, then we would be supportive of that if they came back to us and the suggestion was February, March of 2027 to say, look, here is what we need, here is why we need it, and here's what our overall request is. We don't have any of that. And we wouldn't feel comfortable moving forward. As a county, we had a very open discussion that no one on our court felt comfortable moving forward with any type of situation like that because we couldn't face our constituents if we did that. And for us to do it for a board that in every member of our court, save one, gave examples of how they've been non-responsive to our constituents, number one, but specifically non-responsive to us who are being asked to fund this on behalf of our constituents, it was a non-starter for our court. I will tell you, I've talked to at least 2 other municipalities who have the exact same concerns. The other large concern I have is the initial letter that was put forth, and I don't know if y'all have a copy of that, and if it's the same letter that we got, I'm not aware. But there's actually no mention of what I would consider the shot clock that is attached to this. Huh?
That's accurate. Our letter also does not clarify that if we don't approve, that that's still approval. Like if we neither approve or deny it.
how did we find that? How'd you find that out?
So it's in the law, and we, as other municipalities and taxing entities have suggested wanting to move forward, we've been sharing information with each other, and so it came through in that information. I do also want to clarify, I was sent, this is the city's proportional share, but I wasn't sent what everybody else's proportional share was to try to compare and make sure that they were all being calculated the
They're all
same way.
relevant. Can I ask how we found out there was $80,000 going to a salary?
That was brought forth by one of my court members today, and I had no idea about it. But I can tell you when we're looking at an overall, like we're in the middle of a salary survey for all of our staff. We're looking at having to possibly adopt a tax rate that would increase maybe $5.5 million, not to mention our collective bargaining agreement with our law enforcement that under that agreement will probably cost us another $2 to $2.5 million paying for outside salaries when we don't have any input on that it was not a good look for the CADs for us. Again, the shot clock portion of this, and I say shot clock because it's something we're all familiar with. Any application, and for any residents who may be listening, any application that is submitted or permit request to the county or to the city under state law, we have 30 days to consider, or we have to accept it. We don't have a choice. I view this as the exact same thing, except we, by law, share that with a resident. We share that with any of those, a developer or a resident who wants a new driveway permit. I think it is I think it was very unprofessional, and I'll put that in the most kind sense possible, that our CAD knew that, sent us these notices, and didn't have the courtesy or the professional courtesy to let us know that if we took no action whatsoever, or if we decided to put it on the August 1st agenda, guess what? It's too late. You've already approved it.
The other thing I'll note from my conversation with the commissioner before this meeting, when we were standing back there, it appears that the tax entities were notified on different dates. So our deadline is July 18th. My understanding is the county's deadline is July 28th or 26th. So we were not all notified at the same time. We were notified separately.
I would like to, you guys want to talk about this for,
Has anybody talked to Hayes CISD? Because assuming it's similar to like their voting block, like for their.
Council member, I love your assumption that I would get a return phone call from Hayes CAD.
Oh, no,
Or
the school,
any of my
the
residents.
school district.
No, the school
I meant the
district,
school district.
But no, it does not appear to be 3/4 of the taxable value. It appears to be 3/4 of the taxing entities entitled to vote, if that's your question. Does
Okay.
CISD get more votes? I don't believe they do.
Okay.
I will tell you, I believe it's based off of, whenever we have appointments to the Hayes CAD, I'm not 1,000% sure about how theirs are calculated, but it's not the overall taxable value, it's the number of residents taxed within that entity. So we, by far, have the lion's share because we have all the taxpayers in the county. We don't necessarily collect more taxes than some of the other entities in the county, if that makes sense. Is that a fair?
Yeah, I think that's correct for the proportional share. The state law says 3/4 of the taxing entities eligible to vote. That's right here. Three-quarters of the governing bodies of at least 3/4 of the taxing units entitled to vote. So to me, it doesn't matter how many residents or people each of those taxing entities serves. Each taxing entity is one portion of that 3/4.
oh, so you're saying Dripping Springs that has like a quarter of the population is San Marcos, or they all get the same?
Right, so if more than a quarter of those governing bodies vote no, then this does not go through.
Okay, any other discussion? I'd like
I'd like to make a motion to vote no.
Can we put in
deny-
the stipulations, though?
I would recommend a motion to approve an amended resolution that denies the proposed property purchase and then provides whatever commentary it is that council wants about information that they're requesting that Hayes CAD bring back.
Can we align it with what the county requested?
Absolutely.
Okay, I would prefer that.
Yes. All right.
Can we get like kind of a yearly schedule of what we would expect payments to look like, or an estimate thereof?
Yeah, we can put that in as one of our requests, that we would like a schedule of what we would expect the payments to look like, to be brought back when they bring back the details that we're requesting.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mark.
I'd like to make a motion to approve an amended resolution that denies the proposed property purchase with the amendment that we bring back, they can reapply with.
The request that they come back, it sounded like February or March of next year, with details about the property, the intended use, the intended property, and a proposed schedule for what Kyle's portion would be on turn.
Do we want to add anything else?
Did we miss anything, Commissioner?
I would say to your question, when we made that request, in the specific funding numbers that we were given, the one that jumped out at me more so than anything, on our ad valorem rate, our donation from our ad valorem tax rate, it was over $450,000 just out of that. The additional probably $40,000 to $45,000, my numbers might be 1,000 or two off, that would have come out of our road and bridge. But the numbers provided us by the CAD itself, one that really stuck out to me was that their building fund went from $50,000 to $1,050,000 annually. Now, there was no schedule. There was just the assumption that that fund would be raised by $1 million a year with absolutely no accounting backup in anything that was provided to us.
Okay.
Do you have the direction you need?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'll second it. So I have a motion by Councilmember Kenny, a second by myself. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, motion passes 7-0. All right, up
I'm glad
next.
we're all getting along again.
I'm sorry, I hate to fight. Number 10, we're going to receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff direction on the Hayes County Homeless Coalition 2026 point-in-time count and survey analysis. Item presenter.
Mayor, the representatives from the Hayes County Homeless Coalition had to go. It got late, so if we could bring it back on
Absolutely.
another meeting, that'd be great.
Okay. All right, so then we're going to go to agenda item 11, receive a report. I'm sorry, before I finish, could you guys just give me a heads up next time? I hate to make people wait so long, so just be like, can they go next? I will totally understand.
Can do that.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize to them. Receive a report, hold a discussion, and provide staff feedback on their overview of the schedules, cost projections, and status of the 2022 City of Kyle Road Bond Program projects. Item presenter. I thought he was gone. Mike Trimble.
Back for one night only.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take it.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Trimble, Director of Transportation and Public Works. So tonight we want to give you an update on the 2022 road bond and how it's going as far as implementation. And so tonight what we'll do is we'll give an overview of the projects and where they stand as far as spending goes and progress on completion. We'll also talk about where we're at with upcoming milestones, what's ahead in 2026. We'll also talk about updated cost estimates. We'll also talk about some of the factors and cost drivers that are a part of that. And then we'll also talk about some cost containment strategies we're looking at, as well as some opportunities for additional leveraging of funding going forward. So to give you an update on the projects, I'm going to turn it over to Rick Klatt with Lochner.
Thanks, Mike. As Mike said, Rick Klatt, the GEC Program Manager. As far as the City of Kyle 2022 Road Bond Program, the voters, as you know, approved 8 different projects. And the current status on each of those, currently Marketplace is complete. And then we have 3 other projects that are currently under construction, Kohlers to Seton and BB Road West, Windy Hill, and then Center Street Off System, which just got started in the last 2 weeks from a construction phase. And then the other remaining projects, Old Stagecoach Road North, Old Stagecoach Road North, Button Creek Road, the Kyle Lehman Road Extension, BB Road East, Kohlers to Seton, and Center Street On System are at varying phases in the design process. Primarily, other than the BB East and the Kohlers to Seton Overpass project, the other projects are nearing or at 100%. So I'm going to go through each one of the projects. I'll start by Marketplace. I'm going to go through this format similar. I'm going to go through the original budget, obligated cost to date, and the amount spent to date, as well as an overview of the project and then a status or a timeline. So on the Marketplace project, we had an original budget set aside of $11.4 million. To date, obligated costs are basically $10.19 million, and the amount spent to date is $9.5 million. So this project's actually going to end up, as we know, it's completed now. It's going to end up under budget. As far as the improvements, this project improved 0.6 miles of roadway from FM 1626 to the Old Bridge Trail. So here's a photo of the actual ribbon cutting and a adjacent photo to the right of the actual roadway. Here's an aerial photo taken back in 2023, as well as an update in August 2025. Next project I'm going to go over here is the Kohlers to Seton. This is actually the collection of both the Kohlers to Seton roadway portion as well as the Kohlers IH-35 overpass project. Budgeted cost for this project, the collection of the 2 projects, is $66.1 million. Obligated cost to date of $52.4 million, and amount spent to date is just over $26.5 million. This project will extend Kohlers Crossing to connect with Seton Parkway, creating a new 5-lane underpass beneath IH-35. The work is, as I mentioned, is separated into 2 segments. One is the overpass project at Kohlers Crossing, and the second is the widening of the existing roadway to create widening of the existing roadway to create an underpass, a roundabout at the intersection of the new Kohlers extension and Beebe Road, and extending Seton Parkway to connect with the Kohlers IH-35 project. Total project length is 1.11 miles. And the currently Kohlers to Seton off-system portion is under construction with an anticipated completion in summer of 2027. And then the overpass project is anticipated to begin construction in the fall of 2027. Next project is the Beebe Road, which is a collection of two different projects. We call them Beebe Road East, Beebe Road West. The original budget is $66.7 million. Obligated cost to date is $11.9 million, and the amount spent is a little over $10.5 million. The east segment is currently in design, and the west segment is in construction as part of the Kohlers BB collection of projects that's under construction. The project summary, the west segment realigns a couple of sharp curves and adds capacity to a 1 mile section of Beebe Road between northbound Fringe Road I-35 and Sunlight Boulevard with an additional roundabout at the intersection of the new Kohlers crossing in Beebe Road. And the east segment will construct approximately 1.8 miles of new 4-lane minor arterial roadway from Sunlight Boulevard to east of Green Pastures Road, along with a couple of roundabouts at 3 intersections, Beebe Road, Daisy Lane and Beebe Road and Goforth South, and Beebe Road and Goforth North. Total project length is 2.8 miles. The east segment construction is anticipated to begin in the fall of 2027, and the west segment, currently under construction, is anticipated to be complete in 2027. Here is a kind of a photo of the Kohlers BB projects that are currently under construction. One that was taken back in February 2025 before we kicked off the construction, and another photo that was taken in May of 2026. Here's a couple of photos. The first one on the left is actually the right turn lane off the IH-35 northbound Fringe Road, turning into actual Kohlers to Seton roadway. And then the second one is just an aerial perspective of looking down Kohlers. As you all are well aware, we do have the Kohlers from I-35 to roundabout and a connection up to the existing Beebe Road that is currently under traffic while we close down Beebe section of Beebe to construct that. The next project here is Windy Hill. Windy Hill budgeted cost of $15.1 million, obligated cost to date of $12.3, and the amount spent to date of about $3.2. Windy Hill is currently under construction. We gave notice to proceed about a month and a half ago. Project summary, the construction contract was awarded in April 2026. The project will expand the roadway to 4 lanes, 2 lanes in each direction, and also add a dedicated center turn lane. New sidewalks will be constructed to improve safety and connectivity for pedestrians, and will provide for a safer, more efficient roadway to support Kyle's continued growth. The total length of the project is approximately 0.6 miles, and the location is IH-35 northbound Fringe Road to Purple Martin Avenue. We anticipate construction to be complete in the summer of 2027. Here's a couple of photos of Windy Hill. What's currently under construction. You see the roadway work off to the left of the existing Beebe Road. So, next project is Old Stagecoach Road collection of projects. The budgeted cost is $41.2 million. Obligated cost to date is $36.8 million, and the amount spent to date is $12.6 million. This Old Stagecoach Road actually kind of makes up 3 different segments that we've broken it into. We've got Center Street off-system portion, which is at the bottom there in the lighter blue. And then we've got the Old Stagecoach Road section, which is from roundabout at Old Stagecoach Road up to 6 Creeks. And then from 6 Creeks, we have the Old Stagecoach Road North portion. This 2.2-mile road improvement, as I mentioned, is divided into 3 different segments. The project will widen the roadway on Old Stagecoach Road and widen the center lane on Center Street, provide pedestrian crossings, and incorporated all 3 of the project segments. Combined length is approximately 2.2 miles. And Old Stagecoach Road North, construction is anticipated to begin in the fall of 2026. Old Stagecoach Road bidding is anticipated to begin in the summer of 2026. And then Center Street off system is currently under construction with NTP issued in this last month of June. The next project here is Button Creek Road. Had a budgeted cost of $28.6 million, obligated cost to date of $10.2 million, and an amount spent to date of approximately $8.1. Button Creek is currently at 100% design. The project will improve Button Creek Road from Lehman Road to Porter Cove. It will include intersection improvements, widen travel lanes. The project will also provide new sidewalks and a shared use path to improve safety and mobility for the users. The project also includes the reconstruction and improving of intersections at Button Creek Road and South Goforth Road. Total length of the project is 1.2 miles. Location is from Lehman Road to Porter Cove, as I mentioned, and construction is anticipated to begin in the fall of 2026. The next project here is Kyle Lehman Extension. This project is at 100% design. The project is broken into 2 different segments. The project will improve mobility and reduce congestion in the northern Kyle by extending Lehman Road northeast from Button Creek Road to Dacey Lane. It's a 4-lane section that will extend Kyle Parkway and connect with the new segments. Total length of the project is about 1.3 miles, and construction bidding is anticipated to begin in the fall of 2026. Next project here is Center Street on system portion of the project. The budgeted cost for the project is $10.2 million. We've obligated to date $4.7 million, and the amount spent to date is $3.9. The design for the project is at the 60% level, roughly a little bit better than half of the final design is complete. And the project will widen the existing 2-lane section will be widened to 3 lanes with the center turn lane in the middle. The total project length is approximately 0.4 miles, and the location is from Veterans Drive to Main Street. We anticipate construction to begin in early 2027. Here's a little update table of the right-of-way acquisition process and where we're at. Over 80% of the parcels are in the later stages of acquisition, meaning that they're either in negotiations, closings, or in possession, with approximately 65% of the right-of-way is closing and or in possession. As you see in the end there, 58.3% of the properties are actually in the City of Kyle's possession at this time. Summary of anticipated 2026 project milestones. In Q1 of 2026, reaching final design on both Old Stagecoach Road North and then Center Street off going to bid. Q2 of 2026, reaching final design would be Old Stagecoach Road. Anticipated going to bid with Old Stagecoach Road in Q2 of 2026. And then beginning construction of Center Street off system at Windy Hill. Q3 of 2026, reaching final design of BB Road East, and then going to bid with Button Creek Road, Old Stagecoach Road North, as well as the Kyle Parkway Lehman Extension, and then beginning construction on Old Stagecoach Road. Q4, we anticipate reaching final design on Center Street on system, and then beginning construction on the project's Button Creek Road project, Old Stagecoach Road North, as well as Kyle Parkway roadway extension. Projected cost estimates for the program. Some of the cost assumptions. The cost estimates assume 10 to 15% contingency. This contingency accounts for the unknowns, unanticipated factors, and as well as changes during construction. Just want to point out that the cost projections are, a point in time, so they're estimates as of today. And then estimates are refined as projects get closer to construction. And then best indicator, as we mentioned in the past, is, actually getting, receiving bids on these projects as they do go to construction. At that point, we'll take those costs that we receive and refine and update our cost projections. Keys to controlling cost changes, is to mitigate risk, turning the unknowns into knowns, as well as accelerated construction schedules to avoid cost escalation and provide certainty in construction pricing. So the sooner we can get to construction on these projects, the better from a cost standpoint. Current cost projections, I'm going to go through, there's broken into, as I mentioned, 8 different projects. We have columns for design, anticipated design costs right away, utility relocation, construction, contingency, and then total projected cost by project. So as you can see, going across there, when we look at the overall total for the program at this point, we are at $330,560,000. And then you add in the GEC services, you take out the projected TxDOT participation, and then the total projected bond program cost at this point is $338,600. I'm sorry, 338 million. Did I say 1,000? So 338,600,000. So at this point, I want to turn it back over to Mike.
Yeah, so I'll just go back real quick. As the cost projections show, obviously we're over the 294, at least we're projecting the cost will come in over the $294 million approved by the voters. And so what I want to talk about are some of the cost drivers behind that. So again, it's hard to delineate, specifically, columns and design, utilities, kind of where all those are, but we can talk about different pieces of scope that have been added and different cost drivers that are associated with it. So let me start with some of these scope adds that are also part of the cost drivers for what you're seeing in the cost projections. We had a revised alignment for Old Stagecoach Road North at $170,000. We have also had additional design coordination with developers on the Colors and Beebe projects, as well as Marketplace Avenue. Obviously, that adds cost to our design as we're doing that coordination. We've had additional utility design to meet city water needs. So as you coordinate with the utilities, water, electric, et cetera, obviously that's going to add to some of those design costs. You've seen that in some of the task orders that have come. We've talked about coordination with PEC and with some of the water utilities, including Kyle Water. There was a 5th lane added on Button Creek Road to improve mobility. That was $3 million. PC overhead underground conversion. This is a large cost to the program. That's about over almost $23 million added to the program for that decision to go from overhead to underground conversion. We are currently reevaluating some of that on some of the projects that are particularly in urban context, existing roadways, because a retrofit on undergrounding is very expensive. And so we are looking at that now, but that is a huge cost added to the program. And then the Vibe Trail, adding that element to the program that wasn't initially a part of it, was about 3.6, almost $4 million as well. So as you can see, some of these things are just adding to the cost for the program. And then there's some additional costs that I will say are tangentially related to the road bond project, but that are not actually part of the projects themselves. There was $5.5 million included as part of the Kyle Park development. Property acquisition for Lehman Pump Station for Button Creek Road Parcel 2 was $2.1 million. Property acquisition for Rebel Investments, Center Street Parcel 1.3 million. So that added $9 million to right-of-way costs in addition to what we were already acquiring for the projects themselves. And then utility betterments. And this is when there's a water line upgrade. Let's say there was a 12-inch that's being upgraded to a 16-inch. Again, I know you've seen some of those come to you in different task orders and project requests, but those have been totaling up, and that's about $3 million total utility betterments as well. Something that's not included in the current program estimate, but that is a cost that's being carried by the road bond program right now, was a relocation of the old Stagecoach Road Heritage Oak Tree. I think there was initially anticipation that there was some monies received from the developer that would help us with some of those costs, but currently those costs are being borne by the road bond program. Some positive cost trends. It's not all bad news. We have gotten lower bids on a couple of our projects. You saw the Marketplace project came under budget, and we're basically wrapping up and closing out that project now. The Kohler Seton and BB projects, one of the larger projects in the road bond, that actually came in about $8 million under estimated cost for construction. And so Center Street off system came in a little bit over budget, but again, that's because of the complexity of the project, a lot of drainage and a lot of undergrounding of utilities associated with that project. And so as we go forward, we'll be closely watching the bids that are coming in. Again, that is the best information we have about the true cost of the project. Once we have those in, we can also then adjust and then take additional cost containment strategies as necessary. And then getting to cost containment strategies. So obviously we're going to be closely tracking costs going forward. And I know you guys know this, but I'll just reiterate this for the community. Managing a bond program like this is a day-to-day, hour-by-hour initiative. That's why it takes kind of a team of people to do this. Your GEC team, your internal team, you have great staff here to help do that. But it is a day-by-day, decision-by-decision. There's 1,000 decisions that go into this and tracking those costs, managing those costs going forward. They're going to be looking for ways to seek efficiencies in program delivery going forward. We've already had some conversations about doing, for example, some of the construction management for some of the projects coming up in the road bond program with internal forces. So some of our internal project managers have construction management background, and so we might be able to use some of their help in doing some of that work going forward, which will help us in some of the GEC costs. And then also pursuing funding through partnerships. We were very happy to hear that Campo is recommending funding for TxDOT and their contribution for the Kohler's I-35 underpass project, $10 million as the GEC noted. But there might be future opportunities. And I do think the Kohler's overpass project would be a key project that could compete for additional funding. And so that's, again, just something to look for additional funding opportunities as they come up. Now, having projected cost estimates over budget is not an uncommon thing when it comes to large programs like this. And so there's some things that you can do on the back end, and some of that is looking at the limits of the project and also phasing of the project. And so we are starting to look at some of those opportunities for getting phases of work done, but also maybe there's some future phases that we push out. We are, again, just assessing that now. We're going to be closely monitoring the bids as they come in and then seeing if there's additional recommendations we would make for maybe taking a project that we were anticipating doing all the construction for now, but maybe there's a phasing of that project that we do, again, as a cost containment strategy. Meanwhile, obviously the goal is to maintain the integrity of the road bond and get what was promised to the voters done and on the ground. So maintaining that integrity, but also looking for those phasing opportunities as they come up, and they're needed. And then also I mentioned about the undergrounding of utilities. Again, looking forward, strong recommendation since I'm not going to be here. If you're looking at underground utilities, they are much more difficult to do in existing roadways and existing built environment. The best time to do this is when you have greenfield development and you have new development coming in. I know you have an ordinance that oversees this, and so again, that's where those opportunities really exist. It's very, very difficult to do that as a retrofit. It's very costly and very complicated. So anyway, just a note going forward, but we are reevaluating where we can come and keep the utilities overhead. And so I think staff will be coming to you in the near future with those recommendations and what those cost containment strategies and what those amounts actually look like. I think right now, just rough estimate, I think we're looking at about $10 to $12 million potentially we could save. But again, I want to let them finish their analysis and let them bring that forward to you in a future update. And with that, any questions that you have, Council, and I'll just take a moment of privilege. It has been my honor and privilege to serve you and the community of Kyle and my leadership, my staff, my team at Transportation Public Works. It has truly been an honor and privilege. I'm going to miss you guys so much. Thank you for the opportunity to serve.
Well, thank you. The honor has been ours as well. You will be missed. So with that said, does anybody have any discussion regarding the bond? I know there's $44.6 million hopefully that goes down a little bit, that we're going to be short. If not, we're going to have to make some type of plan for the voters that voted for this. I was looking at the $22 million that is for the buried lines. And I understand that there's some benefit to it, but usually it's for beautification. And I remember talking about it during the 2022 bond, and for the way we planned it was for beautification. But man, that's a price tag that comes with, beautification. And if there's an issue with the line, if it gets struck by, if something happens, they're going to have to go in and trench and dig. And so hopefully we can the city can figure, and staff can figure something out about that, because that's a big chunk of change. So with that said, Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
Mr. Trimble, I just wanted to thank you for your dedication, your service to our city. There's been many times through this whole process, it's been very complicated and very challenging, but your hard work has not gone unnoticed, and I appreciate everything you've done, sir, in answering my emails whenever there's issues going on in the district. So I just wanted to wish you the best of luck. I hate to lose you, but I know there's opportunities that people have, and they've got to take them. So I want to say thank you very much. The only question, or the only comment I'd like to make, is when you look at Bunton from Layman to the neighborhood, this is basically not so much a warning, but just letting people know sidewalks are coming, right? Guess what? It's going to affect your bus services. So get ready for that, because it's that 2-mile radius, right, that you can have. So for the residents that live in that area, if you have bus services that are going to be in this area, it's something that we've been hearing in a battle cry for so many years about sidewalks on Bunton and kids walking in the mud and all that. But if we're going to fulfill that obligation to build these roads, which we are, and the sidewalks, there's going to be some little bit of growing pains there for when it comes to your kids and getting to school to Layman if you're taking the bus. So, but again, that's what progress is all about. But again, Mr. Trimble, thank you so much for your service. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for that, Mayor Pro Tem. Actually, that reminded me, I do want to remind the community, too, that we do have an open house to talk about the road bond and the upcoming construction and the different improvements we're doing, and that's going to be on July 29th, I believe, at 6 p.m.? Yes, 6 p.m. At Layman High School. So everybody come out and please ask any questions you have. We're going to have our whole team out here answer any questions anybody has in the community about these projects.
Councilmember Goza.
I also want to thank you for your service here with the city and let you know that you will be missed. You are a very important part of our team, and so you leave a big hole to fill. But I did have some questions about the added costs. There's some things on there that I'm a little surprised to see. I also wanted to clarify when you're saying that it's an additional $3,633,640 for the Vibe Trail. Was that over and above what we had already included in the project for that, or is that what we have spent to date in the road bond project?
Yeah, so that's the amount that's allocated to putting the Vibe Trail in place, both the design and construction. We went back and just did an estimate of that, looking at that element that was added to the program, just to give you an idea of just the cost of some of these elements as they're added to the program. So we went back into that analysis, and so that's overall, I believe, what we're anticipating that cost to be. Yes. So.
Okay, and then for the additional costs that were added, can you tell me about the park development?
Yeah, and I might need some help from Jason on that one. But I believe that was a part of an agreement with NewQuest, and I think that was to pay for some of the roadway and right-of-way that was associated with that development, but also had a relationship back to the roadway itself that we're building.
Okay.
Any more to that? No. Did I get it? Yeah. All right.
Okay, and then, so is the Lehman pump station not factored into that? It kind of seems like there's a lot of things that don't really go with roads that are in here, or at least not a lot, but a few.
Yeah, I was, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say that the Lehman pump station was kind of a project that we needed to fulfill, and it's just so happened that we were acquiring some of the road property right next, adjacent to our GBRA take point, and so it kind of made sense as we were negotiating for the right-of-way that we were just going to talk to the property owner about buying the whole property so we could make that expansion a reality, and the road bond ended up paying for the entire property.
Okay. I yield the floor. Thank you. All right. Anybody? Councilmember Zapata?
How much do engineering reports cost? Or can you give me the rough estimate of how much those have cost for the road bond program?
Do you have an estimate on that?
I don't have a direct estimate. I mean, I'd have to go back and kind of
Okay.
add everything up if we looked at the actual reports. And, some of the reports that you may be referring to may be, pre-2022 bond, they're in preparation for the bond as well, but.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was able to find one from May 17, 2022, which was for the amount in $65,847.50, which was approved and awarded to CP&Y to develop preliminary engineering reports. And that was for the traffic signals or roundabouts at Colders Crossing on Cromwell, Benner, and Sanders.
Yeah.
So I have no idea what goes into consideration when we're talking about engineering reports.
Right.
So I just divided that number by 3 and it came out to like $21,700 per intersection, which would mean that re-going and having an engineering report redone for all 12 intersections would be $260,000 minimum or so dollars. Because the majority of this council just voted to have updated engineering reports, which I assume we would have to go out for another task order or whatnot to be able to have that. Are those different from traffic reports as well, or traffic studies?
So let me answer a macro question that you had, which is the cost of let's just take a preliminary engineering study, because if you take any phase of design, preliminary engineering report, it can vary. It just depends on the scope of what you're doing a PER report for. So let's say, because I handled, when I was in Austin, I handled PER reports for entire corridors. Those could be $1.5 million. Those could be $2 million. If you're doing an intersection, yes, it could be cheaper than that. It could be $50,000 to $100,000. It just depends on what the scope is. And so I would say just keep that in mind as you're looking at the cost of studies. It just depends on the scope of what you're looking at. If it's an intersection, if it's a segment of corridor, a segment of roadway, it's just going to depend on what you're looking at and what that's going to cost. Typically, when you're looking at a roadway like the ones we did in the road bond, yes, it will include doing some traffic analysis on intersections, and most of the PERs do have traffic analysis included that. We have posted all the PERs out on our Kyle Road Bond website too, so they are available for anyone to take a look at.
Okay, and I guess so my question with that as well, how does what the majority of this council, not only, because it's going to financially impact the cost of the road bond since they want updated engineering reports and analysis by, at a minimum, it seems $260,000 or so. What impact does this have on our timelines if they're wanting to sort of pause the work that's being done in order to receive these updated, what did they ask for? Updated engineering analyses, traffic studies, and evaluation methodologies for all the 12 proposed intersection improvement projects. How does this impact the projected timeline now? I guess I'm just wondering how long do we estimate?
It depends. For example, if we have some projects that are going to bid in the fall, for example, it shouldn't delay much to get that work done. For projects that are under construction, it'd be very difficult for us to go out and look at a roundabout and do that traffic analysis now if we're actually constructing the roundabout. We're already halfway done, for example, with the roundabout at Colors to Seton. So I'm just going to assume that we'd probably come back and tell you that probably isn't something we could take a look at. But for some of the other projects, it just depends on when we're anticipated to go to bid. So would it have an impact on schedule? Potentially, but it just depends on what the schedule is. Could it have an impact, for example, on Old Stagecoach? We're anticipating going to bid, I think, later in the summer. There'll probably be some schedule impact to that, but it just depends.
Okay, and I guess it would also depend on the breadth of the engineering analyses that they want to request, correct?
That's right.
Okay, so so they just voted, the majority here just voted to impact our finances on our road bond project and our timeline on our road bond project, which then also increases the finances again. It's great news.
Yeah,
But-
I think staff will probably come back and just do the analysis of what that scope looks like and come back with you what that recommendation is and then what that timeline looks like.
Okay, thank you. And also just want to say thank you so much for all the work that you've done. I know that you have done amazing things in revamping our entire public works and transportation program, and I appreciate it. And then also, you're going to have a lasting impact on our bond programs, for example, because that entire map that you built out and how it would go and how we would build out our committees for public input and whatnot, that's going to have a long-lasting impact and a very, very positive impact on this city, just as you already have. So thank you so much for everything.
He will be missed.
Definitely.
Thank you, Rick.
All right, Councilmember Harris.
Thank you, Mike, for your input these years. You've done a great job in moving all of these transportation projects forward. They're very complex and very time-consuming, I know. Thank you for that. And thank you for pulling together the outstanding staff that you have. They are just so competent and so great with our residents. I'm hoping that they're sticking around and will continue to contribute as you have. So
Thank you, Council Member. And I will say they make me look good, so I will give the,
Yeah.
the congrats right back to them.
All right, Councilmember McKinney.
Like you and I started right about the same time. So, and I remember we were behind schedule and over budget on projected over budget on every single one of these. And you brought Marketplace on time, a little bit ahead of schedule, under budget. You've done a tremendous job of doing the best you could to get us back to that 294. I've seen the work, I've seen the ideas, I've seen the brainstorming. You've put together a very innovative team that have, done some, a little bit different things around the city. And sometimes I've looked at them and gone, let's see how that works out. And my skepticism has been proven wrong way more often than not. So I definitely appreciate everything that you've done in your time here. You are definitely going to be missed tremendously. With me serving on Campo, like you and I have probably worked on more projects than your typical council member, but your team is phenomenal. You're phenomenal. There's some definitely huge shoes to fill as you go on, and we all wish you the absolute best in your next step in your career.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Anybody else? All right, I think you're good. Thank you for that report. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, up next, we have Agenda Item 12. Consider approval of a resolution recognizing the historical significance of the 1871 bearing tree located along North Old Stagecoach Road and declaring said tree a historic landmark worthy of preservation and calling for its protection. Item presenter, Jason Lutz.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. I want to thank you for getting my name correctly. It's very rare that happens, so I do appreciate it. I haven't said that yet. So today we're talking about the 1871 bearing tree. So if you may or may not know, on May 12th of 2026, Hayes Commissioners Court approved a resolution recognizing its historical, cultural, and surveying significance of that 1871 bearing tree. So not just the age, but this is a monument. We utilize it in survey records going back to the history of Kyle. So it's very important from mapping geographical standpoint. The Commissioners Court designated a historic landmark, called for its preservation, so we're looking to do the same with this resolution here today. This tree is approximately 25 and a half inches in diameter. It was surveyed recently based on its historical growth. So it appears the tree is almost as old as the United States, so approaching 250. So happy birthday to the tree somewhere. But similar to Hayes County, City of Kyle is again committing to safeguarding that heritage, identity, and the educational legacy of that tree, ensuring that this history remains for all future generations. So as a former Parks Director said, all the kids will enjoy it. So here's the location, the little red dot there on the corner just north of Old Stagecoach. Couple of photos and some pretty easy options tonight. Approve as presented, approve with modifications, or deny the proposed resolution. So any questions?
I don't have, I was excited to see this at the Commissioner's Court. I met with Commissioner Hammer and then with a resident, and we just sat down and talked about the tree. I had no idea they were gonna like move forward on this, but I was super excited. And I also recommended that they move forward to really have it established as historical beyond just the county and the city. But I'm pretty excited about it. We have the Frankies in the back who have been very appreciative of the county and their efforts, as well as the city and their efforts. And with that said, would anybody have anything to say?
Make a motion to approve agenda item.
Second. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. A second. Councilmember Goza?
I just wanted to say, I did have a person call me today and ask us to approve this. They are very concerned with history here, so she was very excited to see this on the agenda as well. I've been out to see the Frankies. I think that these things are worth saving and notating in our history. So I just want to say thank you for getting this on here.
All right, anybody else? All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, thank you to the Frankies. Thank you, guys. And thank you for staying so late. I know it's kind of late, so I know you wanted to be here. Would you guys like to say anything? No? You're welcome. You're welcome. You guys have a safe drive home. Okay, up next, we have agenda item 13. Consider approval of a resolution regarding request for exceptions from Chapter 41 of the City of Kyle Code of Ordinance related to detention, drainage, flood mitigation, and sidewalks for the property located at 200 Veterans Drive, Kyle, Texas. Item presenter, Jason Letts.
Yes, ma'am. So quick map location here, just so you can get your bearings. This is the corner of Blanco, Burles, Barbie, and Veterans Drive. Tonight, the applicant's requesting several exceptions. I'm going to try and outline these into kind of three groups under their specific sections and kind of walk you through each specific exception under said grouping. So if I confuse you, I apologize. Please stop me anytime, and I'll be glad to discuss each item. But again, the applicant's currently constructing a 1,587 square foot building. Maybe my slides, clicker. There we go. Way too much. All right, start again. So he's building a 1,587 square foot professional office. Again, it's 200 Veterans Drive. P&Z did consider this project as part of a conditional use permit. Anything in a Veterans Drive overlay gets reviewed for site plan building elevation. So this went through that process back in May 28th of 2024. Again, he's asking several exceptions to city subdivision ordinance, and I'm going to outline those as best as I can. So here's kind of an overview of those accepted requests. We have three sections: watersheds and floodplains, general requirements, and then sidewalks. So under the watershed and floodplain prevention, there's two exceptions: waive requirements for a detention pond, waive requirements for a trickle channel. Under the general requirements is to allow alternative culvert specifications without supporting documentation. And then the third one, sidewalks, is to eliminate new sidewalks along Veterans. There is existing sidewalk currently. Eliminate sidewalks along Barbie Street just for a portion from Woods to Veterans Drive. And then waive sidewalk crossings over the drainage ditches, and then reduce the minimum sidewalk width from 5 feet to 4 feet. So I'm going to tackle these in kind of 1A, 1B, so hopefully it keeps it clear for you guys. So city code, state law requires that when properties are developed, they have to mitigate their additional impervious cover and associated runoff. So detention ponds are not always required. Floodplain mitigation, low impact development standards can be used, bioswales, rain gardens, other approved practices. Staff presented some available options to the applicant regarding those compliance availabilities, and the applicant indicated they did not wish to utilize those alternative lid measures, and then is requesting the exception to the detention pond. However, no alternative options have been submitted, and staff cannot support this exception as requested. Accepted 1B was waiver requirement for a trickle channel. Trickle channels are required where areas are very shallow, but they take stormwater from one location to another to appropriate discharge points. So in this case, the applicant is requesting to waive 2 separate trickle channels, and I'll show them on the map here in a little bit so you know exactly where those are. However, the waiving of the trickle channel from the detention pond to the proposed driveway is one of them. There are no kind of alternative compliance options available for this, so we cannot support the requested waiver. But it should be noted that city staff agreed via direction from prior planning staff and administration to install a portion of the trickle channel because the work we were doing on Veterans had, at the time, was affecting some of the drainage on his property. So we felt that we would kind of do that portion of it. However, there is a projected unfunded project cost with that. So the estimates are 10 to 20,000. That would be depending on mobilization and bids. So this map will kind of show the red highlighted box in Plan North East is where the detention pond is. That's in red. The green proposed trickle channel is right below that. That is one the applicant is willing to construct but is asking for the waiver. And then the trickle channel in the light blue to Plan South is what the city had agreed to do to assist Mr. Hall in his development. So at the time we were going through this project, Mr. Hall was under construction. We were working on Veterans Drive. We found out that we were changing the drainage pattern, but we didn't know where that was changing. Ultimately, we weren't putting more water on his property. We did kind of look at that further since then, and we're changing kind of how it crosses his property. So instead of 30% surface and 10% ditch, it kind of changed a little bit, but no increase. Moving into the recommendations. So again, staff does recommend denial of 1A and 1B as these are specifications within the code to mitigate flood damage. No hardship exists that would prevent the applicant from adhering to those code requirements. P&Z did recommend denial of these requests by a vote of 5-0. So staff is asking to include in the motion if the city should install portions of the trickle channel as indicated by prior staff. Again, this is currently an unfunded project, but just wanted to make you all aware of prior commitments. Exception 2, this is approval of alternative culvert specifications. So that can be the size or the material of the pipe underneath that driveway. So the city code does allow for alternative designs, but they have to be provided via proper engineering documents that we review and we sign off on. We did inform the applicant that we'd be willing to look at those and that the modification could be done as long as he submitted that. But the applicant indicated they really didn't want to resubmit or redo some of their engineering documents. So again, updated plans are required as approval by city staff, but without proper documentation, it could put some of our engineers' professional license at risk if they were to sign off on approvals without seeing any kind of engineering documents. So this is the location of request number 2. This is the proposed culverts that are going to go under the driveway and connect the 2 trickle channels, ultimately next to the detention pond. When we look at the recommendations, again, staff can support administrative approval of those culvert specs. However, we do recommend denial of this waiver request because we cannot do it without the proper engineering documentation associated with it. P&Z also recommended denial of this request by a vote of 5-0. Next, I'm moving into the sidewalks. So all of these next 4 will have to do with our code requirements on sidewalks. So city code requires 5-foot sidewalks along all property boundaries adjacent to public rights-of-way. Staff previously agreed to allow the applicant to retain the existing sidewalks instead of having them rip those up and reinstall them. That was done as part of the CUP process during the P&Z approval, but we just wanted to include that in here just to kind of make sure we're crossing T's and dotting I's. Staff and C, again, previously approved that, and we allowed to approve the plans reflecting the existing 4-foot sidewalk along Veterans Drive. Exception request 3B, this was to eliminate some sidewalks along the portions of Barbie Street. So again, I mentioned that's allowed on all right-of-way. but they are not wanting to install the sidewalks from Wood Street to Veterans Drive. Staff is supportive of this because as part of our veterans improvements, that little connection between the Mexican restaurant and Veterans is going to be a complete driveway. So where that road goes back through is not going to be connected. So that's going to be closed off. So the pedestrian accessibility to that route is not required. And then it's provided up further up along Blanco Street, and then you can come down Veterans. So again, city was supportive of that one. He also wanted to waive sidewalk crossings over some of the drainage ditches, so he has open ditch drainage on multiple sides. But staff cannot support this request. Pedestrian connectivity is a safety priority. He's installing sidewalks, so we want to make sure that we have those connections and we're not just building those dead-end sidewalks on that property. I do want to note, I think it was mentioned earlier tonight about Kyle Bus Service. The Kyle Elementary School has discontinued service to Hometown Kyle, kind of the surrounding areas. So we've seen a lot of increase in pedestrian student traffic. You're not seeing them now, all the construction, but you did see we had to convert that to one way to accommodate some of those pedestrians and some of the changes that we're going to do to help get those kids to and from school. So that's another reason staff would not support the waiver over the drainage ditches. Exception request 3D was to reduce the minimum sidewalk width from 5 feet to 4 feet. So city code requires 5 foot minimum. I'm not sure when that code was adopted, but that's been the standard for several years. Reducing the sidewalk may necessitate, sorry, it's a tough one, the installation of passing areas. So if sidewalks are under a certain width, every 250 feet, they have to kind of bulb out. So in case two people who need assistance have to pass each other. So we haven't done that review to verify that. And then again, Kyle Elementary School's discontinuation has increased pedestrian usage in the area. So this map will kind of highlight what those requests are. So again, 3A is the green. He wants to allow the existing sidewalk to remain. Staff recommended approval of that. So did P&Z. Again, we also had this approved as part of the CUP and as part of his approved plans. But since we were going through this exception request, I wanted to bring it out and put that in there just so everything was buttoned up. 3B, and sorry, I saw yellow, orange, those sidewalks, that is the portion from Wood Street down to Veterans, that section of that road is being closed. So this would provide pedestrian traffic to kind of go down and they could hit Wood Street should a future connection be made. Wood Street is, if you're planned southeast, it's a light gray. You can kind of see the street outline there. 3C, the blue areas are the sidewalk kind of connections where they would cross over the pedestrian, or I'm sorry, the drainage ditches. He was asking to waive both of those, but again, staff was not supportive of that because that is a way to move those people to and from the property. And then red is the sidewalks of 4 versus 5. That was what's left, but again, anything new he's requesting on the 4 to the 5. So again, going through real quick what the recommendations were. 3A for the exception to the eliminate or require new sidewalks on Veterans. Staff supports that, recommends approval, and P&Z recommended approval by 5-0. Request B was the eliminate sidewalks on Barbie from Woods to Veterans. Again, staff is supportive of that. We recommend approval, and P&Z recommended approval of 5-0. When we looked at exception request 3C, this was waive the sidewalk crossings over the drainage ditches. That was not something staff could support, and P&Z ultimately recommended denial by a vote of 5-0. And then reducing sidewalk minimums from 5 feet to 4 feet, staff has recommended denial, and P&Z agreed with staff, so they also recommended 5-0 on the denial. So a lot of information there. I'm going to leave this one up, but your options are available tonight is you can approve all of those requested exceptions as presented. You can approve all or some of them with modifications, or you can deny the requested exception. So this is what P&Z and staff recommend. So approvals on the left, denials on the right. The applicant's here. I believe he has some exhibits he'd like to share with you, and I can answer any questions. So I'll go ahead and turn it over to Mr. Hall.
Good evening. My name is John Hall. I've been trying since 2018 to build a small cottage-size office at 200 Veterans Drive, and I've run into quite a bit of challenge in that area. Unbelievable challenge. Unbelievable. We're televised, is that correct? I'm going to say this directly to my wife at home. Jeanette, you were right. I should not have attempted this. I love you, and you're right, honey. Moral of that story is always listen to your wife. I am over my head with this situation. This is the area in question. You can see there's hardly a ditch at all. Bought this lot, it looked fine. I've developed things. I've built houses. I built an office building here in Kyle about 12 years ago. And it wasn't that hard to do on Hall Professional Center. Right? Do y'all know where that is? Yeah. You probably know Spicy Bites. I love Spicy Bites. You probably know the veterinary clinic. Street I built there. Down a little bit further is Mark Drive. Named that after my in-laws. At the end of that, Princess Jennifer, my daughter. And the end of that, Ted Court and Nell Court, my in-laws. A little bit further down, have you ever noticed Johnny Hall Drive? It's right there on 2770. I guess we need a bigger sign. But anyway, that's for my son. At the end of that's Jeanette Drive, my wife. And my son lives in the house we built on Ina Court, my mom. So I'm pretty familiar with building stuff. I'm not a builder by trade or an engineer, but I'm pretty familiar with being able to look at something and say, that's a nice, gentle, friendly piece of land. A friendly little piece of land. That drainage goes through it, but there's never been a problem that I know of as far as flooding or whatnot. Never been brought to my attention by the city or by anybody else. But nice, friendly piece of land. Do y'all know the project? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So it's just a little cottage. Instead of some old man sitting there reading Moby Dick, there'd be some old man sitting there reading somebody's will. It's not a big deal. It's really not. But this is what the city has insisted that we build. We tear up that nice, friendly little ditch, and we put in all of these, what I consider to be fairly unnecessary improvements, whatever you want to call them. Double the size of the culverts. Just hundreds of thousands of dollars for no real reason that I can see. No practical purpose. But anyhow, I did make some prepared remarks, and I intended to keep them short. Those are my prepared remarks. And we're just going to go ahead and build it. We're already building it. Meeting with the city, they said they would give us some help here and there. Never have. Never really have. I'm sorry to say. Mayor was one of the meetings, and she said, can you help this guy? And they wrote a letter, I think it was February 19th, and I'm relying on that letter going forward as the promises made to me by the city staff. That's where my reliance is at this point. And one of the reliances I had was that they would help us with fees somehow. And since that meeting, I've had $1,200 fee and another one I think was $200 or $300. Just fees out of the blue, it seemed like to me. And unfortunately, and wastefully, on July 1st, the city knows we're doing this, that there's a problem. I even have a consultant, professional consultant, former employee, highly honorable employee of the city, helping me with this so we can avoid these things. I'm not trying to be a pirate or stick somebody up or something. I'm just trying to build a little old building where an old lawyer can go in and read somebody's will. July 1st. We have a field full of people, heavy equipment, working on this. This is costing me thousands of dollars an hour. City pulls up, stop work. You have to stop work. So I come back down to City Hall. Luckily, I found a person who would help me get through this. Just walk around with a checkbook and a pen. Very disappointed that I was treated like that by the city. After that meeting, after that situation, I try to have a meeting every Monday about 10 o'clock. Now this Monday we had to have it at 1:30. But after that, last week, I sent out emails to the people in the city, said, come and help us. Come sit down, let's talk. You know, LBJ used to say, let us reason together. I have not had hardly anybody in the city come down there unless they were there to penalize me. I got a letter from one department saying if I didn't mow the yard or get the grass cut, they were going to fine me $2,000. Wow, I thought I was doing a pretty good job of cleaning up that lot. Another time I got a warning ticket on an equipment trailer saying your equipment trailers have to be behind the locked fence and on concrete. You know, there's an old sports show I really like called Come On, Man. So that's what I'd say, come on, man. So we will build the retention pond. And as I tried to talk to people earlier, saying, you know, there's a certain amount of danger to this. Well, guess what? City comes out and says, you got to put an orange fence and a fence around that detention pond because it's dangerous. I told you it was dangerous having an excavation there. So we're going to build the pond. We're going to build the sidewalks. We've got the reinforced concrete pipe. I was assured by the city that reinforced concrete pipe was the modern answer, that metal pipe would not work. I went down just a few days ago to the subdivision I built and looked at the metal pipe that I put in there in 1995. Without doing the math, I think that's about 30 years ago. Perfect, pristine, just like the day it went in. So I have no choice. Y'all got me bent over. I am bent over. So I will do what the city is required, but I am telling you that I am in reliance on the letter I received from the city. I believe it's on 2/19/26. God bless you. Thanks.
All right, discussion? Councilmember Goza?
It seems to me that there is a cry from people in this community to say, you don't support small businesses enough. And this seems like we are making very expensive demands without much justification. At least I didn't see a whole lot of justification in this, other than we don't recommend it. A 4-foot sidewalk is ADA compliant, so why are we making him go out to 5 feet? For such a small property there, when you've got other areas alongside of it that also don't have detention ponds, is that really necessary? Is that going to increase the number of mosquitoes that we have from pooling water? I mean, I want our city to have sidewalks and accessibility the same, but some of these things just seem very excessive to me, especially with the scope of the project. I would be willing to consider a lot of these waivers just because of being small business friendly and getting him up and running to be, available to help the people in our community with their legal needs.
God bless you.
All right, any other, Councilmember Harris?
I tend to agree with Councilmember Goza. This is a very small property. The building you've put in there is top notch. It is a beautiful little building.
You're welcome anytime.
Thank you. I love it. I think that we are requiring excessive work on that site. I think the drainage pond is not going to be a good idea at all on that site. I would like to see us be able to provide more exceptions for this business.
I just want to interject because I'm not sure it was explained in the presentation. We have a code section on when exceptions can be granted. And so we want to make sure, and council is welcome to grant whatever exceptions they feel is appropriate, but we want to make sure that we are going to make the appropriate findings if we do that. So under section 4110C, no exception shall be granted unless the following conditions are met. There are special circumstances or conditions affecting the land involved, such that the strict application of the provisions of this chapter would have substantial adverse impact on the applicant's reasonable use of land. That the granting of the exception will not be detrimental to public health, safety, or welfare, or injurious to property in the area. And that the granting of the exception will not have the effect of preventing the orderly subdividing of other land in the area in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. So we just want to make sure that if we're gonna, when the P and Z approved the two exceptions and denied the others, they went through that process. So we just want to make sure we're gonna do that as well.
Okay, that's going to be important.
Let me say this about retention ponds. If they were really that important, if they were really that helpful, where is the retention pond for the building we're in now, which is 10 or 20 times larger than my building?
Did you already build the detention pond at all?
Pardon me?
Have you built the detention pond at
We
all?
are excavating it,
You're
yes.
excavating it, because I tend to agree with the detention pond. I find it really difficult to believe that your little property is going to all of a sudden change the need for, require the detention pond. So I do understand where you're coming from. Now, how that's going to affect the storm drainage or anything else, I would also want to know that. I find it hard to believe that your property is going to make a big effect on the stormwater drainage, or is there a reason why we're requiring him the pond and not any other new? Isn't there a new development across the street over by Wallace, and they have a detention pond as well?
We've got a new vet building on Center Street that's going up. They have detention in their back. Again, the detention pond was not the only option. Mr. Hall had several. Again, rain gardens, bioswales, water catchment. He chose to go the detention pond route. Not sure that thought
Let me
process.
just follow up on the detention. If you remember the hurricane 2017, if you remember that,
Mhm.
we had a pretty big flood here. What did you see all along from East 150 all the way over to the other side of town 150? All those big detention ponds, every one of them failed, blew up, and disgorged all their holdings. So the thing is, in a real flood, they don't work. In a no flood, there's no point. And if
Where
it was
would this
really
pond
that
be
important,
at?
This building would have one.
Where would the pond be at on the property?
It's behind the building. It's at the corner of Blanco and Barbie.
It's the eastern corner of that triangle.
Okay.
So if it floods, it hits the homes, the apartments,
It's all crammed in there. And we have a permit to build it, et cetera. I have to say again, I'm pretty nonplussed as why the city would come out in the middle of our construction with a field full of workers, heavy machinery in place, the full knowledge beforehand. We have meetings, we talk to these people, we email, talk, whatever we can do. I have a consultant to help me with communication, et cetera. And they come out and stop work knowing that this is just a penalty on me to make me spend thousands of dollars on people already in the field who stop work and have to stand around and look at each other.
How much, I'm trying to figure out percentage-wise, how much impervious coverage is there? Because I do.
This is a small lot. I think the square footage of the whole lot's only about 12,000 square feet.
Yeah, I don't have the percentage offhand. It's probably right now, probably closer to 30, 40%. The building's 1,600 square feet. Parking areas, probably similar, not quite as big. If you have specific questions on the drainage, I'm gonna have to lean to my partner Leon in the back. He's the one with the technical expertise. I kind of just walk you through the regs and where they are. But, I think from a drainage standpoint, when we look at, the whole watershed, yes, this pond is probably a drop in the bucket. I think the concern is over the life of a watershed, when you start adding drops of that bucket, you don't account for them, they do add up. But Leon, why don't you
Well,
have better
because, I want to
questions
make
for you?
sure the water flows towards, all the water in the city of Kyle goes towards Great Clark Park. Am I right, Leon? I'm trying to figure out how, because this is not like the new development, the veterans on Center Street, right? Deep Roots, is that what it is? Because that was lifted way above. I don't feel like I'm trying to figure out how much runoff there's going to be to affect, because Councilmember Zapata just said there's apartments across the street, and I'm wondering how those will be affected if there's not a detention pond.
Those apartments, I can tell you, are old. I moved to Kyle in 2007 when I graduated Texas State, and they were there. So my gut tells me that wasn't a requirement. Or, who knows when they were built, what the regs were. But Leon's the drainage expert, so if you have specific questions on drainage.
Can you kind of explain to us how our water flows? Because I remember one time walking over, and I think I was with you. We were walking down across the street from Great Clark Park, and there's like a big detention pond over there. And so I was under the assumption, and maybe I was incorrect, that it all flows down towards Great Clark Park and then through that big detention area over there. Is that correct?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Leon Barba, City Engineer. The water in this particular site drains back towards the east on Blanco. That's where it goes to. There's an existing culvert there that carries that runoff from that particular site. When all these new developments come in, the first thing I look at is, are they adding impervious cover? If they have existing impervious cover, let's assume they had a gravel parking lot and they want to pave it. That's already impervious. I don't count that towards additional impervious cover. In this particular case, there was zero facilities out there. There was no buildings, no parking lots, nothing out there. Their engineer came up with this design. This is what their engineer designed and decided where to place the pond, which obviously placed it at the lowest point of the property. So whoever the engineer was decided this was the best location for it and decided this was the size that they needed for that pond. So we didn't have, we checked the calculations, our floodplain administrator checks the calculations, make sure that they're following all our rules and regulations. But technically, they did add impervious cover. Technically, they were going to add more runoff downstream. And that's the state law says you can't do that. So that's why we require detention. And as Jason mentioned, across the street on Center Street, they did provide detention. They had a hard time doing it, but they did provide detention. There's others that used pervious pavers further down. They're on Center Street, they use pervious pavers on their parking lot to reduce the amount of runoff. So there are options, other options that you can choose. If you go to the drainage criteria section of the city code, there are ways to get out of detention. And none of those, the engineer never requested any of those waivers because he probably didn't meet any of those. So I do have the ability to waive detention if it's needed. If they can prove to me engineering-wise why they don't need detention. In this case, the engineer chose to build a detention pond.
Councilmember Zapata.
Let me ask Leon a question. Leon, not long ago, you and I had a conversation which you said, your engineer really fought hard for you. So that doesn't sound like an engineer fought very hard for me. So which side of the street are you on? Did he fight hard for me or not?
Your engineer? Our engineer had to have several discussions with your engineer to get him to go ahead and follow the city code rules.
Okay, so he didn't voluntarily come up and say, hey, let's do a detention pond. Mr. Barber, what would you say the detention pond do you think would cost?
I'm going to just jump in here real quick. Sorry about that. What is the update on our Unified Development Code? Because it's my understanding that as we've talked about updates made to our UDC, I know that I have specifically brought up variances for different zoning requirements because I want it to be more flexible so that way we are more friendly to small businesses, especially on small parcels of land like this. So I'm just wondering what's the overall state of that, because if this is something that we're going to be requiring for every single person who's trying to develop even such a small piece of land, I do tend to think that this is a little excessive. And I understand that drainage in that area is terrible, but I also think that's at the fault of the city. Like, we should have updated Blanco a long time ago. And I know that we're going to be making updates along Veterans Drive. So hopefully, I guess I'm also wondering what impacts will our updates on veterans have on our drainage? Because that might be able to solve for some of the increased runoff due to the increased impervious cover. I'm just wondering if those things were taken into consideration. I know the sidewalk was, for example, along Veterans Drive, but was drainage also taken into consideration?
Yeah, so I do believe we did look at drainage when we were talking Veterans Drive improvements and where those are. That's actually draining further planned south here, back towards the corner. There's an inlet. I don't know if you can see it. I don't know. I can highlight it on here. As far as the UDC rewrite, to answer your question, that actually has been paused. And staff is going to be bringing a discussion for you, a staff report on the UDC. But due to budgetary constraints, some of our review of what we were getting, we had put pencils down on some of those. We are kind of contemplating a plan to make some changes to the code in-house versus doing a third-party code rewrite, more piecemeal than full-blown. So it is currently paused at this point. I understand variances are probably a concern. That was something we'd look at. Drainage is something we would look at also as part of that. But some of those are bigger policy decisions than even what a code rewrite can do. So you can look at communities. I've worked in communities, smaller rural communities that have waivers for, say, half-acre lots, 1 acre or smaller. They can waive those detention requirements. And on several one-offs, it's probably not an issue, but ultimately those cities are having to come back and now do regional detention. So that is a bigger policy. How do we handle stormwater? Is it the developer handling their own and the city picking up the slack later, or is the city just going to take that all on themselves? At this point, we are doing developer does them, and then when we come in, we try and fix. So you're correct. The drainage, this is original township. It's all open ditch drainage. Anything that we do in that area, and Leon can correct me if I say anything incorrectly, but it's going to require a lot more area, a lot bigger cost, and a lot bigger kind of policy discussions than what we're kind of we're ready to have right now. But
Okay, well, thank you for the update on the UDC. That's the first time that I've heard that it's on pause, which is extremely concerning because that impacts how our entire city functions and grows. Like down to the bone. Those are the rules that we all abide by. So that's kind of wild that this is the first time I'm hearing about it as a council member, that it's been paused, especially when it has such large impacts on small businesses like this. Food trucks were even talked about in the UDC rewrite. At-home cottage shops, for folks who sell out of their home. So that's a huge project.
Hey, Jason, why don't you tell the council why the UDC was paused, the real reason it was paused?
Cost associated was one of them, but from a staff level perspective, we had a third party group that was doing this. We walked through them, going through our diagnostics, some of the issues, concerns like you brought up, food trucks. Once we started getting the documents back, we felt like we weren't getting what the city was asking for. It was, I'll be honest, it felt like a copy and paste of another city in the region. So much so that when I Googled a sentence that I found weird in our proposed document, I got one hit in Google, and it said city, word for word. So from a staff perspective, we had some concerns that the code rewrite wasn't going where it needed to go. And at the dollar amount that we were paying for, we felt like we were just not getting a good return on our investment.
Did the document have the other city's name on it when they submitted to the city?
There was a couple of remnants of other cities still in there, so it's typical. We do see that in planning. I don't want to say that me and my staff invent every new regulation we find. We do tend to look at other cities and cannibalize. We did that recently with the riparian ordinance. But one thing we try to do when we do that is make sure that we're addressing our needs and not just copying and pasting another city's needs.
Okay, so all in all, though, I feel like that's something that council should have been informed of. I mean, bad company, but the premise of it is extremely important, and that is what I'm more concerned with.
So, Jason, was the council informed?
We've not officially done a presentation on that at this time. I'm not sure what conversations happened prior to that. I know they were kind of ongoing. I know we're planning on doing a staff report probably end of next month, early August. Staff has kind of been putting together, if we tackle this ourselves, how do we do this? Because I think our code gets it gets beat up a lot. I've worked for a lot of cities. Nobody's code is perfect. As bad as people say Kyle's is, it's not there.
Kind of to that point, Jason, I would say that staff doesn't really complain about the code. We have a few areas that we need to address, and we know that there are some priorities that the council members want to address, such as the tree ordinance and lighting and small business friendly and things of that nature, that we felt we could do on our own, because some of the documents that were coming back were addressing issues that weren't even relevant to Kyle. And so staff has generally felt like the code works well. Y'all hardly ever see any variances. And if it wasn't working, you would see all sorts of variances all the time, and we would know that. So as the economy has slowed down, we've had planning slow down, we felt like this is something we could take on internally and kind of hit those targeted spots and bring that back to you. And in the meantime, save a lot of money on something that we didn't feel was done very well and was a decision by past leadership to proceed with the entire rewrite of the code, which it really hasn't been problematic. Jason, am I saying anything?
Yeah, I would say, staff has their list of what we would call big ticket items, mostly discrepancies, where one section of the code discontinues another section. You see some of that. There's some instances where things maybe aren't addressed or there's not enough teeth in there. The tree ordinance is one of those we had some big conversations on. That needs a whole revamp. But outside of maybe land use and definitions, setbacks seem to be working. Our I-35 overlays are working. I think we've got some good developments in town. Where we do see issues, it's generally around transportation, utilities, and traffic. So those are kind of some areas that we would want to look at. But when you're talking your nuts and bolts of the zoning code, what I see here, what we've experienced, I feel works. I think you're getting a good product. I think every product can be better. But for $500,000 for what we were physically getting, we just did not feel comfortable.
Yeah, and I completely hear.
I'd like to step in and just say I feel like we're getting a little bit far.
Yes,
off.
I was going to say I completely hear y'all, but the only reason why I even brought that up was because I think that this is a prime example of where variances that would have been updated in our UDC could have reflected and avoided maybe a lot of what's happening right now. Because I, for one, think that we have major issues outside of those, for example, like just interconnectivity and whatnot between developments and different zoning types and those are huge things that impact like walkability, quality of life, whatnot. All that to say is that I agree with Councilmember Goza and Councilmember Harris about being a bit more flexible on this, because I think the UDC should be more, or I believe that our code should be more flexible in the first place.
Let me say a little bit about that. Your staff is going to recommend. They're going to say it's the law, it's the ordinance, it's the law, it's the ordinance. There's a higher law, and that's helping your citizens. It's not shutting down projects with a field full of people. It's not having overbearing, unnecessary design things stuck down somebody's throat. And as far as what is required, go out. I also own property in Mountain City. There's not a retention pond in Mountain City. There's not a reinforced concrete pipe in Mountain City. There's not a 5-foot sidewalk in Mountain City. There's not a trickle channel in Mountain City. But I tell you what, the average house in Mountain City is valued at over $150,000 more than the average house in Kyle. The average house in Mountain City is going to pay a $400,000 house is going to pay about, as far as city taxes go, about $300 in property taxes, where a house in Kyle is going to pay about $400,000, about $2,000 roughly in taxes. So look at. Come on,
okay, I'm gonna stop because we are not Mountain City. I want to make that very clear. We are Kyle, and I am proud of Kyle. And I'm not always proud of our processes, but I do love our city. And so with that,
city too. That's why I'm trying my best.
And we are too. We are sitting. We're a council, and so we have to weigh the pros and cons and figure it out. And I think for the most part, we are all kind of on board. I, for one, want to make sure that any decisions that I make is not going to negatively affect the wealth, health, safety of our residents. That's why we are asking questions. if it were me, and my suggestion to the council would be to go through each of these individually and decide whether or not we want to approve or deny them. And because I think approving all of them or denying all of them, that's not really the responsible thing to do. I think we can go back, ask, hey, is the metal culvert okay? Like, I don't think that's gonna end the world. I think if we do a metal, that's fine. I think if we were gonna have Costco do a development, they would probably do something that's, bigger, grander, nicer. But you're a small business, and I understand, and if our staff says the metal is okay, you're saying it lasted you 31 years at your other place, then we can have that discussion.
Mayor, as we're doing that, I'm going to ask that for purposes of compliance with Section 4110, that we do make individual findings for every item, because those findings are required to be included in the official minutes of this meeting. So we will need you to actually make those findings as you go through them.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead. We're going to do these one by one. Can I just do like 13 A, B, C, D? Is that it?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I'll get you back to the summary page.
Yeah, we're going to have a discussion. I mean, we shouldn't even be debating until after a motion is made. And so let's talk discussion after the motion. We can, one by one is okay. That doesn't mean we have to approve the motion, doesn't mean we have to deny, but it does allow us the opportunity to have constructive conversation. So for 13A, he's asking to allow the culvert to be metal, is that correct?
No, we've already got the concrete culverts in place. They're already laid in place.
So we don't even need to do,
You just skip that one.
okay, so A is gone.
So I would make a motion to deny that one since it's already
Okay,
done.
I would like
by
to
agreement.
make a motion to deny item 13A.
3A, just for the record.
3A?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, it's the agenda item.
Okay, yeah, I got crossed. I was like,
Sorry.
which bullet point are we talking? Okay,
I could be
sorry.
wrong. I'm pretty notorious.
Yeah, I was trying to line them up with, as the conversation was going, like
Okay.
which one of these is what?
Okay, so I have a motion to deny 13A.
Second.
And then I have a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. All right, up next, to waive the requirement for a detention pond. So let's talk about the alternative. Is there anything alternative where we can put that water?
Yeah, that's my biggest concern, is where does the water go?
So I'll let Leon answer the technical questions, but there's several options in there that he can do on there. So we do rain gardens, bioswales, rainwater store harvesting. I'm not sure what the specific requirements are for each, but there were other options available. Now, Leon can't just sign off on them by saying, hey, I'm going to do that, and we jot it on a plan. We'd have to see the engineering, the plan specs behind it. Is there a catch basin and a pump, and it pumps out?
And that's another
There's
fee?
It'll be a plan change review, yes, ma'am, because those plans get reviewed. There's probably, on something like this, a plan like this, we're seeing at least 20 people that are doing plan reviews on this, so that's why we have to have those fees associated with those.
Yeah, and then he's gonna have to pay someone to re-engineer that.
I think that's Mr. Hall's biggest concern, because that was the same with the alternative pipes. Leon can sign off on metal, it's just we can't sign off on it without updated engineering documents.
There was a remark by one of the council members concerning what those engineering plans cost for an intersection. Thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. I have a confession to make. I made a mistake 40-something years ago going to law school. I should have gone to roundabout school. It even sounds like more fun. It sure makes a lot more money.
All right, well, let's stay on task.
I'm not hiring another engineer.
We have a 13B, so what do you guys think about the detention pond?
I withdraw the request.
You're gonna do the detention pond?
Yeah, we're going to do that. We're already doing it.
All right, so I'd like to make a motion to deny item 13B.
Second.
I got a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Okay, up next, we have a requirement for the trickle channel. I'm okay. I mean, what happens if we waive that? Because it was that grassy area, right? It wasn't.
Just this friendly little mess.
Yeah, you know, part of me, like, I get the trickle channel idea because it makes water flow, but sometimes the ground is a little bit more impervious and it could maybe absorb that water. I don't know. I'm not at storm drainage. What kind of effect is that going to have?
The problem with that particular lot is it's really flat in that area, and that's why the engineer came up with the trickle channel, and that's what probably was recommended by our drainage expert, because it's really flat in that area, so the intent was to keep that water moving. When it's grassed up and silts up, it starts holding up water. So it's between the parking lot and the pipe that's going down Blanco Street. How many feet is that, John?
I'm going to guess 16 to 24.
So there's two trickle channels
Yeah.
on this image, the blue one and the green one.
The green one's the area that we already said we didn't have to do the blue. It's on the green one that he's being asked to put in with the trickle channel. It's about a 2-foot wide concrete ribbon.
I'm okay not doing that. How does everybody else feel?
The updates that we're doing on Veterans Drive, again, where does the drainage come into play? Because I think I'm just trying to figure out, like, if we're doing this trickle channel, but we expect drainage to flow towards Greg Park, but we have it on the backside. I'm just trying to make sense of this.
So actually, as Leon said, this area actually, Barbie Street is going to drain to Plan North to the intersection of Blanco, and it'll come down Blanco and works its way down into the little railroad track here. You'll see that crossing when it fills up. Veterans is actually going to drain south going down. If you can see on this image, near the sidewalk, there's actually an inlet. So all that water is going to come down Veterans, going to get dumped into that inlet. It's actually going to end up back in the detention pond and go back up on Plan back to Blanco. So not all of that water is coming in from all of, Mr. Hall's not taking all of the Veterans Drive roadway. That Crown is splitting some of that, so we are changing it a little bit. But some of that water is going to come off Veterans, go right across the corner of his property, that little triangle down there, and then get back into that drainage ditch and head Plan North.
So we're looking at, like, how many feet for the proposed trickle channel?
The northern trickle channel, I would say 45 feet, southern one, 90, maybe 100, just going off the parking spaces. They're a set width, so it's a good estimate.
Okay, so the green is all he's worried about. I'm okay waiving that. Anybody else?
Again, my question is, where does the water go?
Well, he's going to have the detention pond.
Here's a layman's answer to your question. The water is going to settle into the soil unless we have a large amount of overflow, and it will go to the same place. It's all inhibited, actually, the flow is inhibited by the city's culvert at the corner of Blanco and Barbie. So that, it's all, when it gets too much for that, it's just going to back up on my property, which I don't mind because it's going to maybe back up about an hour, 2 hours, then it'll flow on out. So the drainage is really not a flow. It's really a non-issue. That little ditch has been there since cavemen, you know? I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Well, and it's pretty close to the detention pond, too. Did you notice that?
I did. My concern is for the residents to the east there. And if the water ends up, flowing into their property and causing
Water
problems.
ends up, in my layman's vernacular, if it ends up over there, it's because the city's culvert was not enough. So you can talk to the city about, got all these.
Well, we could also argue that this proposed trickle channel, is meant to mitigate that as well.
But, look around. I sent these people pictures of over in Lockett, over in Buda. I mean, these things are not tended. They got weeds and crap growing all in them. They got affected mud flows in them. And I mean, they're not the magic bullet for this thing. They are an impediment to this thing.
Mr. Hall,
I used to be really good friends with the developer, John Anderson, and he said, don't put that stuff in there. Let the land absorb what the land needs to absorb. This is an impediment to that. And if you look around, find me some trickle channels Why am I being picked on to have trickle channels? Find me one. I give you $100 to go find me a trickle channel.
Oh, I know where one's at. $100.
$100.
You've been a phenomenal member of this community for a long time. You've been a great business owner. I think I first met you right before COVID. So it's been a minute, and we want to help you. I promise we're not trying to be adversarial. I'm just there's something I've learned in this role, and it's something called the law of unintended consequences. And I don't want for overlooking something and not having the conversation, for there to be something detrimental happen to somebody else down the line that arguably is in less of a financial position to be able to sustain anything catastrophic.
I'm not an engineer. Matter of fact, I'm not nearly as smart as my mama wanted me to be. But I cannot see within the expanse of my 73 years on this planet and the houses I built and the subdivisions I built any need whatsoever for a trickle channel in that position. And I'm not putting them along any of the other streets, so I do feel, forgive me for getting out the violin here, but I feel like I've been picked on here. Picked on.
I understand that.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to approve to waive the requirement for a trickle channel.
Second.
In that motion included, I'm going to ask all these findings individually and have council propose some language that we can put in for the minutes.
Thank you.
So C1, there are special circumstances or conditions affecting the land involved such that the strict application of the provisions of this chapter would have a substantial adverse impact on the applicant's reasonable use of the land. Can we name some special circumstances or conditions that we
The avoidance of unnecessary waste.
Typically, we would look at, size of the property, other changes being made that will handle the water. We want to make sure that we're explaining why it is that this property doesn't have to comply with the code, but other properties in Kyle do.
Could we say because we haven't built along better?
So, Mr. Hall, can I please have, I just need you to be, can I have you sit down for a little bit, please? Thank you. I want to get through this agenda item, and Councilmember Zapata was speaking.
Could we say that it's because we have yet to fully undergo the construction on Veterans Drive, which therefore creates an unknown?
That might be a special circumstance, yes. I think we could list due to construction in the area related to city projects, and also, the detention pond that's also there. There are things we can list. I just want to make sure we have them in the minutes.
I think the detention pond is probably the stronger one because at least it's going to catch a lot of the runoff that would occur from the office building, and then the runoff from the parking lot would tend to gravitate towards the trickle channel that's going to be built by the city.
Is that good enough?
I think so.
I need to make sure.
So then the next.
I was chatting with Leon. If you're looking for an exception, trickle channels, in this instance, it's our minimum requirement, but it would not create a life safety issue. It could create ponding and stagnation and mosquitoes and other
That's my second point, so there you go. Finding number 2, this exception will not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or injurious to other property in the area. Leon? Leon's good with that finding. So
All right.
We will include that finding in the motion. And then that granting the exception will not have the effect of preventing the orderly subdividing of other land in the area in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. Again, I think I'm good with making that finding because it only impacts this property, so it's not going to impact the property next door if they choose to
I don't
subdivide.
imagine a whole lot of development going on right
I
in that
believe
area
that-
anytime soon.
I believe that the P&Z found that exception applied to pretty much every one of them, but that the other two maybe did not. So it sounds like we've come up with reasonings that we can list in the minutes, and we have a motion and a second on the floor. Thank you, Mayor.
All right. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, that motion passes 7-0. Up next, we have to eliminate installation of new sidewalks along Veterans. That was approved by P&Z,
That's
5-0.
correct. The P&Z made the finding that because of the existing sidewalk, there were special circumstances and or conditions affecting the land, and that because of the existing sidewalk, the granting would not be detrimental to public health or safety or welfare or injurious to other property. And again, it would not impact the subdivision of other property.
Okay. So with that said, I'd like to make a motion to approve to eliminate the installation of new sidewalks along Veterans Drive.
Second.
Okay, Okay, I have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Goza. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes
I have a
7-0.
question. Are you saying I have to put new sidewalks along Veterans Drive?
No.
No.
No, you're good.
Just the
opposite. We're agreeing with P and Z.
We're saying the opposite.
So, up next, so item 13E now. It looks like P and Z approved to eliminate the sidewalks along Barbie Street from Wood Street to Veterans Drive. I'd like to make a motion to also approve to eliminate sidewalks along Barbie Street from Wood Street to Veterans Drive.
Second.
Okay, and then the P and Z on that one, the findings that were made were that because of the closure of Barbie Street, that is a special circumstance that applies to this property. And the exception would not be detrimental to public health or safety or welfare or injurious to other property in the area, because again, that road is going to close, so there is pedestrian access there, and it would not impact the subdivision of any other land.
Okay, so I have a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. You do not have to.
Could you clarify your action there?
Sure.
It's after 11 on 70.
You're good. We're saying that we're approving that you are going to eliminate the sidewalks along Barbie, so we agree with P and Z. So those sidewalks are not going to be required. You're welcome. Okay, up next, we have a request to waive sidewalks crossings over drainage ditches. I wish I had a picture to see what that looked like. This is very foreign to me. And so,
So this one, let me try and walk you through. Sorry, I'm going to use my hands a little bit. I don't know if people can see. But you have your existing sidewalk coming down Blanco Street here, but you have the drainage ditch coming from Barbie here. When these sidewalks get constructed, there's no crossing that ditch. So he was wanting to waive that quote-unquote pedestrian bridge. So that has to be spanned across that ditch for the person to continue down the sidewalk when the sidewalks connect. Because if not, they would just be sidewalks just on his property. So you'd come up Veterans and you go down and then you'd get to the end of the sidewalk and there'd just be a big drain.
I can't imagine that's ADA compliant.
We got a lot of kids walking through there too right
Yes.
now.
I mean, I will say that the connection, there is no connection right now. But if you were to waive that, then that would require the city to come back at a future either CIP project or having to amend current plans. And I'm not sure what the status is of those roadway improvements there for the school district.
Can you guesstimate how big that is?
On the width of that?
Yeah, like how much will need to be covered? And is it going to be like, I know over here downtown, there's like some metal bars that go over like a drainage? What is this going to look like? What is the sidewalk crossings over the?
Crossing over that culvert there.
It's gonna be 5 feet wide, we stick with that width, but then it's gonna be 7, 8, 9 feet maybe, John?
With the two columns?
Length,
Yeah. The length of
the bridge, 7.
I'm gonna guess 14 feet.
Between 7 and 14.
So there'll just be like a ditch that's empty?
Yeah, that's his drainage ditch. So the sidewalk's gonna come up and then it's just gonna fall off. So that's why we're requesting that he make that connection. Now, once it crosses the bridge, there's no connection, but there's road, you can go in.
Did we not just waive, didn't we just waive those sidewalks though? So,
No, these are different sidewalks. These are the sidewalks that were not in the waiver section.
Yeah, so if you look at this image, can I zoom in? I don't think I can. You want me to find?
I'm trying to negotiate. So here's the deal, Mr. Hall. If we allow you to reduce the minimum sidewalk width from 5 feet to 4 feet, would you be willing to build the sidewalk crossing over the drainage ditch?
I'm doing that. Yes, I'm doing that, but again, I'm in reliance on the letter I received from the city dated February 19th. Yeah, the answer. My wife says, just answer the question. Yes.
You're good. What does council think about that? I think because 4 feet is ADA compliant still, right?
Yes.
Okay, so but that's probably, I don't know how that's gonna look with the other sidewalks, because I'm sure we're gonna get newer ones. But if he's willing to do the sidewalks over the drainage ditches, and we're willing to do the 4 feet, I think that's a good median.
I mean, if you were looking for a specific finding, lot shape might be something you could point to on this one. This is a triangular lot. It's kind of rare in development worlds.
What do you think, Amy?
Lot shape,
I think as long as council is comfortable making a finding that special circumstances or conditions exist, I do agree that this is an oddly shaped lot, and my guess is that 5-foot sidewalks take more of the buildable and usable area.
And with the ditch next to it, that could affect, so that may be one of your,
Is this area at all part of the vibe?
no, ma'am.
Okay, because I do not want to get in trouble.
No, I mean, most of the existing sidewalks, Veterans has, we do have some wider sidewalks in some areas where we've seen new development, but most of Veterans, that existing sidewalk has been around for at least 2007.
And that might be another special circumstance or condition, that it was the 4-foot match what's existing in the area?
Yes, ma'am.
So that the 4-foot matches what's existing in the area
Okay,
currently.
so I'm gonna just so you can build a little bit of trust, I'm gonna go to G, and I'm going to approve to reduce the minimum, I'm gonna make a motion to reduce the minimum sidewalk width from 5 feet to 4 feet.
Second.
Okay, so that's a motion.
Okay, so then they're making the finding there's special circumstances because these match the sidewalks in the area and the shape of the lot is unusual.
Yes.
And
So,
then we don't believe that the granting of this exception will be detrimental to public health and safety or welfare or injurious to other property because again, it meets with what's in the area. And there is nothing to suggest that this would prevent the orderly subdividing of other land in the area. Just want to make sure it's on the record.
thank you. All right, so I got a motion by myself, and I skipped F, so we're gonna come back. I did that so you can know that we're going to deny, but before we do that, we're gonna approve. I want to approve the width, so you're comfortable with that, and then you said you would build the sidewalk over the ditch.
Sidewalk over the ditch.
Okay, all right. All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion passes 7-0. Okay, so then I'm gonna go back to F, because you agreed to make the country song, sidewalk over the ditch. So I'm gonna make a motion to waive sidewalk crossing over drainage ditches.
Second.
All right, I got a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes
All right.
7-0.
Now, Mayor, don't hate me.
Oh, no, I
need a
don't.
motion to approve the resolution based on all these amendments you just made.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution according to,
As amended by council.
as amended by council.
Second.
All right, me and McKinney are on it. I got a motion by myself and a second by McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes 7-0. You're good.
Thank you, council. I appreciate you letting me
Yes.
try and walk you through that.
We appreciate it, and I'm sorry that was so complicated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
And whenever you're ready to open, let us know. We'll do a ribbon cutting, get some cake.
Have a good time.
Yes, sir.
Y'all are a fun group.
No.
Keep it up.
Thank you so much. All right, we're at agenda item 14, consider approval of an ordinance amending sections 23-60 of the City of Kyle Code of Ordinances to revise the allowable construction hours for construction activities within 600 feet of occupied residential structures. This passed the first time 6-0 on June
second
16th.
reading.
This is second reading, yeah. Item presenter Kelly Stillwell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Here's for the second reading of our amending Article 4, Section 2360 to provide reasonable construction hours. So based on council direction, staff reviewed potential options to support responsible development while respecting the quality of life of residents living near active construction zones. As directed during the first reading of the proposed amendment, staff focused on possible revisions to the city's existing ordinances related to construction and noise limitations and allowable construction hours. Staff reviewed peer city policies and procedures, consulted with internal departments, and evaluated common construction equipment noise levels, including how decibel levels are measured and enforced. So we have a list of several common construction equipment here, just to give an example of the types of noise levels they produce. Backhoe is not 84 to 93. Your average lawnmower is 85 to 95. The micro trenching, which we have with the Google Fiber, is 95 to 120. So you can see there's a wide range of decibel levels there to contend with. And it was very difficult for us to find a level to which contain that to. And there was also concern on behalf of, expressed to us by Chief Barnett and members of Public Works with the equipment that they use and how it could, we could essentially eliminate some commonly used construction equipment. And so currently the Article 4, Section 2360 limits construction activity within 600 feet of occupied residential structures to the hours of 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. Based on peer city reviews and council's desire to amend construction hours, staff is recommends amending Chapter 23, Article 4, Section 2360 of the City Code to limit construction 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Staff is not recommending a specific noise level limitation due to enforcement concerns and the potential of inadvertently prohibiting the use of common construction equipment. So this is I think Councilman Zapata asked for some OSHA information, so this is what we could find. I think your question was geared toward where that sound was taken from, and I couldn't find anything specifically related to that, but this is what I did come up with. These are the permissible exposure limits without hearing protection. And as you can see, as they get higher, the time decreases significantly. OSHA does enforce decibel limits by measuring a worker's time-weighted average over an 8-hour shift using a 5 decibel exchange rate. Rather than issuing blanket sound bans, OSHA requires employees to implement escalating safety measures as noise volumes rise. So the options are: we approve the ordinance as written to reduce allowable construction hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., approve the ordinance with modifications, deny the proposed ordinance, and leave the ordinances as written to continue to allow construction activity until 9 p.m. without noise limitation parameters. Staff does recommend the approval of the proposed ordinance as written to modify allowable construction hours from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. within 600 feet of occupied residential dwellings.
You guys are going to hate me today, but that is a motion to approve the ordinance on second reading as amended and presented at second reading. Because if we approve it the way it was before on second reading, it would not match this.
Wait.
It's still
okay.
easier than last
It's the last
Just to approve on second reading with the amendments presented by staff. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, and we're not going to do, the noise would be just kind of hard to go out and monitor. Is that what you're saying?
We got a lot of pushback from Public Works. Chris Arnold reached out to me directly. They actually took some recordings with their decibel equipments that illustrated they can't do what they need to do if we put a decibel limit on this ordinance. Chief Barnett came to me directly and said, this is very difficult for us to do. Essentially what we're going to do is we're going to have cops going out and writing people tickets for cutting their grass.
Okay. So what is going to be the limit? Like, how do we know?
Well, that's kind of what we're recommending is we're recommending that we don't set a limit on it. We reviewed the peer cities and some of their limits were in the 50 to 60 decibel limit range, which is virtually impossible to enforce. And we couldn't really find any city that had a standard that we thought would capture what we wanted to capture and still allow city staff and general construction to continue to happen.
So they can be as loud as they want from 7 to 7?
For construction activity
For construction
only.
activity,
So if
right.
there's a nuisance noise, there is a restriction to the decibel level that those can reach. So loud music, I was thinking loud music coming from cars, loud music coming from downtown, things of that nature,
Right.
that would be considered like a nuisance. But regular construction activity would not be limited in
Okay.
this proposal.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias.
Okay. Something to consider when we're going to be doing our roads. Because a lot of these road constructions might want to start in the evening versus during the day. So let's be mindful. We're going to tell these people you stop at 7 p.m. And let's say they got to go and pave a street and they got to start at a specific hour because it gets hot during the day. So we gotta be mindful about that, especially with the New Quest development that's coming around the corner. They're gonna start building right over there. And I know some of those constructions, when I'm driving to Austin, sometimes 3, 4 in the morning, they're up there pouring concrete, they're up there with their trucks, and they're gonna be right near some of these lakeside areas where the mobile homes are at. So it's something that we're gonna need to consider if we're gonna go and tell everybody to shut it off at 7, and you can only start at 7, which is true, because there's a lot of lawnmowers that, trust me, on your days off on Sunday, they start up at 7 o'clock, and they know, right? All these you hear the lawnmowers and the air blowers going off. But I think we might get into that situation when we start these road constructions to where we might have them say, hey, look, we're gonna, instead of shutting down during the middle of the day, we're gonna want to request to do some work in the evening. So that would be a consideration, correct?
Yes, sir. And any of those requests must come to the city council for approval. So they have to request ahead of time. Even our own construction projects, we would need to bring to you all for a consideration of a variance to this
I believe Layman
rule.
did that one time. Remember when they were building their new stadium or their pack center that they have now?
Yes, the
They
school.
requested to go, oh, the baseball field, I'm sorry, it was the baseball field.
Yes.
To go till 9 o'clock.
All right, Councilmember Harris.
Yeah, this is related to residential, not just in general construction. 600 feet from an occupied residential structure. And, you know, I think going past 7 or 8 on this is generally uncalled for. I know people have to sleep. And the calls that I have gotten related to noise of construction has always been way off those hours. You know, for instance, by hometown, the construction of those houses and apartments over there, they were starting before daylight and going way late. And it was really interfering with the sleep for some of the residents over there. So I would say that we should limit variances on that.
Any other discussion? Councilmember McKinney?
This ordinance definitely has some positives. I think one thing we need to consider, though, is, you know, the unintended alternative. We might be swapping one problem for another, whereas a 1 or 2 day job might all of a sudden become a 2, 3, or 4 day job. And then, you know, instead of a resident being inconvenienced by some sound for a day or two, all of a sudden now it's almost an entire week. And you know, like I said, it's the law of unintended consequences. We have to try and think about things that we don't want, you know, wouldn't typically think about. So there's the possibility that that does end up happening.
Well, they're still going to be able to sleep, even for a day or two. You know, interrupting someone's sleep is a problem.
Okay. Any other discussion? Councilmember Zapata?
Oh,
Councilmember Goza.
I was just going to comment that this kind of came up because of all of the construction that's been going on within Plum Creek. There was a resident that reached out and that was like, this has been going on for days and days and days, like, and there's no respite. Like, even in the evenings at 9 o'clock at night, we're hearing this. And so it's like, I know we have to go through construction, but can we at least have a period where we get some break? So when you look at it as, well, it's extended out, the reality is that it was an extended construction project that prompted this in the first place. So I think it just kind of makes sense to at least limit it to that and then require waivers as necessary.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata.
I think I worry about workers. I do. It's hot. At 7 p.m., I mean, my friends and I are trying to find a time to get together to be able to go on like walks once a week. And we were like, okay, 6 o'clock, it's still like 94 degrees out. We don't want to go then. And so we're like, okay, what about 7? Well, it's still like 90, 91 degrees. So, and we're like, well, we're going to go walk at like, 10 p.m. at night, you know, when it's finally cooler. And so I actually was going to suggest that we change it from, instead of 9 p.m. until 8 p.m. In order to help accommodate some of that, because on average, the temperature degree difference between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. is about 5 degrees. So you're looking at from having workers work in 91 degree heat to 86, 87 degree heat. And heat safety is incredibly important. I think 8 p.m. is still a pretty reasonable hour. It's not 9 p.m. I know it's not as early as 7 p.m., but I still feel like that's pretty reasonable. And if we're able to help protect the people who build our roads, sometimes that includes like our own staff. I want to make sure that we're doing as much as we can to do that. And I'm trying to remember, but I'm pretty sure that, for example, when it came to like larger projects that the city of Austin has like a completely separate ordinance reflecting that. And I believe I had asked for different options, like when it came to how we presented this and moved forward with this ordinance. Because, for example, all of our road bond projects that come down Center Street or Old Stagecoach, like the one that comes down Old Stagecoach, like my house, like backs right up to it. So I wanting to make sure that we also do understand and really stress that we're going to be having to hopefully make some sort of exemptions for our road bond projects, so that way we can get them done on time, in cost savings, manner, in a way that doesn't completely change how someone's going to have to travel throughout the day. And so I guess that was going to be my recommendation, is change it from, instead of 7 a.m. to 7 p.m., go from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. Really, really stressing the heat safety factor, because it is brutal. Like it is incredibly brutal out there, and heat safety kills 1 in every 4 Texans a day. So, yeah.
Any other discussion? I mean, I think we've got to balance safety of employees with our residents that we owe a duty to. It's hard when you hear, I think we got a couple of emails about the Google. Even during the middle of the day, they're like, this is loud and it makes it really hard for me to work. And I'm like, I get it. Everything comes at a cost, but that cost can't consistently be placed onto the taxpayers. At some point, we've got to protect them as well. I don't know if I'm okay with moving it back. I think 7 a.m. is really early. So if it were up to me, it'd be like 8. But I'm willing to do 7 a.m. for the heat reasons. What do people think about moving it to 8 o'clock?
No problem.
I'm not opposed to it.
So 8 p.m.?
Well, that's very late for most projects to start. They've got their crews ready at daylight.
No, I'm talking about 8 p.m. Do we want it to go to 8 p.m. like Councilmember
7
Zapata?
a.m. to 8 p.m.
That's what.
I'm okay with that.
The only thing with that is they're going to work the whole day. They're going to be working at 7 and going on till 8. It's not going to really make a lot of difference. It's just that they may finish a day earlier.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be working through the heat regardless. If
Yep.
it's 7 p.m. or 7 a.m., they're working the afternoon, the heat of the day. So they're already in the heat. If I were a worker, I'd rather be done at 7 o'clock, get my day done early and go home.
Councilmember Goza?
I just want to say, we have school, 3/4 of the year, and so this ordinance applies through the year. So at 8 p.m., even though like September when school starts, some parents are getting their kids ready for bed and have them in bed by 7:30. And so if they're hearing construction noise, that might be a deterrent to them sleeping. So, that's just kind of what I'm thinking about in this. And I'm also like, if they've already been out working in the heat all day, that time from 7 to 8 is not going to give them a significant enough cooling off period, in my opinion.
Okay, so I think we kind of each stand on our own opinion. Yeah, someone want to make a motion?
Make a motion that we make the recommendation for 7 a.m. to 8 p.m. for the ordinance.
And the other amendments made by staff to remove the.
And the other
decibel
amendments
limits.
made by staff.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Tobias and a second by McKinney, and this is going to be changed it to 8 p.m.
Correct.
And as long as well with the other amendments. Do we want to do roll call on this? Because I feel like we might be torn. I'll just say all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Nay.
Motion passes 5-2. Do you need to know who said nay? Goza, Councilmember Goza Medina. Okay, all right. All right, up next, we have agenda item 15, consider a resolution authorizing the interim city manager to authorize the grant application for the Texas Water Development Board Water Supply and Infrastructure Grant in the amount of $21 million, for which the deadline to apply is on July 30th, just 23 days. We have item presenter Mike Murphy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mike Murphy, I'm Director of Water Utilities. So tonight we're asking for you to consider approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of Kyle, Texas, ratifying the city's application for the Texas Water Development Board Water Supply and Infrastructure Grant in the amount not to exceed $21 million, for which the deadline to apply is this July 30th. So the House summary, or the House Bill 500 passed during the 89th legislative session, appointed, appropriated $1.038 billion in funds for water supply and infrastructure projects to the Texas Water Development Board. This is a one-time opportunity for a limited number of Texas communities to receive grant funding to implement water supply and water infrastructure projects. Once this initial appropriation is provided to the communities by August the 31st of 2027, the Texas Water Development Board will no longer have these grant funds available to provide financial assistance. And that following paragraph is just basically why this project, this HB grant was appropriated. So the purpose for the appropriation was stated in H. Bill 500 legislation as a water infrastructure and supply projects and grants to be determined by the board. As the language is specific to water infrastructure and supply, the plan excludes wastewater and flood projects. So that's why you won't see us asking for this funding for the wastewater treatment plant. I know there was a lot of questions about that. Additionally, the Texas Water Development Board will provide this funding in the form of 100% grant, because HB 500 does not provide authorization for the Texas Water Development Board to use funding to leverage bonds, and therefore appropriation does not create a benefit to providing the funding in the form of a loan. So communities with populations between 10,001 to 150,000 can request up to $21 million funding for a single project. Scoring criteria is based on annual median house income, which Kyle, it shows to be right at $90,000 a year, for the service area divided by statewide AMHI multiplied by 10. The additional 10 points are awarded to projects that are already that are ready to proceed to construction. So that's the term we need to pay attention to, ready to proceed. Staff identified the Lehman Pump Station Expansion Project, which has an estimated cost of construction of approximately $25 million, as an ideal project meeting the requirements outlined in the grant notice. This project will be at least 100%, this project will be at 100% design as of July 2026, of which the project is now 100% design is complete. Now, this is the tricky part. Which will meet the requirement for being ready to proceed. Now, the Texas Water Development Board has delegated the authority to TCEQ to determine when a project is considered design 100% complete and ready to proceed. We have not received that approval back from TCEQ at this point. We're waiting for it, but the clock is ticking. We have to have this turned in, and it has to be at the Texas Water Development Board by the end of this month, which is July the 30th. So as a result of that, we are putting in a backup project, which you approved earlier tonight, which is the 1626 water transmission main from the pump station to the Verde elevated storage tank, with an estimated value of right around $7.5 million. Now, that's our backup plan. Just in case we haven't heard from TCEQ that this project has been determined ready to proceed, we can move forward with the $7 million project. And so hopefully we'll have that approval from TCEQ by July the 23rd. If that's the case, we're going to move forward with the Lehman Road project and asking for a larger amount. If we don't have that, it is recommendation of our consultant, which is STV, that we move forward with the secondary project, which is the 1626 transmission main for $7 million. So if there's any questions about that, we're ready to go. So staff recommends that you allow the interim city manager to proceed with this resolution and approve with modifications. So I think that's pretty much it. That's a lot of stuff. That's it.
All right, I have a question. Does it have to be just one project, or can it be more than one project?
It can only be one project. I know, right? We would love to turn both of the projects in if we could, but we can't. Now, this is, as you can probably imagine, with this amount of money for small cities like Kyle, from between 10,000 and 150,000, there is an incredible amount of applications that have been turned in. That's why TCEQ is running behind with the approval of the ready to proceed. And we don't want to take the risk of missing out on both. So that's why I wanted to explain that tonight as this process. But we're definitely moving forward with the application for the city of Kyle. Hopefully for the $20 million project, but if not, for sure we'll have the $7 million ready to go if we need to use that project.
All right, any discussion? Councilmember Zapata?
Who do I gotta lobby?
Right.
Is there an email address that I can reach out to? Can we have our state reps send something just in support and kind of nudging? Is this due on, what is it, July 30th?
July 30th is the final day to have it in to the Texas Water Development
Like at
Board.
11:59 p.m.
Now,
or close the day?
We can go ahead and turn, listen, so let me back up a little bit. We can go ahead and turn it in to the Texas Water Development Board, but if we don't have the ready to proceed approval from TCEQ, we lose 10 points off of our score.
Oh.
And as you know, in competition this tight, if you lose 10 points, then you're pretty much out of the running. So that's the risk we're taking. Now, we've reached out to TCEQ. We have not reached out to our state representatives, but I'm sure, I don't know what good that would do, but I don't know.
Just move something along, get a letter of support in there to offset the negative 10 points, possibly just in case. Like, as someone who is also a grant reviewer, not just a grant writer, those are things that we take into consideration as well on scoring rubrics. I guess I just want to make sure, because I was going over the presentation that we did on June 13th over the CIP projects. And so we had originally kind of all ourselves undertaken that 25 million. So 21 million of that 25 million would go far.
Yeah, it would be awesome.
It would,
I can
yeah.
get you all the information that we've got on who you could reach out to at TCQ if you want to assist with that. We'd be glad to do that.
Okay, yeah, just a little, hey y'all, something, I don't know, but because I think this would greatly be beneficial for our residents.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can do that. I'll get that to you tomorrow.
All right, where I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item 15.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Goza. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Passes 7-0. All right, up next, we have agenda item 16. Consider approval of a resolution amending the rules of council as requested by City Council on 4/21/26. And that's item presenter Amy Alcorn-Reed.
Good evening, Council. Amy Alcorn, City Attorney for the record. We have 7, so how are we feeling? We want to go through all these? All right. So some background, on April 21st, 2026, City Council directed the city manager to bring back options related to the rules of council. We had a pretty lengthy discussion then. I took a lot of notes, and then I put this presentation together. Generally, the rules of council are approved at least annually, and they govern the procedure of the meetings and other issues related to council actions. So I've attached a red line of the rules to this agenda item. I'm hoping you all had a chance to look at it. The red line includes all of the changes that proposed. So what I want to say is that if a council member clearly told me what they wanted, what they were suggesting that it said, I tried to put that in there, which means it may not have had consensus of the full council. So what we would like to do is go through them individually and see if we have consensus of the full council as part of approving this resolution. And then there were other changes where we got kind of a, let's look at this as an option, but we didn't really get full direction. And so I put those in as things that need additional consideration. So I'm going to go through these one at a time and see if we can get some clarity on how council feels about each one of them. So the first one is to apply the same limits to adding agenda items to the agenda to the mayor as it applies to council members. And I do want to note that this suggestion did come from the mayor. So I don't know if she still likes it.
Okay, I do, but so this is complicated, right? I feel like we need to simplify what we're able to do and put on an agenda. So if we can start it with all members of council, so that would include the mayor, can submit up to but no more than, I would like to see 2 agenda items and then 1 with a co-sponsor, so a total of 3. And then just, I don't know how you guys feel, just make it as simple as possible. It doesn't have to be like, when I read it, I was like, I have to write this out because I don't even really understand.
That language is particularly confusing.
It is confusing.
I just want to clarify the 2 and 1 with the co-sponsor, that would include proclamations, or do we want to have a separate rule for
Just all together, whatever you want to stick on the agenda. I think I'd like to see 3. And then, but 2 of those can be without a co-sponsor, and then 1 would be with a co-sponsor, however you guys want to do it, just to make it as simple as possible. And then I would just take out, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, all 6 of the first lines, and just do members of council, and then talk about the 2 and then the 1, and then I would take out the mayor is subject to the same. None of that even matters because we're all members of the council.
Okay.
So it would start with agenda items must be requested by email.
Must be submitted.
Mayor, just as an example, we have 16 items on the agenda tonight, and it's midnight.
I know. I
So
get
if
it.
you have 3 per council members, there's up to 21 right there.
You know, I thought about that, but this was the rule that we had prior to, and I felt like, well, it was just 3 altogether. Yeah. I mean, unless we want to do 2 and then 1 with a co-sponsor.
But that's where we led to 2:30 in the morning.
It's
Yvonne.
true, it is.
Okay.
But I mean, the way I read it now is a mess, and I don't think it's fair, and I think it's complicated. I want to make it as simple as possible. Maybe we can do 2 and then 1 has to be co-sponsored.
And I think there is some argument, and it's up to council because these are the rules that you're limiting to yourself, but the charter does provide that a council member can add an item to the agenda, and the way it's written, unless it's a proclamation, really you can't. You have to have a co-sponsor. But I do think the council can limit how many and can put whatever regulations you'd like on the charter because you're enforcing those rules on yourself, right?
Right.
So maybe it's 1 item without a co-sponsor, whatever it is the council wants to do.
Yeah, I guess, are you guys okay with 1, like 2 altogether, and then 1 that doesn't need a co-sponsor and 1 that does?
I mean, I was going to suggest aligning it more to the charter to where there wasn't a co-sponsor requirement, point blank, just so that way we're aligned completely with the charter.
But then limit it to 1 or 2 or something.
Yeah, but limit the agenda item, like total. I think so far it's worked out miraculously well.
It used to be a mess, though. There's a reason why it's like this.
I'm like, it's like so far it's worked out miraculously well. I'm not, we don't coordinate this. It just happens to be that, no one is throwing on a billion things, on the same agenda at once. So I'm fine with limiting it to 2 or what number it is that we decide, but not requiring a co-sponsor for either one.
I agree.
So 2 total on each agenda?
Right.
I do not think we're going to take advantage of that. And maybe, I don't know if we want to be apprised when other people put their agenda items on. It's going to make for a really long agenda. I mean, I remember these days, it was 3, you put whatever you want on, and it was a hot mess, and we approved things that never came back. It was a lot. So I don't want to overwhelm our staff.
Okay, so we're looking at 2 with no co-sponsors.
May I make a suggestion?
Yes.
You can have up to 2 each, but at 10:30 or 11,
Cut it off.
cut it off and moves on to the next agenda.
Do we want a time limit?
Yes.
I mean, yes,
I've been
Tobias
asking
needs
for
one.
that for 6 years.
Yes.
You know
The
that.
City of Austin has
From
this really
Travis
fun rule
to
where
Dex
at
to Robert.
10 p.m. council has to vote if they want to continue the meeting, and if not, everything else gets tabled to the next meeting.
Okay, I'm okay with that, but I just want, hey, that could build up, right? And I completely trust our council to be like, okay, 3 people got stuff on there. I'm probably not going to have it mindless. I'll just use it next time. Or, the rules of council have been here for how many agendas? So I think that is a great idea to limit to 10:30. Is everybody okay with that? Okay.
And vote if we want to continue on?
Yes. So 2 items, no co-sponsors, with the 10:30 vote stating whether or not we want to continue. And then whatever's left over will go into the next agenda, and that'll be on the top of the council-sponsored items.
All right, and that's just to apply to council items, right? If it's past 10:30, council decides whether or not to hear those items.
Yes.
Whereas items provided by the city manager would still continue.
Yep.
Okay.
Well, because, yeah.
Mayor.
Yes,
How much of a?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, you can go first. You raise your hand first.
Oh, yeah, because I'm starting to hear that again, Mayor, from residents, that it's 11 o'clock and they're waiting for y'all's agenda item and we're not even there yet. So I have always stressed so hard to put even time limits when it came to agenda items. No more than a 10-minute talking period and then boom, we move on to the next. I know I got shot down many times because there was times where I remember in the past, Yvonne, you were like, well, everybody has a right to speak, but then we went back and forth, kind of like we're doing now.
And
But,
those
yeah, I'm
get
cool with that.
complicated. I've seen cities try to limit each council member's time, but then you have a city secretary over here frantically trying to time how long every council member speaks, and it gets very challenging.
Yeah.
But we could maybe limit the agenda item in general. Not with speaking, but just like,
You could. The problem is you're going to have one person who speaks for 5 minutes, and then everybody else doesn't get to speak. Sorry, I'm here to play devil's advocate.
no, I love
Yeah.
it. I love it. I
Yeah.
love it. I love it. I'm not going to be mad at it.
I think I just have a slight concern with the 10:30 p.m., like, let's push it back. Because sometimes, I think good example for today, the agenda items are timely, right? Like, they're pertinent. However, like, for example, if there was like a majority that was like, oh, well, we could just mess with this agenda item by voting against continuing time, so it gets pushed back out, so it becomes, less timely, less pertinent. Like, that's a way to abuse the rules as well.
That
And I
also-
think I just want to make sure that we don't do that either.
That also kind of brings me to my question, because today we moved 2 council items up to the top. And so those items automatically pushed other things, like perhaps the other council item past 10:30. So do we want to put rules on, so this is getting complicated.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
There's a reason why that happened.
Right.
And that's because council member items were being put at the bottom. And so we had to create agenda order. in order to figure out what the residents want, what we want. And so I think that's going to be very important to keep in there to make sure the agenda order stays in there.
I'm not saying that was wrong. What I'm suggesting is that if we're going to require a vote at 10:30 or those items don't continue, do you want to also require the vote to move them earlier so that
We do.
everybody's get the same treatment?
That's in there. Yeah, there's
I think
a
you have
vote.
the, like, no one objects, right?
Yeah. Okay. So that, I think it's important we keep that in there.
Yeah.
Because we do vote on that. And-
I think just little hesitant about the 10:30. I think, I know that we've added more meetings. That's just because that's how much stuff there is to go through. And so I just become hesitant at us, having some arbitrary 10:30 PM time, right? Because as of right now, that's arbitrary. Impacting city operations.
But that's just to vote on whether we want to talk about our council items?
No, it's continue the meeting.
No, it's only council items. And the way that it was proposed by Councilmember Tobias, or Mayor Pro Tem Tobias, I'm sorry, was the council items would not be considered after 10:30 absent a majority vote of council.
Okay, that sounds better.
Okay.
Do we want to vote on each of these individually?
Is that what you meant, Mayor Pro Tem? Just the council items, not the entire agenda? Okay. So we can stay here till midnight or 1 PM or 2 PM?
As long as they're your items, Pervez.
Well, so were you saying no at 10:30?
I think it was just a matter of streamlining everything and having time limits on specific, when we're doing consent, we already know what our votes are. If we pull, we have a discussion, but no more than 10 minutes on each one, at the most, if we can. Because I'm looking at the time limit itself, because I also look at staff, they've been here all day, all night, same thing here, same thing all of us, those watching. I'm just always been trying to do the minimum, not the minimum, but maximize the time within the frame. Like, when I've run meetings, I try to say, I'm trying to get everybody out by 11:30. But I want to be efficient, and I want to still give everybody the respect to have the votes and so forth. And it could be I know we have a lot of back and forth, kind of like we're doing now, but I'm just kind of looking at it in that sense. Mr. Mohit.
Yeah, I think a real concern for me is going into midnight because people are not paying attention. People are then, and I know a lot of votes get passed through usually at a certain time, and that upset the residents too. So talking time-wise, I think it's also important that we don't go into the next day. I do understand the 10:30 in the council, but I also want to make sure that we're not going too late where people are not paying attention. Because what we're going to fall into is an issue where we take a vote, people find out later, and then they come back and they're angry. But they're like, how did you expect us to stay awake until midnight or 1 AM when they have jobs the next day? So that's something else that I think we need to take into consideration.
All right, so my question is, do we want to take votes on these individually, or do we want to just kind of get a feel for direction, and at the end I can summarize what I feel like, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong?
Let's do them individually. I think that'll be a lot easier.
Okay,
I
so
think
then
it'd be
what?
more efficient time-wise to just do them individually.
What I'd look for here is, the proposal is for council members to be limited to 2 items with no co-sponsor. However, no council item will be considered after 10:30 PM unless the majority vote of council to approve moving forward.
Yes. So that's a motion?
Yep.
Um,
Somebody would like to make a motion?
Yes, I would like to make a motion for what you just said. Do I get a second? Okay, I got a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passed 7-0.
The second one is restrictions on bringing back failed council items to allow for items to come back after 90 days with approval of council. The way I think this would work is that they would put a council item on requesting permission to bring back the item, because you have to vote within 90 days. So I'm not really sure how else it would come back.
I'm the one that brought this forward, and it's just to replace 6 months and just change it to 90 days. So not require someone to bring an agenda item to make an exception for it, but where it says, subject matter may not be placed back on the agenda for at least 6 months, just to read for at least 90 days.
Okay. So instead of adding that language that said if such discussion is approved by majority vote of council, you just want it can come back after 90 days?
Yes.
Okay. What do we think about that one?
90 days.
It seems too fresh. Now that you've been here for 6 months, I mean, you could have had to vote 3 times on one agenda item.
That's true. Yeah, you could do that. If you can bring it back every 90 days, it's 3. You could hear the same thing 4 times. I like the 6 months.
I think this was also because I found, for example, City of Round Rock, it does 90 days. San Marcos has no automatic ban, and Pflugerville has 60 days. So this was just to bring it in line with what is common practice. I feel like 6 months is actually a really long time. I mean, I know that this moves pretty quickly because we only have technically 2 regular meetings a month. But I just felt like it was in our best interest to try and not necessarily try to stall something for half a year, because that's technically what it is.
Yeah, I don't want to hear something 4 times a year either. You could just keep bringing it back.
Would every 4 months be a fair compromise?
Yeah.
I'll accept that, yeah.
Me too.
And it says with approval of council.
Well, it's not going to be like that. It's just going to be, instead of the 6 months, it's going to be
4 months.
4 months.
So it would not require approval of
No.
council.
Mm-mm. So, but if you like that, we could keep the 6 months and then say the 90 days with approval of council, or 4 months or whatever, but right now, what's being proposed is 4 months instead of 6. Bless you.
So that would be approval of the change to the rule related to when council items can come back to change it to after 4 months.
Yeah, so 120 days.
Do you want to take a vote on that one?
Yes. Zapata.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to update restrictions on bringing back failed council items to allow for items to come back after 120 days or 4 months with approval, or I guess just point blank.
Second. I have a motion by Councilmember Zapata and a second by myself. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. Before we move on, though, can we go up to agenda item, or the number 2?
Sure.
Okay, so the last sentence, in the event of a disagreement, the mayor, city manager, or council member may request an opinion from the city attorney. And it says whose ruling shall be final. I don't like that. What I would like is they receive an opinion from the city attorney and the council may decide by majority vote unless it's prohibited by law.
So I agree with this, with your suggestion. I think the idea behind it was that it was supposed to occur before the meeting, so it never ended up on the agenda in the first place.
Right.
I've never seen it used that way. The only time I've ever seen this rule used, it was during a meeting. So it was kind of awkward.
Yes, and it does. It puts staff, I think that gives a lot of control to staff, and really it needs to be to the council. And so what I'd like to see is, so there could be an opinion, and then the council will decide by majority vote, unless it's prohibited by law or for some reason.
I don't think it would ever be prohibited by law unless it's, I guess, a unique council item.
Okay.
But typically, I think when this rule was used, it was specifically, it had been less than 6 months, and so.
Are you guys okay with that? The opinion coming back and then letting the council decide? Okay, all right. So I'd like to make a motion to exclude whose ruling shall be final, and then include, and the council may decide by majority vote. Okay, a second?
Second.
Councilmember Zapata? All right, I got a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Zapata. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. Go ahead.
Okay, this next one is weird. So it's Rule D1, and it provides that if both the mayor and the mayor pro tem are going to be absent, then the mayor would designate a chair from the council members present at the meeting to preside over the meeting. Typically, under standard Open Meetings Act, the way this works is that if there is not either the mayor or the mayor pro tem, the members who are present would then choose a chair and vote for that person to serve as chair for the meeting. So that's my suggestion. The reason I find this weird is it's like the mayor has to know before the meeting that both the mayor and the mayor pro tem aren't going to be there, and then know who's going to be there to name a chair. And so then it's like you could designate Laura Lee as the chair, and then she's also not there, and then what do we do?
I think it's a great inclusion. Yeah, I agree. I think the council should decide if the mayor and the mayor pro tem are gone, who will chair the meeting.
That's actually the way we've done it when it's happened.
Okay. Well, I'll make a motion to approve the changes to D1.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion passes 7-0. I do have something else for 4.
Okay.
So, 1, 2, 3, 4 sentences down, it says additionally, if any member of the council abstains from a vote, that member shall immediately, I want to add state it for the record, and then fill out an affidavit with the city secretary. So making it known that there's a conflict and then filling out an affidavit.
Okay. You're also jumping ahead a little bit because
Okay.
there's one of these little bracketed things right there with it that says that there was some discussion about a
Got it.
required timeline for when the affidavit must be filed. So do we want to talk about that while we're looking at it? On what the timeline would be that we have to file the affidavit, like if they don't file it immediately during the meeting, how many days after do they have to file it?
Okay.
Could we say by the next regular council meeting? I mean, that's 2 weeks. I feel like if they don't fill it out within, if the requirement will be that they have to state it, regardless.
state it
So
on
they
the
will
record.
state it on the record. But it's like, hey, get that affidavit in.
So
But
what
it
is,
will state it.
what is chapter 171 and 176 state?
171 and 176 have specific rules on when you have to file them. One of them is like if you have a relationship with someone who's the vendor, you have to file it within 7 business days of your knowledge of this relationship. So it's not necessarily tied to a specific item. It's tied to a personal relationship, and it's kind of an overarching form that you file that's publicly available on the city's website. Versus the recusal, which would be to an individual item. And so that's really our affidavit that we use for an individual item. But you could use the 7 days as an example. I mean, that's what the state law provides for you to file, is 7 days after your knowledge.
Yeah, and Jennifer does an amazing job of having all that
She always has them
information
with
with
her.
her. Yeah, like she has them with her. So there's no reason not to do it that day, but I think 7 days is plenty of time.
I could see a situation where it's mid-meeting, you realize you have a conflict, you say you're gonna recuse you in the back, and then you guys forget to meet up with Jennifer right after the meeting, but then you'd have some time to do it.
Okay. Is everybody okay with 7 days? Councilmember Goza?
And does TML suggest or say that it should be filed prior to the vote?
Typically, yes. The only reason to have that exception was just what I was just saying, is if you figure out, I think we've had it happen where we were talking about like a property purchase and one of the council members realized, oh, I know those people, they're cousins or whatever, and so they didn't know going in, but now they do. And so they would announce and then walk out of the room, and if we don't want to make Jennifer leave the room and go give them the form right then, it would give them a little bit of leeway.
I kind of feel like they should have to fill it out at least by that night and turn it into, or rather than having days after, because it leads to the absence of the mind then.
It's whatever council wants to do. I mean, it currently says immediately, so I don't know if we need to make an amendment if we're leaving it at immediately, but we can leave that up to council.
Immediately is too vague, I think. I think, we can just say they shall fill it out the night of the meeting. Are you guys okay with that? Because I know some of them have gotten filed a year later, and that's entirely too long. And so, and we can also add that I would like to state for the record, they have to physically say it on the record.
That's in the charter, it's just not in here.
Okay.
And then fill out the affidavit, fill out the affidavit the same day.
Okay, so
And then I added that other sentence, which is the next one on here, to reference chapter 171 and 176 of the Texas Government Code, just to make it clear. Once again, it's also in the Ethics Code. Just to make it very, very clear to council that you must comply with those chapters.
Okay, so does anyone want to make a motion? All right, I'd like to make a motion to approve number 4 as amended and discussed.
Second.
Got a motion by myself, a second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Okay, updates on that provision on ethic violations. I feel like I missed one in here. I did miss one in here. which is number 6 on attendance. Oh, which I changed to a line. I guess it's just later. I changed, I'll get back to it later then. Okay. Updates to provision that prohibits accusation of ethics violations or other violations. That's G, I think.
So are we going to skip 6?
We'll come back to it because it's later in here.
Okay.
I think I did them in the order we discussed them versus
Okay.
the order they're actually in the rules.
So G, decorum. Okay.
That's the council members shall not be permitted to accuse, blah, blah, blah. So I changed that up so that it's more that council members shall address concerns about actions of another council member or staff, including concerns related to ethics or statutory laws, in a reasonable professional manner, and when permissible, these conversations will occur in executive session.
What would be a reason to have that in executive session?
So when permissible, for example, if it's a personnel issue related to one of the employees that's appointed by council, it could permissibly be had in executive session.
Okay, so my question is if like 2 council members have an issue, or there's an ethical issue, or how does that look?
Like whether it would be an executive session or not.
Yeah, like how, yeah. That would
It's probably going to depend on what the issue is, like if there's a legal issue related to it, if there's something that needs to be explained. So it's really going to depend on what the conversation is.
Okay. I just don't want to make a habit of those kind of things being discussed.
Who determines? Sorry, I forgot that. Who determines the permissible?
It's based on Open Meetings Act. So for executive session, if it is not specifically allowed to be discussed in executive session, it cannot be discussed in executive session. Currently, I review and approve all items that go into executive session to confirm that they comply with the Open Meetings Act. And I actually have language on the agenda that says that all those items have been reviewed by me and determined to be allowable. The most common one that I could see with a staff issue is a personnel discussion, or I could see some sort of legal issue that might have a liability impact on the city that we want to discuss at least that portion of it from the legal perspective in executive session, and the rest of it might be discussed publicly.
You guys okay with that? Okay. I will make a motion to approve the amendments as is for G2.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Zapata. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
And then I added a new 3 based on a comment about not texting during meetings. So it says council members will be engaged in discussion and presentations at council meetings and shall refrain from texting. This one was, I believe, suggested by Councilmember Harris. I don't know if there's consensus. I put it in here.
Yeah, I think it's hard because, we do get at least, will that include messages too? Like,
The specific request was refrain from texting. I don't know if that's personal texts or all texts. I know I have occasionally texted like the mayor to say, hey, did we get the vote on this or something during a meeting.
I think that's really hard because last council meeting, I was dealing with a situation that came up for a property that I help a client manage that was like, I need an answer now. And so depending on what our jobs are like, it might not be possible to be completely disconnected from our phones. There may be family issues going on that we need to stay abreast of. I've had people text me and be like, hey, the audio is off, we can't hear it. So I just think that it's doing a disservice to, one, the community if they need to say something like, hey, I can't hear you, or 2, to just say, oh, sorry, family, whatever, can't have my phone.
what if we call it like distracting texting? Like, you can't have your whole business on your phone. I think if it's just like a quick text, like my son was like, when are you gonna come home? I was like,
I think
late.
I think the issue with that is there's no way to determine that unless you force everyone to read or state what it is they're texting, right?
Well, sometimes people are just looking down and, for an extended period of
You could
time.
probably cover that with council members will be engaged in the discussion and presentations at council meetings and just leave it there.
Okay.
But then it's going to be up to council to enforce the rules when they think, if somebody calls a point of order because somebody else is distracted, just know that that's on you guys to determine whether that distraction violates this rule or not.
What do you guys think?
I just don't agree with it at all. I don't know.
You know, it's like, for example, like I got a text from my mom and she was like, hey, I need you to pick me up from the airport actually, like at 4 a.m. You know, and so just stuff like that, I think just happens. You know, we're all humans who have families and also full-time jobs that require us to be present. And I also do get sometimes messages from residents who are like, hey, camera's off, or can't really see, or can't really hear, like pull your mic closer. So I think like that also increases like accessibility for residents as well. So yeah, I'm just opposed in general to that.
So would you just take all of 3 out?
Mm-hmm.
Well, to make the case, since it was my idea, I think it's distracting. I think it's, you know, you're here to make decisions on council. Communicating with your relatives about things is probably not appropriate when you're on the dais. Even though we do go late, that's expected. I think that texting to update you on items that are on the agenda, that should have been done before you came onto the dais to vote on that item, rather than getting input during the meeting. You should come prepared for that. I just think that it's distracting to the members of the audience. It looks like you're not paying attention. I just don't see, you know, my phone sits in my purse. I don't find a need, and in the 2.5 years I've been on council, I've never found a need to be texting while I am on the dais. I think we can refrain from it.
Okay, that's up to council. Councilmember McKinney?
I just feel like there are so many additional extenuating circumstances that, you know, that make it perfectly acceptable. You know, I'm not trying to minimize my role as a council member, but I'm not ever going to put this role above my family, period, ever, at all. So, yeah, if the kids text me or V text me, I'm going to answer.
I
agree.
To either approve or remove that language.
Make a motion to remove.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by Councilmember Medina to remove G3. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes 6-1.
Okay, the next one is, I think it's H5, citizen participation. This takes that language that talked about prohibiting citizens from making personal attacks or using profanity or other slurs out based on First Amendment issues, and includes that discussion of personnel matters, except to the extent that they discuss employees who are reported by city council, will not be allowed, threats or disruptive language, or any other disorderly conduct as defined by state or local law. It also has a provision that requires that either the mayor or chair, whichever is in effect at that time, must take any actions in a manner that is both content and viewpoint neutral, and that if any council member believes that that the mayor or chair is not acting in a way that is content or viewpoint neutral, that council member may call a point of order. So the thought process being, if a mayor tries to interrupt somebody who's speaking out against an item but allows somebody to talk for extra time when they're speaking for an item, then a council member could object with a point of order.
All right. Discussion? Councilmember McKinney?
That all sounds very reasonable.
Would you like to make a motion?
Make a motion to approve that section.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor, say aye.
I just wanted a discussion real quick.
ahead.
Sorry. Use of profanity, I get it. However, the ethnic, racial, or gender-oriented slurs, I don't think someone should be able to come up to the mic and use the N-word with a hard R.
I don't know that I disagree with you. I do think it's possible that there's some case law that might.
Yeah, I don't think these are things that anybody wants. I would hope to God, I grew up in the Midwest and I never heard that word until I moved to the South.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's used here a lot unless you tell people you can't use it.
But what I'm saying is, unfortunately, there is the ability to protect that speech by case law, and that's not something that I agree with. There's a lot of things we don't agree with.
There are limitations, I mean, to the point that it causes a disruption in the meeting, to the point that it constitutes a threat, or that it makes it difficult for this process to continue, because this is an open meeting, we want to be able to get our business done. Then, of course, we would be able to step in. But beyond some sort of disruption or actual disorderly conduct, it gets very difficult. I mean, there's the paramount preeminent case on First Amendment free speech. It has a guy wearing a shirt that says F the draft on it. I mean, and that was protected and is fully protected.
Yeah.
I have a comment as well. Thank you. So when we say that you can only discuss employees that are appointed by city council, then if somebody has a negative interaction with a police officer, we can say, no, you can't speak about that up here because they're not appointed by the city council. So I feel like that's kind of limiting, like for genuine issues that they might have as they're, going around in the community, or if they even have a compliment, for somebody who's on staff. So, do we really need to go that far?
Well, I don't think that's what it means. I don't think personnel, it's like if someone comes up here and starts talking about like this person was, think about it like if you're at work, you can't discuss, like your boss can't discuss why you were fired. That's a personal issue. You can't discuss your personal, like what's in your file, like all that stuff is protected.
The idea behind it was that if you have a complaint or recommendation about a city employee who does not report to council, that should go to the city manager or potentially through HR, because the city council doesn't have any authority to require that that person be fired, to take any kind of disciplinary action on that person. It's outside of your purview. This was just based on our discussion in April. If council wants to change it, you're welcome to. But the discussion in April was that because that was the reason that that's in the current rules, and council suggested changing it at that time to say to the extent that they are appointed by council. So if somebody wants to get up here and say all kinds of terrible stuff about me, that would be fine because I'm appointed by you.
I just think sometimes that people, maybe they're not getting the response that they want, and so then, this is their time to speak out and speak up to us, and then even though we can't have an influence on that, it's at least being able to go back to our city manager and say, can you look at that and, let us know what happened? So I'm not in favor of limiting that, but, I'll go with what the rest of the council wants.
Under this, the way that it's as written, though, it does allow for that. Like, this is specifically about personnel and employment matters. Like that's the part we're saying, like, you can't talk about just those things for people who are not appointed by city council, but everything else you can come talk about. It would behoove me if we had a definitions section so that way people understood exactly how it is that we're defining these things. So like, for example, like, personnel and employment, right? Like those could be defined, just to make it clear, like, hey, you can come and talk to us about like interactions and whatnot. But when it comes to like the actual, fire this person, I demand that you act on it, right now. And it's someone that we don't have any purview over. That's what this is saying.
Or hiring, of a director that council has no authority over. You come out and say, I demand that I want you to hire this person because they're fantastic. And council's just sitting here going, oh, maybe they are, but I can't do anything about that.
Could Miss Julie Beggs, I'm hoping that she can kind of help us out, maybe, because I agree that people should be able to come up and complain, but I think personnel and employment matters should be off. Can you kind of help us understand what that would look like if somebody were to come up here and talk about something that we were not allowed to discuss or we shouldn't be discussing?
Certainly. Julie Beggs, HR Director for the city. I've typically seen the same pattern that Amy has, that if someone comes up and has had a negative or concerning interaction with staff or unresponsive, by city staff, that's directed to the city manager, and the city manager typically will have staff follow up so that we can find out a little fact-finding, what's happening. What we don't want it to turn into is a personal attack, because maybe they want to bring up their personal business, which is outside their role within the city. So I've seen that very similar model, unless it's somebody who's directly reporting to y'all or you appoint.
Okay. Does that make sense? And, you know, and I hate to even say that we need a definition page, but I agree. I think sometimes some of these things are really vague, and we need to be able to define this. Like that, this would be a perfect example of personal versus personnel. So I don't know if we want to do that. You're like, no.
Yeah, well, I mean, we can put.
Thank you, Julie.
We can put some more language trying to clarify what that's supposed to be. And
Okay.
what I'm going to do on that one is I'm going to propose it and send it out and see if I get suggested changes or objections.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Are there any other concerns or conversations? I think Tobias has fallen asleep. Okay. Should we cut it short?
There's just one more left.
Yes, okay. All right, so all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It passes 7-0.
Okay, the next one is on allowing messages on signs or shirts that are not disruptive to the meeting. So it's clear that we're not banning signs in general, however, they cannot be disruptive to the meeting. And again, that if the mayor or chair takes an action to prohibit a shirt or a sign, that action must be viewpoint neutral, both content and viewpoint neutral, and if a council member doesn't believe that that's the way it occurred, they can object with a point of order.
I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Second. Okay, I have a motion by Councilmember Zapata and a second by myself. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes 7-0.
Next one is the council attendance provisions. That was back up earlier. That was number 6 under the council items.
I think it's in two places, right?
Yep, I think it is. That's probably why I have it in here in a weird
So
place.
yeah, should we just take off number 6 and then just use number 1? Because I'm confused why it's in there twice.
I'm okay with that.
Can we do that? You guys okay? Like, if you go to page 4, that talks about attendance, and then on page 10, it also talks about attendance?
Yeah.
Are we okay with eliminating the one on page 4? Okay, I'd like to make a motion to delete number 6 under attendance on page 4.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes 7-0. All right, going back to page 10.
Okay, so page 10 has changes that make the absence provision more in line with the city charter, sections 3.06 and 3.09, which were recently amended to provide information on what good and sufficient cause is to miss a meeting. So it requires council members to review this section of the charter, and then it requires it has language about an excused absence. Like if council excuses the absence, then it's deemed to be good and sufficient cause, and the council member would not forfeit their pay. And then I removed several sections that treated regular meetings and special meetings differently, because the charter doesn't specifically do that, but we do have the option to excuse any absence, and so that would keep you from forfeiting your pay. There was some discussion at the last meeting about a process to request the excused absence, so we might want to add something in there as well.
Yeah, I think the good and sufficient cause is vague. And I think we need something a little bit, because I don't know what good and
The
sufficient is.
charter has some examples in it, so I can
Okay.
pull those in.
Okay, yeah, because I saw section 306 and 309. But if you're just reading the rules of council, you'd have to go back
Yeah, I
and
can
and
pull
look at
those
the
in.
charter. So yeah, if we can define that a little bit better.
For item number 1, it still has language in here that says, which requires the council members to forfeit pay. Was that not a charter amendment that we did last year that struck that provision regarding pay?
You are still required to forfeit your pay if you miss without good and sufficient cause.
Okay.
So if you fail to attend a meeting without good and sufficient cause, your pay for that meeting, for that percentage of the month is forfeit. However, if you have good and sufficient cause, the idea here is that if you get your absence approved by council, that is the council making a finding that you did have good and sufficient cause to miss the meeting, and therefore you would still get your pay.
Okay. And we're gonna better define good and sufficient cause, right?
Yes, I'm going to copy it out of the charter. It's got some examples such as pre-planned work trips when a meeting was scheduled after the work trip was scheduled or something along those lines.
Okay.
Or
I'd like to make a motion to, oh, sorry.
I was going to say, I'm a little confused on how it's written because we're saying the council member failed to attend without good and sufficient cause versus something like saying, like, the council member was excused, therefore they can get their pay. The council member was unexcused, so therefore they can't get their pay.
And
Because
number 2 is intended to address that, but we can make that clear if you would prefer. So number 2 says if a council absence is excused, such absence should be considered to have been good and sufficient cause, and the council member does not forfeit pay.
I think it would be more clear if we just incorporated into that first part.
Okay.
So put 1 and 2 together?
Okay.
Yeah, basically, yeah, consolidate.
And then were we adding in, Amy mentioned anything as far as who you're notifying if you're going to be asked from a meeting?
That's actually in there.
Yeah.
So number 4, it says, council member who wishes to have their absence or tardiness excused should, when possible, inform the mayor or mayor pro tem prior to the absence or tardiness occurring.
But it does say when possible.
Yeah.
That's, and I said something at the last meeting thinking that we had to approve it at the next meeting. That's actually not true. I remember we approved one like a month later, last year or the year before. So that's another thing is, do we want it excused by
No,
the
it has
next
to be,
meeting?
yeah, that, or for one, I feel like they need to inform, they can inform the city manager, mayor, or mayor pro tem, and not when possible. I just think they need to inform one of those 3. I'm a mom, so I think if you're not here and you don't tell me, you're probably dead.
Okay, I'm going to be devil's advocate on this. If I'm in the hospital, I'm probably not going to inform the mayor pro tem, or the city manager before the meeting, especially if I'm in an ambulance on the way to the hospital on the way. So as long as there's some leniency for stuff like that.
For sure, yeah, for sure, for sure.
Yeah, I was going to say, in case of
In-
like an emergency.
In the absence of extraordinary circumstances
There
to
you
be
go.
judged by council.
Yes.
Yeah, because when my appendix burst last year, I was like, I didn't tell work because I was knocked out in surgery. So
Good. We under that, yeah, unless it's an extenuating circumstance, yeah, they can, and I don't, some people may not want to inform me or the pro tem, so city manager would also be sufficient, I think.
Okay, sounds good. You gonna vote on that one?
Yeah, so we're gonna vote, we need to go back and vote on combining 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Just do it all as one. We can vote on
Okay.
combining 1 and 2, adding it has to be done by the next regular meeting, and that they inform the mayor, mayor pro tem, or city manager.
All right, who's gonna do that motion? Mike McKinney.
You are.
So moved.
Make a motion as stated.
Okay, make a motion as stated, I second that. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
Okay, and then I added section K to the bottom here, which is council will make a good faith effort to respond to inquiries from the community. Such response may include an acknowledgement or referral to staff. I think this one was suggested by the mayor. I can't recall. It's getting kind of late. But I don't know if we had consensus on this one. I put it in. Let's see what council wants to do.
Yeah, I think even just an out of office, like, your emails, but the frustrating part is when no one, and it's not this council, right? But I've been on council before, and when nobody responds, it's kind of frustrating to the residents. So an out of office, something showing, just saying, hey, your email's been received. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but.
No, I feel like an auto response is not a response. I mean, it's just a canned, yes, I got an email from you.
So what do you think we should do?
What does it actually do?
Like, look, I respond, so
Well,
I
and
don't
I'll
know what
also
to
tell you, like, there have been some emails that I've gotten that I'm like, that is not being responded to. Like, it was an inappropriate email, like, it was not acceptable, you don't talk to people like that. You would never say that in person. There are times where it's not necessary to respond.
Okay, so
Yeah.
if someone wants to make a motion to remove it, you're more than welcome.
I'll make that motion.
Okay. Got a motion by Councilmember McKinney and a second by Mayor Pro Tem. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion passes 6-1. Okay, wait, before we leave, I do want to do item 4.
Oh, I still have a few more.
Okay, all right, so I need to go back to page 12 whenever you're done.
Oh, item 4 on page 12. Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah, we can do that one first, because the other one I have on this slide is just procedural rules that are relatively small.
Okay, so council may request and attend meetings with staff with, or I don't even like with or without city manager. I'd like to take that out. With notice to the city manager. So council may request and attend meetings with staff with notice to the city manager. I don't think it has to be too complicated. I think as long as the city manager is aware that we're meeting with staff, and that could be a CC, that could be whatever you guys want it to look like. I don't think we need express permission, because I think that was a little excessive at that time.
How does our city manager feel about that?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, it doesn't, we don't have to have express permission, but I think it should be required to have them CC'd or let them know that we met with staff.
I do feel like it should be revisited if there's excessive demands for meetings occupying our staff time. So I would trust that we will hear from our interim city manager if that becomes problematic.
I mean, as it is now, you can still meet with staff, except for you have to have express permission from the city manager. I'm saying you just have to notice the city manager. Okay.
And then I guess on the side of the employee, if they don't feel comfortable meeting with somebody who might have requested that, they would have the option to not.
Correct.
Question, okay.
I would certainly have the option to reach out to the city manager, I would imagine.
Or ask for the city manager to attend as well.
Yes, well, he's going to be notified at all times, and then if staff wants him there, then they can request that,
I
for
see what
sure.
I see what you're getting. If I'm lower level staff, I may feel like talking to the mayor is, scary.
Mhm.
And I may want maybe to bring my supervisor, my director, ask the city manager if somebody could attend with me.
Yes. That's,
As long
yeah,
as council
absolutely.
is totally comfortable with staff doing that, I think that's fine for us to tell staff to do.
Yeah, I do not want to see someone in the classroom berating another member of staff. So yes, we're trying to avoid that too. But I think overall, as long as we notice him, and I always CC him anytime, so I think that's the easiest way to do it. But
On the extreme off chance that the city manager has a problem with that meeting, do we want to create a provision for that?
like if the city manager doesn't want us to meet.
Like you looped him in, he's like, bad idea. For whatever that reason might be. I'm just trying to think outside the box.
Okay. What would that kind of solution look like, Mr. Mohit?
My brain is mushed.
I know. We're almost done. I'm sorry.
I don't have any objections. As long as I'm interim, if y'all just let me know.
Do you feel like if there's a time that you're not comfortable with that, like, can you think of like, how would you want that to look?
No, it doesn't make me uncomfortable at all.
Okay.
Y'all are free to meet with anyone on staff.
Okay. You okay with that? And if we have issues along the way, I think we can address it.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So I'd like to make a motion to
amend item J4.
J4, yes, and just add with notice to the city manager and take out from with or without city manager, and then all the way to permission of the. So I got a motion?
Second.
Whole bunch of seconds.
I know, I got a second by Councilmember McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, passes 7-0. All right, what's that?
The last one on this slide are recommendations that I made on procedural rules. I don't want to go through them all. They're mostly minor. There's a whole section that goes through like when motions are made, if they're debatable or not. And there are several motions in there that we just don't use. So I just took them out. Like the motion to adjourn into executive session, we don't do that. We just go into executive session. And then there was another section where we were clarifying how to amend a motion, that any council member can make an amendment to a motion while it's sitting on the floor. So you don't have to make the council member who made the motion then also agree to make the amendment. That just seemed too complicated. But there's nothing like, I don't think there's anything huge in there. It's really just help the flow and to make it more in line with what we do.
I think they're great. I read them before, and I was like, yeah, I don't even know why we have these in here. Like to adjourn?
Yeah.
That's not even necessary.
I hate the motion to adjourn personally.
All right, so that's number 4, you said, and it's also on page 4?
There's multiple, I would just make a motion to accept the procedural recommendations from the city attorney, and we can cover all of those.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the procedural changes.
Second.
Who was over here to the right? Medina? Okay. I have a motion by myself and a second by Councilmember Medina. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
And then these are the open issues. The first one we already covered. Yay, council. Sorry, it's getting late. The second item was some discussion related to the expansion of the ability to censure and a clear censure process. I think this is a big topic to get into all the details on right now, but if it's something council wants us to explore and bring back, that might be an option. Or if council has a specific suggestion on how they want to do that, please feel free.
Discussion?
Say if you want to have a discussion about that, we can bring that up some other time.
Yes, I agree.
Well, because this is going to come back to us, right?
Well, they come back annually, so at a minimum, it will come back after the next election.
Okay, so once this is approved, we're done?
We're done for now, but at any time, council can tell me you want to make changes, and I'm happy to bring them back. I'm here every meeting.
Are you guys okay with that? Okay, we're okay, we're moving on.
Okay. Public comment, there was some discussion about the potential for submitting written comment or some other kind of comment not in the meeting. I think virtual public comment is a little bit difficult and require IT to tell us it's possible. Written comment I've seen done as simple as here's a general email address and it gets sent in and it's considered as public comment that council can look at and see. But we kind of already have an email address that does that, so I don't know if we need a separate process.
Well, I will say, I think they did something for when we had COVID, and it was kind of hard. Am I right or no? Did we have like comments that people could have left a message during COVID?
During COVID, we used our virtual link. We had an ability to like have a waiting room, so we did do that.
I do think most cities kind of stopped that after
Yeah, that's what I'm
COVID.
saying. I just remember it being, it was difficult.
It's
Yeah,
difficult
and
to
so I
manage.
think we should leave it as is for now.
And like I said, we do already have an email address that people can send. The only suggestion maybe is you could put that on the agenda as like if you want to pay public comment and not attend meetings, you can send it here. But it's probably, I think it's already on the website, so people seem to know about it.
Councilmember Zapata?
I think the concern that I have here is for like disability access. So for those that aren't able to actually physically attend a meeting, having like a virtual option makes it so that way they can actually use their voice here with us. I think because I was the one that brought this up, and for me it was just really about accessibility. Yeah, I don't know. It just.
But you said they have a way to email us, right?
We currently have a, what is it, Kyle Council feedback email address that you guys get a lot of emails on a regular basis. And so my original thought was let's create an email for public comment, but really they already have that. We would just give them that email and then council gets all the comment and has it.
And it's on record via email?
It's in our emails, yeah.
Councilmember Harris?
So this is for, specifically for those who have trouble getting here to testify in person. And like Councilmember Zapata said, to give them a voice. This is especially problematic for people who are older because they cannot sometimes come in. I really think that we need to be able to have that public comment read in the public arena, just as though they were here, if they request that.
Commissioner's Court does something like that, correct? They read the public comments that they get.
Yeah, the county has that, and for the most part, it works. If there's like a mass email where a bunch of people send the copy and paste stuff, they just combine it and just read it one time.
Yeah.
The downside of that is regardless of what's in that email, they have to read it out loud.
I'll tell you that as of 2024 in Corpus Christi, when I was working there, they had a written public comment option. Most written public comment was just provided to the council, handed out to them as written public comment. But during a public hearing, the city secretary would read that written comment out as if the person was present at the public hearing. They handled them differently depending on what the item was.
Yeah, I think that's not adequate. I think that we need to be sure that all of our citizens have an opportunity to be heard. And I think being able to read their comment aloud during the public comment time would be appropriate.
So is your suggestion a written comment process where it can be read out?
Yeah.
But abiding by the rules that the people who speak here also have to abide
Yes.
by, yeah.
It's difficult to limit written comment to 3 minutes. I guess the person reading it can have the timer going.
Yes.
That's my only concern. Somebody's gonna send you 10 pages of comments.
Well, and who are we going to have read it? Is it going to be Jennifer? I mean, we can't say I don't know. I mean, you guys
Mayor.
we can appoint 2 people to read it. So if Councilmember Harris and Councilmember Zapata are okay with that, I think, yeah, let's do that. And then they can read them, the council members can read them, because I don't think it's fair to give that to Jennifer if that's our responsibility if we're going to speak out for them. But
Mayor, if I may, I would rather them submit public comments through my office so that we would have the record of it.
no, I'm saying who was reading it? Who would read it out loud?
I don't mind doing that if that's the direction of council. If we want to time my reading speed.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things, and you might have to say things that you're not comfortable saying, and
It's the job.
we just talked about the,
I
you
don't have
know,
a filter. I'll read whatever.
yeah, yeah. I think and I talked to a commissioner, and they said they suggested not to open that door because it gets to be a lot, and so I don't know. I think our meetings are already late enough, and if we get 10, 20, I feel like if we feel like we want to read, say for example, we receive something and we want to read it as council members, I think that's okay. But I don't know. What does everybody else think?
Motion on this one, or keep talking?
I'm not going to do a motion, but if somebody else wants to, they're more than welcome. All right, moving on.
There was a discussion about giving council members the authority to call a special meeting, because currently it's mayor or city manager.
Well, council members can ask, but they already have that as long as one of us. I mean, I tried to call a special meeting when I was a council member, that didn't work. And I was okay with that.
I think I think I'm the one that had suggested something around this, and it was like the majority or like the super majority of council could vote to have a special meeting.
Then we'd have to put an item on the agenda for council to consider to vote, which is fine, we could do that. Just know that your special meeting is gonna be at least 6 business days after you request it, so that it can be on a council
Yeah, you'd have to have a
agenda.
meeting to call a special meeting.
Right. So some cities will do a quorum -1. You can either sometimes to add an item, sometimes to call a special meeting. And you'll get a lot of discussion on these about, well, you know, we're gonna run into walking quorum problems because in order for me to get 2 friends to request a special meeting, then I may end up talking to 3 friends because one of them might say no. And so it gets tricky. I'm perfectly fine with the suggestion that if you have a special topic you want discussed with its own standalone meeting, you put an item on the agenda saying, direct the city manager to hold a special meeting on this and have council vote. It's just not a way to call a fast special meeting.
Yeah, there's no emergency meeting.
Emergency meetings are hard anyway, though.
So, but they can already ask for that.
But if the city manager decides the agenda, he or she may decide not to put it on the agenda.
It's true. But the mayor can also do the agenda. And so if the mayor's like, hey, Councilmember Zapata wants this on there, then it's at least a discussion.
Right, I mean, I think, like I said, currently the mayor, I think, is the only one who can call a special meeting apart from the city manager. I think the way what Councilmember Zapata is requesting would work is a council member puts an item on the agenda requesting a special meeting to discuss, say, water. And then council would vote whether or not to request that the city manager bring a special meeting regarding water.
Yeah, that's called an agenda item.
Right.
So they can already do that. Right?
I think they probably can, yes.
Okay. Maybe mine wasn't concerning this. I think mine had to do with emergency meetings, not
Okay.
special meetings, which makes more sense now that I'm thinking about it. Because I was like, I don't think it was in relation to special meetings. It was in case like an emergency.
So then on an emergency situation, that's where we look at maybe 2 council members would be required to call it, or 3, if that's something council wants to do.
Well, then if you call an emergency meeting, That's within, what, 72 hours? So you'd have to talk to, like, how would that even happen?
Emergency meetings are very specific, but I think what she's suggesting is more on an urgent issue where we could still post the 3 business days notice. Again, an actual emergency issue is there's no way to possibly post the notice in time under the law. So we had a catastrophic damage to the city and we need to have a meeting so that we can approve money to fix the catastrophic damage to the city, and we don't have time to wait because like it's currently flooding and we need to fix it, right? Versus we want to talk about this item, so we would have the 3 business days, which is now 3 business days instead of 72 hours notice to post.
When I brought it up, it was in relation to like catastrophic stuff, not necessarily just, oh, I want to have an emergency meeting because we can just meet the 3-day minimum or don't have to. It was purely about like if something catastrophic happens, because I think emergency meetings right now can only be called by mayor, city manager.
Probably.
And so my thought was, well, what if both are incapacitated?
So we
right?
do have
or
a
like both are
succession
able
plan
to.
in our charter that handles that, so I think that would help with your concerns.
Okay.
It was a succession plan if something happens and council's missing or the city manager's incapacitated, there's a list for who steps up.
Okay.
You know. Okay. So that's it. I'm going to now ask for a motion to approve the resolution with all the amendments as discussed in this meeting.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve agenda item, I'm so sorry, is it 16?
16.
16 with the amendments as stated.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by myself and a second by Council Member McKinney. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, it passes 7-0.
Thank you so much, council. I know that was a lot
Thank
to
you,
talk
you
about
did
this
great.
late
I'm
at
glad
night.
we got through it. All right, we have one more agenda item. Are you guys up for it? I think Tobias is
We can do this quickly.
Okay. All right, so up next, we have agenda item 17, consider directing the interim city manager to provide lists of anticipated actions to be taken to resolve the $4,676,580 anticipated deficit in revenue from year-end requirement for fiscal year 25-26 as presented in the general fund estimates, including but not limited to reduction in services, materials, and staff salaries and benefits. Report to include current and anticipated staff terminations and resignations, how these responsibilities will be handled and by whom. Item presenters Laura Lee Harris and Mark McKinney.
I brought this item because I'm having trouble, as we're talking about budget, knowing where we are on our current budget. And as we go into the new budget year, we're kind of conflating what's going on this year, this fiscal year, with what we will be doing next fiscal year. So I would really like to have a feeling how we're closing that gap of revenue. I'm not asking for closing the gap on the reserve fund, just that revenue gap. And what is being done to do that and what our estimates are that we, by the end of the year, will be doing.
Councilmember McKinney?
And I'm sure you've gotten as many phone calls, questions, emails from residents asking, well, you know, I used to talk to so-and-so about this, who do I talk to now? And us not having that succession plan, we don't have adequate answers for the members of the community to be able to say, okay, this is what we're doing, this is what happened, and not trying to micromanage the personnel decisions, but to be able to answer for the community, like, okay, this is a change that happened, and this is what is being done as a result of that change, would be tremendously beneficial for us.
Discussion? Councilmember Medina?
So I can agree with when someone is terminated or resigned, that we're provided the information of who is taking that person's role in the interim. But I can't agree with the sentence that is asking for anticipated staff terminations. I mean, who goes around announcing to the city who they're going to be terminating? I mean, that's just not done. That's not how management works. We already had the issue with management having a closed meeting and someone breaching the confidentiality about the possible 10% pay reduction, and then that's brought up in public when it shouldn't have been. That's just things that aren't talked about. You don't talk about who you may be terminating in the future or what positions you may be eliminating. Just my thought.
Okay. Councilmember Goza?
I agree with Councilmember Medina's points, particularly about anticipation. We had not publicly released our employees or our staff that had been laid off. That was released by somebody else. And then it became political fodder online about the decisions that were being made. And so I think that announcements need to be coming from the city on whatever our interim city manager decides to put out there, because you do have a lot of people that get really carried away about certain things. And I know we're intending on being really transparent, but then there's some things that you have to control just in order to kind of keep everything from, for lack of a better term, going to hell in a handbasket, and rumors being spread. So I think that perhaps maybe just looking at kind of what we want to publicly release as an update when we come to meetings or something along those lines, rather than having a specific, oh, here's what's anticipated, here's this, like just kind of point by point. I feel like we've had a pretty good understanding and information of when some of these major cuts have come down the line, who's taking their place. So I just don't feel like this is a necessary presentation.
Well, maybe the flow of information towards you has been different than the rest of us then, because some of us have asked for this information and been told, basically, you need to put an agenda item.
Which is what we're doing.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's,
Yeah.
that's the reason for it.
Mayor Pro Tem Tobias?
Yeah, I think it's fair, Mr. McKinney and Dr. Harris, your concerns. This was unfortunate of the situation that we're in, and the resignations that we have. We actually said goodbye to somebody else here just recently. Mr. Trimble has taken another opportunity somewhere else. Nothing's ever perfect, but at the same time, I also need the council to understand that whatever decisions Mr. Pervez Mohit has made, he did it in the best interest for what he sees moving forward on the city. But it's like I've told the mayor, once we get our budget approved, if it gets approved or not, we're on the clock for a new city manager. And Mr. Mohit, if whether he stays on for another year or he's pretty much might be done in May, is who's going to be next in line and what's going to be their style. You know, he or she could come in and clean houses on their own or bring their own people, just like Mr. Langley did. So we need to be prepared for that as well, of changes that could be coming, because there could be, because next year is going to be a very big year for y'all, for all of us. We're going into a new budget, and we're also going to be needing to hire a new city manager. So I did see a lot of Facebook postings, and a lot of people were criticizing what decision we made by choosing you, and some people are saying the city's going to hell in a handbasket, the city's going down the tubes. I don't think it's fair, because there's other employees that read that and who have given their heart and soul to this city, and it's very disheartening that they see that. I just think that the decisions that Mr. Mohit was given was read out loud as far as the ordinance goes for giving him the authority. Now, how he handled it or how we may agree or disagree on that end, but it's something that we we should be asking when we start interviewing for the new city manager. If there's any changes that you're going to make, how are you going to address them? So that way you can be prepared.
Well, this is, this is just related to this end of the year budget. That's it. I would like to see how we're balancing off that revenue that did not come in, that we estimated didn't come in. See if that needs to be updated and what expenses are balancing that off. And it would be very good to know, not necessarily names, but we may have five additional layoffs or cut 4 different positions. Not necessarily exactly what they are, but that would save X number of dollars. But not necessarily naming those positions or those people. It would be nice if we could say, once they are gone, who will be filling those responsibilities, because it is difficult to know who to talk to in the city now. Mostly I just hand it over to Pravesh and say, give this to the right person. So I think both of those go hand in hand so that we know where we are now and what adjustments are being made and how that deficit is going to be balanced or is being balanced.
Okay, Councilmember Zapata?
And I agree with council members Harris and McKinney in that, one, I think the flow of information has been very different from council member to council member, because I just remembered that, like, for example, the ending of the Unified Development Code project, it was actually Councilmember Harris who told me about that. And I was like, what? When did we find out about that? Like, no one told me that information. And so that was something that was decided upon in order to help solve that $4,676,000 gap. And so there are other questions that people are bringing up. And yes, we all see the same things online, but that's what happens when you leave people in the dark. So if we're able to move people out of the dark by bringing this discussion to light, it comes straight from the horse's mouth, right? Instead of everyone trying to figure out what's going on. And I think this is a way in which we're able to do that, and it's not necessarily coming only from one of us on council. It's coming from a more neutral viewpoint because it'll be coming directly from staff. And I also think that there are other examples with like Hayes CISD, AISD, who are going through, and their entire budget process was all done publicly, including staff cuts. All of that was put out there in the meeting, and everyone found out about it at the exact same time. And I think this is a way to make sure that we're also able to answer the questions that residents have. Because right now, honestly, as a council member, I'm getting blamed for making decisions on items that are on the chopping block when I didn't decide for those things to be on the chopping block in the first place. So I'm having to explain it to people saying, yes, I know I had to make a decision, for example, on all of these Parks and Recs events, but I didn't even make the determination that it was Parks and Recs events that needed to be looked at in the first place. And so I think this will give everyone an equal opportunity to be able to see where it is we might actually have more cost savings at. And I think that's where this agenda item comes into play and really helps us determine that.
And to your point, Councilmember Zapata, about not being a part of the decision-making process, we had talked about the UDC decision earlier, and I went back through my emails, and it was directed by the former city manager for staff to look at all existing and open contracts and make decisions about whether we could cut them. That happened on April 20th, and then April 21st, he followed up with an email, and I believe he had about a dozen items that he had directed staff to cut. And so some of those decisions had been made, those important decisions had made prior to the interim city manager coming in and making other.
And I think that's fine. I had a problem with it then too. So, this is not necessarily about.
But did that email go to the council?
Yes, it went to the entire council.
And it came back as recommendations. He said, I recommend these things. It wasn't necessarily, this must be done. So those were recommendations. And so my issue with that language was that those were recommendations that were made, but ultimately it wasn't like this is how we have to move forward. And so what I want to be able to have are those recommendations actually come to council so we can decide that. And I think this is what that agenda item allows us to do, because otherwise, like I said, we're getting blamed for making decisions on items that we didn't even decide should be looked at in the first place.
All right. Well, I'm going to say I feel a little bit differently. The freezing, the hiring freeze was said we're going to do that. The 10% cuts from all departments, that was said by the city manager. That wasn't a maybe. This is what I'm implementing. In fact, it was a whole page full of stuff that he was going to implement. And so all that was already decided. Additionally, we had a whole council meeting about CO bonds and CIPs and then parks. Like, all of it came to us and we made these decisions collectively as a council. So I feel like we have been in the loop. Otherwise, I've been dreaming about all these meetings that I've been coming to because we've been here. This is real. We've made these votes and we've had these conversations. It's been super difficult. And there's nothing we can do except for to move forward and make these cuts. I will say when we had Brian Langley as city manager, he fired the HR director, the public works director, and assistant city manager, retired, who now applied for another job somewhere else as assistant city manager. But nobody questioned it then. And so for me, this feels very discriminatory. Why do we not trust who we voted to have as our interim? Perez, can I ask you, when are we going to start the budget process?
So the city charter requires that the city manager must deliver a balanced budget to council 60 days prior to the new fiscal year starts, which would be August 1st. You're scheduled for an August 1st council meeting on a Saturday where I will present the budget.
Yes. So that was my whole concern. We're already going to see this information in less than a month.
Yes, that's correct.
So I remember when I asked to see information, everybody said, oh, that'll come back during the budget. And that was in January or February? And they wanted me to wait until the new budget for this information. We are waiting. I mean, if you spend time on it now, you're talking about maybe a week early. So I can't get on board with having you do a presentation a week before we're going to already have it anyways. So I am not going to vote for that. As far as staff, that's beyond my control. I do not want to put my hands in it. I've seen council members want to get involved. I'm not comfortable with it. I do ask for, in the event somebody decides to quit, I do ask for resignation letters because I like to know why somebody resigns. I was told one person didn't give a resignation, and then when I asked, because I've been wanting to bring a policy about non-disclosures, and I asked was there a non-disclosure? I was told by previous management, I am not even comfortable telling you that. And so I was told if I wanted to come in and look at it, I could do that, but I wasn't even allowed to know if there was one there. And so it's been a matter of trying to figure out my lane. And with Brian Langley, he was good at putting me in my own lane. And so I find it difficult to understand the need to want to know all these anticipated staff terminations. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't know if we can anticipate resignations. Or I don't think we should, but charter does not give us authority to know who is going to handle them. That is strictly for our city manager, assistant city managers, all to make that decision on their own. I don't know why we feel the need to want to intervene in that. That's staff. That's why we have HR. That's why we have our attorneys. That's why we have assistant city managers. That is not something that we should put our hands in.
Well, this is not for intervening. This is for information.
Well, you're asking for anticipated information.
Yeah.
For
If they're-
what?
Well, this is budget related. You know, how are we balancing this 4
Right.
million?
Which we said was going to come
4.6.
August 1st.
Well, I think we're conflating next year's budget with this year's budget.
year's.
Well, in order to do next year's, we have to discuss this year's. We have to figure out where we're at financially before we can talk about where we're going to be.
So you agree that we
Oh,
do
are
need
we
this
going to
information?
be, Mr. Mohit, will we be discussing where we're at financially in your budget meeting?
Yes, we are, but if you recall, I made sure that Holly Torres comes before you every month and gives you a presentation. She's done that last month.
Mm-hmm.
She will be coming again before you next Thursday.
Okay.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
So that,
But that's also not telling us how. It's giving us the numbers, but it's not telling me what the decisions
I
were
will
made.
tell you how in the proposed budget.
Yeah, I don't understand. Why didn't we ask these questions before? We have a $4 million deficit that we started this fiscal year with, and nobody bothered to ask back then. So why are we so hell-bent on doing it now?
Because we should. I think that there's, for some reason, it's like, well, we didn't do it then. Some of us weren't on council then. And it was a problem then. It's a problem now. We can have the opportunity to course correct. So it's, you know, I just feel like that's such an arbitrary argument.
Well, I don't know if we course correct if it's not in our purview.
It's to receive a report on it.
I don't even know who to answer because two people are talking at
We
the
can
same
just,
time.
can I call the question?
Yeah, call the question. There's not a question to call.
Oh,
There's not a
well.
motion.
let's consider directing the interim manager to provide it. this
That's not a
information.
motion. Did you make a motion?
Make a motion to pass item number 17.
Second.
Okay, I got a motion by Councilmember Harris and a second by Councilmember Zapata. Roll call vote, please.
And what's the vote on again before we go?
It's the agenda item.
Okay.
Sorry.
You're good.
Zapata,
Yes.
Harris,
Yes.
Goza,
No.
Tobias,
Yes.
McKinney,
Yes.
Medina,
No.
Flores Kill.
No. Motion passes. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4-3. All right, so you get to bring that back.
You can do that with Holly.
I'm sorry?
I'll bring it on August 1st.
Okay, perfect. All right, we are adjourned.